Yet again, YouTube is being delayed. Don't tell me when it's streaming. Here. I said it's streaming now, so...
I think we're in.
Yes.
Yep.
Hello, everyone. So, today, obviously, a few days ago, a week ago, I can't remember exactly when it was uploaded, but Michael Liebowitz released this video with James Valliant called Anarcho-Objectivism is a Contradiction in Terms. Obviously, kind of, attacking my viewpoint. I do want to be clear, I don't think this was done maliciously or anything. I don't think they're like, fuck this guy, I hate it.
They say right out that they still respect you. They don't. There's not a personal attack on you. They're attacking the ideas, which is respectable.
Yeah, for sure. I mirror those viewpoints. I don't despise either of these gentlemen. I think they're perfectly amicable. I think obviously we disagree on this topic, which we'll get into today. I am joined by two co-hosts in this stream, two compatriots, and that would be Man Sharma and Chronic, Nikola Pavkovich. So, say hello to the people.
Hello, everyone. Man here, and you can find my channel at Rational Frontier. We can talk about that later, but I'm here to talk about this video. I'm mentioned in the video as well because I have argued with Michael a lot about this, and so it was only proper that I'm here to argue once again.
I'm not mentioned because I have no clout and I have no presence, but I have a lot to say. I made a bunch of points after watching the video that I think need to be addressed.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And people can find you did a stream on Fabian Liberty's channel, like the arrow of regression theory, which I think it's a good theory.
I'm intending to polish up, do like a second version of the presentation, and then post it as a video on my channel where it'll be just presented in full, and that'll happen hopefully in the next week or so.
Very nice. I just had to pull up my notes there. So yeah, anyway, let's get into this. I'm just gonna play back speed. We're good with that. I'm gonna do like a 1.5 or something. Be fine.
Welcome to the Rational Egoist. I am your host, Michael Liebowitz. And whether you know it or not, there is a group of folks out there calling themselves anarcho-objectivists. They claim that they are actually the true consistent objectivists. They are, of course, wrong.
Yep.
They're, I don't know, for lack of a better word, their leader or their originator is a guy named Liquid Zulu. You've probably seen him on here. I've debated him several times. He recently had a debate with comic Dave Smith. But it's time, I think, to pop that balloon, if you will. And I can think of no better person to help me do that than Mr. James Stevens Valliant. James, welcome back to the show.
Always great to be here, Michael. Yeah, this is disturbing. Anarchy is inconsistent in a number of ways with objective.
Sure. The thing, Jim, for me is that recently, in Zulu's debate with Dave Smith, that's a big audience you're getting now. And now you're presenting as if this is objectivism. He even said in the video, I believe, that I'm an objectivist. Well, you're not.
Or still, Dave agreed.
Yes.
And they just assumed.
So it would be interesting, because obviously we can get into this more. But I want to know, like, okay, well, why specifically am I not an objectivist? Well, it's going to have to be some sort of closed objectivism, right? That's the general method these guys go down. Which is then, okay, well, I've seen some of this video already, where I know they accuse me of being a rationalist. It's like, okay, well, so what does rationalism mean? Can you identify an essence of rationalism? And then why couldn't you do the same for objectivism? And how do I deviate from that essence? But I think we'll be able to get into that more as it comes up.
Yep.
You're a deontologist, you're deducing everything.
Okay.
And so what Dave buys into the idea shows you how much neither of them really.
Okay, hold on. Let's just
Dave Smith, that's a big audience you're getting now. And now you're presenting.
Sorry?
Yeah.
No, keep going. It's fine. Keep going.
As if this is objectivism. He even said in the video, I believe, that I'm an objectivist. Well, you're not.
Or still, Dave agreed.
Yes.
And they just assumed you're a deontologist, you're deducing everything.
I just want to say I'm not a deontologist, and I'm not deducing everything. Yeah. Those are two false things right there. I don't deduce everything. I don't start. First of all, deontology, that's Kant's duty ethics. I'm not a Kantian at all. And I don't deduce everything, because I don't just start with some axiom or axioms and then just go, okay, well, all of reality is now deducible from this. I don't do that at all.
They get to this later. They take issue with deduction, like in principle, I have to say, because they go on to say you can't just deduce this long chain of things because eventually you detach from reality. I don't think they say exactly that, but like it seems that's what they're getting at, because even in the comments after the video, Michael will talk to someone and this person's saying like, isn't deduction sometimes a part of objectivism? And Michael says never. And I'm like, that's not true. I'm pretty sure Leonard Peikoff talks about deduction in the Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology, and like I really don't understand, like, what's this principled objection to deduction, right? Like, no, we agree. Like, you have to use. We're going to get into this later. So just play the video.
Yeah, I do want to.
We can have.
Oh, so go ahead.
Okay, so if I can say something, like in the first part of this video, like much of the video will be just refuted by Zulu pausing and saying, "Yeah, I'm not saying that," because much of this is just misunderstanding, or like, not understanding what is being said by our kind of people here. And I think it'll be very easy to just enunciate that no, we don't believe this, we don't believe that, just as like Zulu is not a deontologist. We just like it's just not the case, right? And also on the induction deduction point, like we'll get into that later, I think, but Nicola is right that deduction is not invalid. Like if you have properly induced principles, then deduction is indeed very, very, very useful. Especially like you could see this in physics, that when Newton was one of the best inducers in history, right? He induced from observation, and then using mathematics he deduced, and that gave him more information to make further inductions and further deductions, right? Logic is the process, and in logic if you go from specifics to general, you're inducing, you're creating principles, and when you apply those principles, the general to the specific, you're deducing. It's the same process, the direction is inverted, right? So like it's not that we are pro induction or anti deduction or anti induction pro deduction. Like they're both part of the same essential process, right? You need both for cognition.
Yeah, and I was actually discussing this a little bit with Inductica. Now that you bring up physics, he's got this whole he's got this whole theory of induction, and he's trying to reprove all of the major points in mathematics and physics up till the present. That's his like whole big project. Very interesting stuff. If you want to go check out his channel. And I do want to make clear, Inductica does not endorse my positions on law or anything like that. He mostly just focuses on physics. That's fine. I just want to make clear he doesn't endorse this. But he said this this great phrase. He said a lot of the reason why he focuses a lot on deduction in some of his lectures and whatnot is that he thinks a lot of objectivists are racist against deduction. Just like
I like that. Racist against deduction. That's so good.
Yeah, it's like, hey, I'm not a racist, but you should maybe stay away from those people. It's that's kind of the character of a lot of what I see from the more classic objectivists when it comes to deduction. They're just really afraid of it.
Yeah.
Oh, and so what Dave buys into the shows you how much neither of them really. I mean, I'll give Zulu this. He has a better grip on.
And I like it, by the way. I do. I'm not. This isn't personal, but the ideas have to be defeated.
And he said nice things to me and about me, and so I would qualify all that with
right. This is not a personal attack. Yes, this is not a personal attack. So I just want to give some of your credentials, and if I'm wrong about any of these credentials, you tell me. Okay. So your professors, two of your professors were the Austrian economist Israel Kirzner and Mario Rizzo.
And Gerald and all the Austrians at New York University.
Yeah, and you actually audited a class from Murray Rothbard. You knew
from him through the Center for Libertarian Studies when he was working on his History of Economic Thought.
And you knew Murray Rothbard personally.
Yeah.
So you had the opportunity to engage him in discussion.
We went out and had pizza and beer on his birthday.
Yeah, you you worked at Laissez-Faire Books.
Yes, the brick and mortar outlet in Greenwich Village. I was the weekend sales.
Right. You've been studying objectivism for over 40 years.
Yes.
You are a personal friend of Dr. Leonard Peikoff, and you were actually there and helped with while he was writing OPAR, Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand.
In the spirit of this is a crushing blow. I'm gonna really wring these guys' necks. This is a debunking. I'm debunking them. I'm gonna have to disagree with all those facts. I disagree with everything there. Obviously, nah, that's that's fine.
Also, just to just to polish my own credentials here, my YouTube 2025 YouTube Rewind or whatever that is, they have recently released. I am in the top 0.1% of Ayn Rand Institute lecture consumption with 423 lectures consumed. So
There you go.
I'm something.
Feedback.
So I'm something of a top objectivist myself.
Little help.
No, I don't mean you helped with the writing. You
Yeah.
helped in the discussion process. There was a group of you that were selected. So, but the only point I'm trying to get is that you know objectivism.
I studied philosophy and economics at New York University. I got to know many Austrian economists and objectivist philosophers.
So we're going to be getting into it. First of all, Zulu tries to integrate things that cannot be integrated. The works of Rothbard, of Hans Hermann Hoppe, and the primary, if I had to say the primary critique of Zulu is rationalism. That is what I think is the big problem. So before we even begin, I just want you to give us if you can't do it quickly, that's okay, but I hope we can. I want to define rationalism and intrinsicism and differentiate them from objectivism.
In the history of philosophy, there have been generally two big schools, and it's not the same thing, but I need to start.
Pause. Yeah, rewind and let's hear what Michael says. What are we doing here?
Hans Hermann Hoppe,
Like,
and
very important.
That was the weekend sales.
right. You've been studying objectivism for over 40 years.
Yes.
You are a personal friend of
Go
Dr.
for a
Leonard
bit more.
Peikoff, and you were actually there and helped with while he was writing Opar, Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand.
I gave feedback. I don't know. I gave a little help.
No, I don't mean you helped with the writing. You
Yeah.
helped in the discussion process. There was a group
Yes.
of you that were selected. So, but
Yes.
the only point I'm trying to get is that you know objectivism.
I studied philosophy and economics at New York University. I got to know many Austrian economists and objectivist philosophers.
So we're going to be getting into it. First of all, Zulu tries to integrate things that cannot be integrated. The works of Rothbard, of Hans Hermann Hoppe, and the primary, if I had to say the primary critique of Zulu is rationalism. That is what I think is the big problem. So before we even begin, I just want you to give us if you can't do it quickly, that's okay, but I hope we can. I want to define rationalism and intrinsicism and differentiate them from objectivism.
In the history of philosophy, there have been generally
Right there. So we are able to define rationalism and intrinsicism, two philosophies, and we are able to differentiate them from objectivism, a philosophy. I was told that we cannot define philosophies, their particulars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause-
Yeah. What are we doing here then?
Yeah, and
Right?
this is
Like,
this is the thing. Like any competent historian of philosophy, Leonard Peikoff included, they will at least ostensively, they are pointing at some essence of each philosophy and how it feeds into other philosophies that come after it. Like you just got to do that. But suddenly objectivism has to be something special.
Yeah, and actually, I want to consider this. Like, what if like 15 seconds before Ayn Rand died, she actually converted to like Platonism in aesthetics or like in epistemology? Like, she became a rationalist. Is it impossible to differentiate objectivism from rationalism because now the objectivist position is rationalism?
Mhm.
That doesn't make
You
any
don't
sense.
even need to do that. You don't even need to do that. I watched a lecture by, I think it was given by Harry Binswanger. I may be wrong. There are like 2 or 3 of such lectures, like discussing the early life of Ayn Rand. And I think up to the age of 11, he believed in God. So, is religion part of objective? It's the philosophical viewpoints of Ayn Rand. The child that believed in God right there was Ayn Rand,
Mhm.
and belief in God is a philosophical viewpoint. So, believing in God up to the age of 11 part of objectivism?
I think they would say that you would have to review her beliefs, up to the point that she died. Like that's I think Michael said objectivism became closed when Ayn Rand died, right? Because it was the beliefs of Ayn Rand, and so like her final beliefs, that's when objectivism froze, and that's it. It's over, right?
Just before we get back into this, I do have a few super chats which have piled up. So by Heterodox Agnostic 8070 for 20 Norwegian kroners. Thank you very much. He did a valiant effort, but it made us stronger, indeed. And then Anarcho-Objectivism for $3 Australian. Unfortunately, he got left out of this one. There's too many cooks spoil the pot,
We have a discount Monhop here. That's me.
But you haven't been to Rothbard's birthday. Well, there you go. Obviously, in reference to whatever that guy's name was, the Israel guy versus Dave Smith.
Douglas Murray.
That's the one, yeah.
You've never been. I love that one. You've never been a parent, Dave Smith. The argument about dadism. You've never had children.
Actually, I was after the debate I had with Dan Sanchez, we kind of stayed in the call for a little bit and we were like shooting the shit. And he did it as like, okay, well, how much Dave Smith videos do you watch? He was asking this to me. I was like, oh, I don't really watch him all that much. Only in order to research for the video did I watch him. It's like, well, I don't want to do a Douglas Murray, but you haven't even seen his videos. That was good. And anyway, two more from Heterodox Agnostic 8070 for 20 North Korean kroners each. Thank you very much. Just induce, never apply in reality. Indeed, that seems to be... It ends up going too far down the, what would often be called empiricism. I don't really like that definition of empiricism because I think that Aristotle is still an empiricist, but these days it generally means nominalist, sensualist, which you can... Obviously, you can get that from Leonard Peikoff in his History of Philosophy or on my Brain website. And then another one for, thank you very much again for all the money. Now who's more rationalist? Indeed.
Two big schools, and it's not the same thing, but I need to start here. In modern philosophy, we call them the rationalists and the empiricists. The basic approach of the rationalist was to start with certain indubitable axioms and deduce. And that's placing a great emphasis on rationality, logic, deductive logic in particular. There was another group of philosophers in the same period called the empiricists who said, no, all knowledge begins and arises from sense perception and experience. I mean, knowledge can't come from nowhere.
So I do want to just comment here. Obviously, again, I don't do that, so I'm just not a rationalist by that definition. Interesting, we can define what rationalism means. But so I just want to go over like what specifically about the rationalist method makes it invalid deduction, because sometimes deduction is indeed valid. I think it's when you're deducing completely disconnected from reality, right? You're not anchoring your deductions in all these inductions that you've done. You have to build up those inductions first. I completely agree with that. And then you can deduce from that, and you can go very, very far. So the problem with rationalism isn't that you did a whole lot of that you did a whole lot of deductions, right? It's that those deductions aren't rooted in reality. It's not about the quantity. It's about the method. You can be a rationalist if you only ever did one deduction in your entire philosophy, right? That you could still be a rationalist if it's completely disconnected from reality.
Yep.
It's not as though they were irrational.
My axiom is that we can't know anything, and then my deduction is therefore, we can't say reality is real. I'm a rationalist now. There we go. I did it. That's the skepticist rationalism.
And another thing about like why the rationalists were rationalists is because like they almost took their starting points. I think like Descartes does. Like they take it on faith. Like they take that, okay, this seems pretty obvious to me. And from this obvious truth, which is not validated by induction, of course, it's just that they think it is obvious. Now I'm going to deduce from here.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. Taking the wrong first premise, that's the problem. But if you can inductively validate your priors, then deduction is indeed valid. Like it's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, because how do I
really speed this up a bit?
Yeah, okay. I do want to go over like how do I root my NAP? How do I root my legal theory? Well, I root it in the falsehood of the primacy of consciousness. I'm saying, well, these alternatives, there's the primacy of consciousness. Well, how did I get to figuring out that the primacy of consciousness is bad? Well, the same way as all objectivists, right? I can recognize that reality has to be prior to me. That's just axiomatic. It has to be the case. It's self-evident, right? In the literal sense of the word, not the sense that Dave Smith used it, meaning really, really, really obvious. It's
just so goofy if you reject the primacy of existence.
Yeah. Because fundamentally, it's a stolen concept fallacy. Otherwise, you steal the concept of consciousness. And by the way, if you're going to accuse me of being too rationalist there because I'm doing some sort of deduction or whatever, that's how Leonard Peikoff does it in his lectures. He says I got that from Leonard Peikoff. That it's a stolen concept. That the primacy of consciousness is a stolen concept fallacy. I got that from Leonard Peikoff. So, okay, if I'm going to be a rationalist for rooting my principles in primacy of consciousness being false because it's a stolen concept, then say hello, Leonard Peikoff. You're now a Cartesian, I guess.
Yeah,
Leonard Peikoff, fellow rationalist.
it's important that if we have already demonstrated the primacy of existence to be true, of course we do that inductively, and if you can reduce the nap down to primacy of existence and primacy of consciousness and choose the primacy of existence point of view, then that's a proof by reduction that stands,
Mhm.
right? Like, what's the problem? I really don't get it,
Try to put rational arguments together. But for them, what has primacy are the facts, or at least the sense perceptions, which is what it boiled down to for them at the end of the day, versus this deduction from axioms. Now, we use them as the model here. There's a sort of psychoepistemological, that's a big fancy word, but our normal habits and the way we think can be conditioned by our deeper beliefs. And so while it's broader and significantly different than this, there's an approach to ideas that basically relies on deduction from definitions and axioms, use kind of Euclid's model of geometry.
Deductions from definitions and axioms. Well, again, how do I get to definitions? I do it inductively. Not to just. We will have to keep going through this, but I just want to keep calling back to that. I'm doing these things inductively in the first case.
Also, Euclid was a very bad example there because Euclid's axioms are pretty inductive.
Mhm.
I may be wrong here, but like what Euclid defines, you can get that from reality, right? And
Yeah,
that's
Have you
why
ever
Euclidean-
seen two parallel lines that meet?
Exactly. I
Have
was
you
going
ever
to say,
seen them?
how did he get to the parallel postulate? Well, it's inductive. That's how he got to it, right? He just looked out of reality, and that's and that was valid because he was in Euclidean geometry. But as it turns out, if you start considering curved space, then it changes, and parallel lines do indeed intersect, and so on and so forth. But that's
and
that you start getting that when you're going to like way higher levels of hey, look, we've got this whole Earth, this globe, and as it turns out, if we have these geodesics, they look like they're the equivalent of parallel lines, and it seems that they do in fact intersect. But that's like a whole different domain than what Euclid was doing.
Because when you talk about the surface of a sphere, you're no longer talking about the same type of geometry. Like Euclidean geometry, you're talking like about this, like the surface of a sphere. It is not flat. I don't know what to tell you. So like the same when you project, two lines from like regular space where they exist independently onto the surface of this sphere, where their position on the sphere, it can converge. Like now you're talking. I need to do more mathematics to talk about this. I can't.
It's non-Euclidean geometry, right?
Mhm.
So like the way Euclid got to his axioms was he observed reality around him, and like there was no apparent curvature, and so reality in the vast majority of cases where we apply Euclidean geometry, the axioms stand. They adhere to reality. But when you're, let's say, talking about massive distances where, let's say, the curvature becomes relevant, let's say Earth's curvature becomes relevant, the axioms fail because you don't have
or even like around a black hole.
Exactly. Right. That's where, let's say, parallel lines will converge. That's non-Euclidean geometry. You could just create new mathematical axioms there. Not philosophical axioms, of course, mathematical axioms, and you could deduce a lot from there, and you'll be completely fine. And if you let's say doubt the power of deduction from Euclid, look around you and see like the rockets sent to the moon, like see, let's say, the cars around you, like everything that we use in which we use geometry, we are using Euclidean geometry for the scale that we live on. It's fine. Deduction's pretty powerful. We should just throw it out.
For every subject in any context. And that detaches, and this is the key fallacy here, very frequently their abstractions, their generalizations will be detached from reality, especially as we move up the ladder of abstraction. And so they run the risk of having their concepts be what we objectively.
Again, so it's a risk as you move up the ladder of deduction, because again, that it's not just that you go really high, you have really, really complex deductions which all feed into each other. That isn't the essence, but he's saying, I run the risk of doing that. Okay, well, point to specifically, where do I do that? Where specifically do I detach from reality?
Isn't this just like Cartesian doubt? Like you could have made a mistake at some point? Like,
no.
I really don't understand.
I think he's saying, I think right now he's presenting what rationalism is, and then he's going to later apply it to how Zulu is a rationalist. Like he's just saying that this is how rationalists might have made a mistake, that they kept deducing and they didn't care to check with reality something.
Sure.
Well, actually, no, it's not even that, because like what he's saying is you run the risk as you go higher. But if he's just talking about rationalism in general, that's not the essence of the problem with rationalism. Like they could be entirely correct throughout the entire chain, but the problem is that the initial starting point is just not connected to reality.
Mhm.
So what he's talking about here
Yeah.
isn't even the core fundamental problem with rationalism. It's just like I don't know, it's Cartesian doubt when it comes to deduction.
It's called floating abstract.
He's mixing two things up. Yeah, I agree. He's mixing the fact that the reason rationalists were wrong was not because their logic was wrong, it was because their premises were wrong, and the fact that you can sometimes go wrong while deducing. That those are two different things. You're right.
Disconnected from reality, and so they can build these giant logical structures in the sky, be perfectly confident with them because they are so beautifully coherent in this mind realm of theirs, but it just has nothing to do with reality, or at least they'll depart from reality at moments and rely upon this method. For them, what's convincing is deductive logic. The empiricist is not so impressed with deductive logic, and in fact they're the ones who kind of reject principles and abstractions in general, and they'll go sort of by the emotional seat of the pants. And what a classic example of this distinction we got in the Dave Smith Liquid Zulu debate. We have a classic, I'll go by my feelings, my quote common sense, my seat of the pants feelings of the moment, and that trumps any of your principles. So Dave Smith in effect rejects principles, not entirely. He'll use them when they're convenient, when he feels like, and they're competing principles, you see, and the principles themselves are kind of loosey-goosey, and we don't need to really integrate our consciousness at all, versus this intrinsicist, Liquid Zulu, who's saying, no, you have to bite the bullet, and if the whole, my kids and my family get killed, I'm still going to be true to my principle, regardless of context. Boy, what a classic example of rationalism versus empiricism.
Now,
I do want to, say, okay, well, objectivists also have to bite a billion fucking bullets. Let's be real here. Are we really going down the road of, well, no, the objectivists, it's all very commonsensical. Everybody just kind of already vibes with objectivism. No, they bite a billion bullets. I think we kind of forget how radical objectivism is because we're all in this space all the time. But no, objectivism is very, very radical. They're biting bullets left, right, and center.
Yeah, I have this example here. Do Jim and Mike think do they agree that man cannot live as a parasite, right? So if we forget the candy bar Martian reductio for a moment, let's suppose the more ordinary ethical scenario, let's say you're in a situation where either you must steal bread to feed yourself or you die, right? Is it in this scenario that the consistent objectivist has to become a thief, right? They have to become an ethical vampire, they have to steal from the productive man to feed themselves? Or is it that introducing the context of this man's entire life, we realize, well, he must have taken actions to get himself to this point where, now he's become literally to the point where he's literally only able to either steal or die, right? That's just, there's a whole ethical, this cold open, right? But once you get to this point, right, the consistent objectivist has to say, you shouldn't steal, right? So, die, parasite, right? Or if they do say that you should steal in this case, because it's an emergency circumstance, I've talked about emergency circumstances before. What is the threshold for an emergency circumstance, and how does that not authorize a permanent state of Hobbesian conflict, right? Because if you say emergency circumstance is whenever your life is under threat, or whenever you're being deprived of some vital resource, that's always the case because you're a living organism in a world of scarcity, right? To a greater or lesser extent, if you're rich, it's very, very low extent, but you're still experiencing scarcity at all times. So you're always under emergency circumstances, right? So anyway, go on.
Yeah, I do want to say, I mentioned this yesterday on the Remnant podcast, which, by the way, guys, you should all go listen to. Where I was going back and forth with someone on Twitter, one of these Randroids, and they were saying how I completely disregard, do you even know about fucking Ayn Rand's ethics of emergency? Yeah, motherfucker, I just disagree with it, okay? And I was like, okay, well, what is an emergency? And the tentative definition he gave me was something along the lines of, well, it's when a value of yours is being threatened outside of your control or choice. It's like, okay, well, I'm being taxed outside of my control or choice, so my values are indeed being threatened by the state. So therefore, I'm in a permanent emergency, and I can just go ahead and do whatever the hell I want. This is what you end up with.
It's even worse than that, because what does it mean? Outside of your control or choice? Well, guess what? You're an organism in a universe. You're limited by your existence and identity, right? So outside of your control or choice, you're just dying, right? By nature, over time. So guess what? You're in a permanent emergency. Just kill everyone.
Mm-hmm. And it's also let's see what now Nicola is here, but I'm going to use his theory. Let's see what this regresses into. It's imagine if you grant the premise of emergency circumstances, every time a new disease, like every time a new cure is found for a disease, like everybody who has that disease should just like run into that building and like grab the cure and just inject it into themselves, like because they might die if they don't get it, and so we never have cures again. And then this regresses, like you see what I'm saying, like conceding the emergencies point regresses into complete, jungle ethics. It's completely, Vim worship, And
Hobbesian conflict, right? Like it literally authorizes the Hobbesian state of nature where everyone is fighting each other all the time.
Yeah. And so I would really want, Mike and James to, I feel weird calling them Mike and James. They're like so much older than me, but whatever. But I would really want them to, I would really want the gentleman to, like show me a principled difference here. Like what makes something an emergency principally, right? And where is it, why is it necessary? Where it is, licit to aggress or licit to just steal something, and like, and why, why is it such?
I do want to say perhaps because they are so much older, we should call them M Dog and J Dog. I think that's the respectful honorific.
Yeah. So, like maybe. And I want them to show me something which is more than just, oh, but it's so obvious, or, oh, but I'll die without it. Like, that's not, like, sure, but that's not a philosophical argument, right? Like, give me an argument, give me a principle, give me something that I can grapple with in my mind. Don't just tell me this. Like,
I'd like to suggest something. So, like, in Atlas Shrugged, is it not the case that like the masses are put into an emergency circumstance by like the strike of the creative men of the mind? Like, when they all go on strike, they stop providing things to the great masses, right? They all start, being deprived of values. Are they not in an emergency circumstance? Can they not just go to Galt's Gulch, get John Galt, put him in chains, and be like, you will now work, like put him, put him back into the factory, get him to build the engine again. Like, is that not an emergency circumstance for them? Are they not authorized to do that?
Torture John Galt, I guess.
Oh, go ahead.
I'll just say Liquid Zulu's abstractions get detached from reality. They become floating abstractions.
Right. Now, the appeal, and this happens.
Again, not to harp on this too heavily, but I want specifics here. Like specifically, where do I detach from reality? But we got to get through this. So
to me, I've seen it. Leonard Peikoff says it happened to him. The appeal with rationalism is the logical structure and the certainty. Right? There's no breach. It's this, therefore this, therefore this, therefore this, and it's very enticing. It's like doing a mathematical chain. Right? 6 times 6 is 36. Times 3 is 108. And it all just sort of flows.
Right.
But what you just said is interesting because when I read Understanding Objectivism, which was based on the lecture course given by Leonard Peikoff, he said rationalism is associated with intrinsicism. And I said, wow, that seems wrong to me, because I would think if you're saying intrinsic reality, that would be associated with empiricism. But actually, no, it comes to, because of the logical certainty, it's associated with an intrinsic nature of reality and of morality.
So, for example, what Zulu calls the non-aggression principle is an absolute intrinsicist about. It stands out of context. It doesn't have a context that conditions it.
Don't get too far.
So again, it does have a context which conditions it. It's just the Randian, the context isn't that we're all peaceful and we're all getting along. Like, no, it still applies when you're not being peaceful. Yeah, the context is there are multiple people who can get into conflicts with each other. That is the context of the NEP. It doesn't apply to Crusoe on the island on his own. Yeah, so it does have a context.
Guess what? That's inductive, right? Like Zulu. I think you went outside today, right? You saw, oh my God, there's actually people out here. Jesus Christ, right? And
I was terrified.
There's scarce means, and we can get into conflicts over these things. Oh my God, we need to find out something. There has to be some way we can deal with this. And then the trusty non-aggression principle descended from the sky. It's like, oh, finally.
Yeah, God came down and he whispered in my ear. He said NAP, and I was like, oh, great. That's how I got to the NAP. It's like, no, actually, look at how I build it up in the original paper. Right, I'm going, okay, well, so there is this clear problem. I can see it in front of me. It's called scarcity. I can get into conflicts with people, okay? And then specifically focus in on how, and I get up that trichotomy. It's a valid trichotomy, by the way. But look at how I fundamentally attack the mixed law position. Right, what do? I go, okay, well, let's look at all the different sorts of legal ethics there have been throughout history. And I list off a huge number of them. I list off 8 of them. And I go, okay, well, actually, there are common principles here. I identified 2 common principles, namely It's either going to be a class-based ethic or a whim-based ethic, and I show how both are actually false. So I'm being inductive there. That is my primary method of attacking mixed law, is the inductive one. Primary, that's what I start with.
Yeah. And, like, it's another thing. Like, we could have never gotten to the concepts of aggression if we didn't know all of these things, Like, it's not possible to get to aggression. Like, we're observing things out there in reality, things that really happen, and then we are reasoning from there. It's induction. Like, it is inductive and deductive. Deductive because, like, both of these things are logic, right? Like, you need both to get to truth. You can get to principles through induction, and you can apply those principles to specifics using deduction. That's there.
Far ahead of us, though.
And whatever the
The chat is
ramifications
telling
are,
us to keep going. Never mind. Sorry, keep
we
going.
just have to bite the bullet and live with it.
Right.
That is the hallmark of an intrinsicist.
Yes.
But you know something? There's something. They both kind of are two sides of the same coin. So that when the subjectivist takes on any principles, he kind of has to be an intrinsicist about it too, as Dave Smith was. And to some extent, if he's confronting reality, there'll come a point where someone, the intrinsicist like Zulu, will say, "Oh, well, that's just application. That's just details, and we can never anticipate that. Let the details."
So I just want to be clear here. When I'm saying, well, that's to be clear, I don't say that's just details. I think what he's pointing to is when I'm saying that I'm a jurist, and in fact I can't sit on my armchair and deduce out every possible scenario in law in applying law to reality. I'm a jurist. I'm only giving you the general principles, and actually that's why I'm not being a rationalist here. If I was a rationalist, then I would be like Hegel, and I would think all of everything about applying law could be just deduced from my armchair. I don't think that. I agree with Stephen Kinsella that there's a role for both the judge and the jurist. Okay, and I'm explicitly separating those two roles. The judge, he'd been given these general principles by the jurists, me. I worked them out, okay, and then he has to apply it to some particular case in front of him where he can analyze all of the facts of the matter. Okay, that's how is he? What's going on there? Well, we're actually tying it to reality, aren't we?
Details fall where they may. That's classic subjectivism. So at the end of the day, the intrinsicist will sometimes be a subjectivist, and the subjectivist will sometimes be an intrinsicist. They go hand in hand.
Just to maybe jump ahead a little bit, with the whole idea of biting bullets, as Zulu said, is so contrary to the objectivist ethics, which the purpose is to survive and thrive, not to bite bullets and die. Right?
So again, let's get a quick couple of bullets that the objectivists have to bite. Selfishness is good. Yeah, you have to bite that bullet. Selfishness is good. Gee whiz, tell that to the fucking average person on the street, and they'll think you're a monster. Okay, the objectivist has to bite the bullet. Now, it's justified for a business owner to pay their employees as little as possible. They're allowed to go as low as they possibly can. They're allowed to operate their business however they want. Objectivist, are you going to bite the bullet that it's fine to have planned obsolescence? Yeah, the objectivist has to bite that fucking bullet, don't they? They have to bite all these bullets, and then they can go on to elaborate how, well, no, actually the free market is good for reasons X, Y, Z. But yeah, you don't get to just be a parasite. I bite the bullet that there should be no welfare. If you're starving on the side of the road and you aren't being productive, yeah, it's I bite the bullet that you don't have that we shouldn't force people to pay for that person. That we should that we should let them die.
Like here's the bullet that I think they're kind of struggling to bite here is that that is consistent objectivism is like, you cannot sacrifice other people to yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
You cannot live as a parasite. That is unethical, right? And so like in any case where you're like, oh, I'm starving to death, but if I could steal a bread, I could live. That's the case where you have the alternative of being a man or living as a parasite, right? Like that's your alternative.
Mm-hmm.
And it's unethical to live as a parasite.
Yeah, like the point is not to specifically, it's not to survive and thrive, it's to thrive, right? We're not surviving at any cost here. Like not all survival is good survival. It's important, right?
Isn't there a Peikoff quote or it's either Peikoff or Rand, who literally explicitly say it's not about survival at any cost. Like it's about living the good life as a man, like as a rational animal, right? And if you descend to to living as like a creature, a parasite, you're not living the good life. You're being unethical.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And it's interesting to me because I actually had a discussion with someone earlier.
Just to, just if Zulu could go into it, maybe I can. but I would prefer Zulu because like, he's far more experienced in debate than I am. Like, what does debate like Zulu? What does biting bullets mean in debate? Right? What does it mean? Like, it does it mean like you're like just elaborate here? That's very important.
So it means you're not abrogating your principle. You're not carving out. Okay, well, yeah, this is just real tricky. Specifically, oh, this sounds bad to the average person. So I'm not going to bite the bullet there. That's why it's a bullet bite, right? It's, oh, this sounds really yucky, so I'm not gonna go that far. We have to have sometimes our principles apply, but we'll allow some exceptions, right? And ask what Binswanger has to say about that, right? What does Binswanger have to say about that? I included this in my video. Let's see here. Yes, a principle identifies an action that is required by the facts at hand. To violate a principle is to act as if what is required were not required, a contradiction. The oft-heard excuse, just this once, means it's safe to accept just this one contradiction, but accepting a contradiction undercuts the whole structure of one's knowledge. It forces a puzzle piece into a space it does not fit, spoiling the overall picture and leaving no place to put the right piece. He said that in How We Know, which I've got through on my bedside table over there. I don't have it with me.
There's a problem here. You realize there's a problem here, that in order to find that this is a contradiction, you actually have to deduce, right? When you have A and non-A, it's actually an extra step. You have to deduce that A and non-A equals, is equivalent to false. And that's a deduction, and you can't do that in objectivism. I'm very sorry.
Yeah.
And he said to me that
also,
like
there is also something which I'd like to say here, which is that in debate, what you can do is like the human mind is very creative. It can come up with a bunch of hypotheticals which sometimes very openly, but sometimes very subtly omit important facts about reality. And that makes the completely sound principle that you have based on inductive reality sound very, very, like anti-reality. Like, it makes it sound like what you're saying is sometimes very kooky, but that's fine, because in computer science you have this principle called garbage in, garbage out. Like, your computer can be completely fine, but if you're feeding garbage data, you're going to get garbage output, right? And so if hypothetical omits important facts about reality in such a way that the choices that you're given are, everyone dies if you don't steal a penny. Like, there are two approaches to that. One is to say that, no, I know my principle is correct because my premises are correct and my logic is correct. So there must be something wrong in the hypothetical here, or I'm missing something. So let me try to do that. And the other approach is, just like throw up your hands and say, oh, it's ridiculous. The principles no longer apply. And like, we're back into subjectivism. We're back into pragmatism. We're back into whim worship. So like, take the right principle, take the right approach here. If a hypothetical, like if your logical conclusions are leading to something absurd, especially in hypothetical scenarios, I'm pretty sure either like you're missing something in your logic, or the hypothetical is perhaps subtly or directly contradicting reality. So like, look into these things, right? That's what biting the bullet truly is here. Like, I understand what you're doing, and like, don't abandon principle. If your principles are based in reality, if you're double checked your logic and your premises are correct, you are correct. Remember that.
Consequentialist. And I said, well, objectivism is a consequentialist ethic. It's at an individual level for long-term survival and flourishing. It's not deontological where you divorce ethics from consequences, but it's also not you just look at the consequences for the greatest happiness for the greatest number.
That's it. Most of what we call consequentialism will fall into the categories of utilitarianism and pragmatism, because at the end of the day, they are subjective standards. The utilitarian only adds for the greatest number. Okay, what he's saying is hedonism. What satisfies the emotions, the feelings, in effect, of the greatest number of people. Or pragmatists. Well, don't be wedded to principles. Do what emotionally satisfies them. In effect, the same standard, either you or most people at the end of the day, because that's how they test what's practical, is by means of their emotions. Now, in that sense, objectivism is not consequentialist. We believe in principles. We believe that concepts can actually connect to reality. Therefore, our principles connect to reality. Therefore, we believe in principles. But the ultimate justification for those principles.
And again, just real quick, if you accept any principles, then you have to bite bullets. Like, there's just no way around it, because you're going to get yucky. I can think of a million yucky things against any principle you come up with. Believe you me. And the communists can do this in every fucking debate against you. This thing happens.
principles is consequentialist in the broadest sense. That is to say, I'm rational and moral for a very specific reason: to survive, to live, so that I can succeed and thrive and survive. And in the broadest sense, let me put it this way. That is to say, in contrast to the deontological approach. What's so funny is that the so-called objectivist in the debate is embracing, in fact, being a deontologist.
Yes.
Now, the great philosopher of deontology is Immanuel Kant.
No.
Ayn Rand said that is the exact
Again, I'm not a deontologist, so
opposite. The farthest away from my conception of
Right.
philosophy
Yeah.
is deontology.
Yeah.
So if you're a deontological objectivist, right off the bat, you got a big fat contradiction. There can
Yes.
be no
I agree, but I'm not.
such thing as a deontological objectivist, because in the broadest sense, it's, well, use another fancy philosophical word, we are a teleological
Yes.
ethicists as objectivists. You see?
Yes, which is, by the way, is square in the history of ethical philosophy. I mean, it's not like Ayn Rand just invented teleological ethics, and that's not what ethics is about. I mean, this goes back to the Greeks. All right.
Yeah, Aristotle. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Who are you
Now,
arguing
the difference-
against?
Yeah. What's going on here?
objectivism is neither rationalist nor empiricist. It's logic, but applied to experience. And fundamentally, objectivism is an inductive method, right? I want you to elaborate, but let me just say something.
Yes, fundamentally, it's inductive, and I do that. I am fundamentally inductive. Like, let's just go to the bank teller principle, which I revealed again on yesterday's stream, the Remnant podcast. How did I get to that? Well, fundamentally, I got there inductively. I thought, okay, well, let's look at this example of the bank teller. Well, what is different? There seems to be some sort of a difference between the one case where he's putting his pinky on her shoulder and the other case where he's putting a gun to her head. And I was fundamentally being inductive there to discover this new legal principle. That's how it happens. I didn't just sit there in my armchair and deduce out everything from the NEP. I didn't just put it into like a mathematics machine and just spat everything out for me. I was being fundamentally inductive there. And then I have to go back and make sure that it still lines up with the broader context of my knowledge. This new induced principle, does it still line up with everything else I know? Can I integrate this with everything else? That's the objectivist approach right there.
Mm-hmm. Remember that induction is fundamental, but that does not mean that deduction is bad. It's like you induce and then you deduce, right? Like fundamental is you're not rejecting deduction here. It's
You
important.
breathe in and then you breathe out.
Yeah.
It has to do with going from particulars to generalizations. To generalize from particulars, like when you're forming concept, you say, you notice that these things have similarities and, they're different from other things. So you group them into a concept. What Leonard says, and what I think he's correct, is that deduction is essentially good for two things. One, polemics, for argumentation's sake, because it sums things up very quickly in a neat way and you're able to make your arguments, but also for subsuming new concretes, new particulars into a concept. So for instance, a deduction would be, everything that is this shape and holds water.
Subsuming new concretes into a concept. I am a concrete person who's being subsumed into the concept of rationalism. Interesting stuff going on here. Apparently it's not a particular.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I want to talk about polemics. Like, wait, what does it mean that like you could make good arguments with logic, but that like it doesn't actually apply to reality otherwise? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know. I don't have anything to elaborate on that. It's really weird.
This new thing I've come across has these characteristics, therefore it's a cup as well. That's where deduction comes in. So just elaborate a little bit on the inductive method of objectivist epistemology and also the role that deduction does sometimes play.
All of our abstractions, all of our generalizations are rooted in sense perception and are integrations of sense perception. And we build up our knowledge into broader and broader abstractions. We don't start out with this big broad abstraction and then with our definition and then just deduce. No. We start piling up abstractions. Hey, if I put...
Yes, we don't.
As a child, if I push the ball, it rolls. If I don't push the ball, it stays still. We learn that's how simple and basic and sense perception based all of our knowledge has to be. There is no... Now, on the other hand, when we do have an abstract principle and we're confident in that abstract principle, there are new applications that we did not foresee. And so deduction is the taking of this abstraction and applying it to new instances. Aha, I know this principle. I see this new concrete. It's an example of it.
Pause. So hang on. Let's think about this. So let's say we have the non-initiation of force principle. Like, let's not even talk about the nap for a second. Because these guys, they're gonna agree. They're gonna agree. Rand's like non-initiation of force, which is like it's 2 millimeters from the nap, right? So let's say we deduce this, right? Or we induce this, right? We find that you should not initiate force against peaceful people, right? Okay, so we induce it, and then we start deducing. Like, okay, well, let's see where else does this apply. Okay, my God, okay, what if there's like a Martian? He has like a dead laser. He's about to blow up the Earth. But he asks you, he says, if you could just steal 1 penny, he would stop. But that would violate the non-initiation of force principle. No! We're cooked. It's over.
Yeah, and the standard argument there is that life is the standard, and like, so you must not violate, like you must try to survive in any way, but that just falls. Like there cannot be a contradiction between a whole theory. Like you can't, like, you're basically claiming that non-initiation of force just doesn't apply when it's about your life, but it's always about your life to some extent, right? And so you got to show me a principle difference here, like Zulu did with his Taylor principle,
Yeah, like
which
they'll
I was.
say,
Mhm.
like, this is a metaphysically abnormal circumstance, right? Where now it's the case where survival depends on initiating force. But, like, I really don't like this term metaphysically abnormal. What does that actually imply to say metaphysically abnormal? It would say that reality itself has changed on a universal scale, right?
Yeah.
That is nonsense. What is metaphysics?
Yeah.
It is the field where we're talking about the universal properties of existence. These apply in all cases, right? So, like, metaphysically abnormal is a contradiction in terms, I'd say. Like what is
Yes.
metaphysical is normal in all cases, right? So for something to be metaphysically abnormal, it would have to be fictional, right? And I guess you could say that you could invent like some fictional universe where like this has to be really like out there, where like vampirism, in terms of like literally committing aggression, it's not even like stealing physical objects. It would be like committing aggression is actually like creates sustenance for some person, right? Like but it just doesn't make any sense, right? Like,
But
yeah, go on.
even that kind of even that is kind of let's say a vampire. Like, of course, you have in nature, you have parasites, but you will never have a volitional being level, highly intellect, like highly developed mind level of parasite, because like like why would it
I would like
need
to
to
suggest,
develop all of those minds?
I would
Yeah.
suggest that there's like two different uses of the word parasite here. Like in terms of like physical biology, right? Like you can imagine, there's like some science fiction novel where you have like vampires, which are like, they're like humans who
No,
acquire sustenance
I
from
agree.
like consuming blood, right? But you can
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can imagine that's a volitional being. They can acquire blood without committing aggression, right? Without initiating force, right? But then when we imagine the ethical vampire, this is the creature which can only be sustained by committing aggression, right? It's not that like they
No,
need to take blood. It's that they take, like aggression as sustenance, right? Which is
no.
something magical is going on there.
Yeah, I get it. You're making the, like, in terms of like the hypothetical argument. I agree with you, but I'm like making the more like biological argument here, that like a parasite doesn't need to, like, there is a reason humans evolved to be rational, right? Like, because the conditions in which we lived, we needed all this creativity, we needed all this levels of abstraction. Like a parasite just doesn't. It just needs to find a host. That's what I'm kind of saying.
And we do have two more super chats, so thank you very much to Heterodoxic Gnostic 8070 for 20 North Korean kroners. Thank you very much. Ivory Tower Reverse Rationalism, I coined it. Well, there you go. And then Anarcho-Hompian for $8 Australian. Thank you very much. It seems like they know Hompa in particular derives the NEP rationalistically, and then just assume everyone else does. It's a knee-jerk. Yeah, I mean, because I'm not seeing any, like, where's their refutation of my particular theory? That's what I want them to get into. But then also MC Shroom, 8930 for 5 BGN. Well, thank you very much. It's ridiculous they call objectivism consequentialist. Objectivism is against the false dichotomy of consequences against the identity. Objectivism is against the false dichotomy of consequences against the identity of an action is. I think that may have been cut off a little bit, but thank you very much for the money.
I think I know what he's getting at there. Basically, he's saying, there's this false dichotomy between, like the deontologist who says, like, what matters is what you're doing, like your action, like, just like the like, as long as you follow this set of principles that I magically created, then it doesn't matter what happens other than that, right? Like, whereas then there's the consequentialist who's like, only the end state matters, right? Like we have to acquire the maximum number of chickens in the universe, right? That's the good state that we want to approach, right? Whereas the objectivist, and virtue ethics in general, it returns to a teleological view, right? A teleological view where like there is a purpose to ethics and ethical principles, right? And the other part is that praxeology will actually like helps you understand this, right? Like ethics is the field of like deciding what action one should take, right? And for praxeology, we know that an action has two components. There's a means and an end, right? So any fully integrated system of ethics has to be able to describe like what ends should you select, which is like what values, what's your code of values, and what means are valid for acquiring those values. That's your principles. These are non-aggression principle. Life is. There you go.
Yeah.
So in recognizing the application and in applying our abstractions, deduction is valuable. Now, don't get me wrong, and Leonard be the first one to say this, we can learn remarkable new information through deduction, but only if our abstractions are clearly, firmly, tightly connected to sense perception. And the order it goes with humans is we build up from sense perception. So we don't get to a principle of honesty until we've built up all kinds of sub-abstractions about their application. Am I being honest with myself? What's wrong with that? What about this context of being honest with someone? Well, wait a minute, you're never going to trust me. So to earn your trust, I have to be consistently honest. Now, that's one abstraction on the way to the broader abstraction of honesty. Faking reality. Any attempt to gain a value by means of dishonesty is wrong. And
I wonder what my argument against aggression is. Could it perhaps be that it's faking reality? Oh, well, this is another instance of this principle then. Whoa. As it turns out, it's crazy.
Yep.
Okay. Now, in normal philosophical parlance, as you said, with the rationalist, what the role that axioms play is they're basically indisputable fundamentals from which they deduce their conclusions. Now, this mistake happens in some people's understanding of objectivism because we do have axiomatic concepts. So like Dave Smith said in that debate, objectivists just start with their axioms and think they can deduce an entire system. But that's not the role that axioms play in objectivism.
Look, the fact
just pause here for a bit. I don't want to pause too much, but it's important to say this, is that some of the reasons for the confusion might be in the Dave Smith debate, like he just said that objectivists deduce from their axioms, and pretty much every objectivist that I know got really pissed at that you didn't respond to that, and I don't know, like it's not relevant to the debate proposition. So like I can get that you don't have to respond to it, but I think that's part of the reason which motivated this video, that like they really wanted you to like hammer him that no, that's not what objectivism is.
They wanted you to be racist against deduction.
Well, I would say, if they want to take the debate with Dave, then, go ahead. Good luck. It takes a fucking goddamn lot of work to get into a debate with Dave Smith. And I was there to prove this specific resolution, that libertarians ought to bite the bullet and support zero restrictions on public property, and insist that it is always wrong to violate the NEP. If I went down into a big tangent with Dave, like this is a red herring. He does this all the time. Dave loves doing this, where he throws up red herrings, right? And I consciously wanted to avoid getting into a red herring because I wanted to prove that resolution. Nowhere in that resolution does objectivism come in. Objectivism isn't included in this resolution, so that's a red herring, right? I do agree with Michael that Dave should debate him. Absolutely, I think that would be a good idea. But fundamentally, that's my job. Isn't to debate every single possible resolution, every single possible red herring that Dave has. I've got limited time there. I'm faced with opportunity cost. I'm faced with scarcity in that debate, a scarcity of speaking time. I have to, pick which fights I'm going to go down. And fundamentally, the fights I'm going to go down are whichever ones help me prove my resolution. That's all that matters in the context of the debate. Yeah. So, the objectivists out there, if you're pissed off at that I didn't get into the objectivism enough, well, I don't know. You go ahead and debate him then. Go on.
Yeah. Also, like Dave Smith has probably not heard of the word induction. I don't know if he has. Maybe he's secretly a very philosophical person. But like that's a half an hour lecture to explain what induction even is. Mm-hmm. You don't have to, And
I don't even know the theory of induction very well. To be clear, it's perhaps one of the hardest problems in epistemology. I know there are various there are various different competing theories of induction. I know there's David Harriman's one, which he developed with Leonard Peikoff. And there's Inductica's one. There are a whole bunch of different theories of induction. I haven't taken the time to actually, go through all of them with a fine-tooth comb and, determine like which one of these is correct. What do I, and tease that out. That's a whole lot of work, right? I focus on law, all right? I'm not an epistemologist. Sue me. I'm not actually omniscient. Right? I don't know everything. So it would be a huge mistake for me to be in a live debate, to be trying on the fly to come up with a theory of induction. Oh boy, good luck. Good luck with that.
Yep.
Existence is self-evident. That what we mean by metaphysical axioms, like existence or consciousness, is that they're present in every instance of awareness. That knowledge doesn't get added to as we learn more. It's always true. That exists. Okay, that exists. As long as it's an instance of consciousness, I'm conscious of something that exists. Now, can I deduce capitalism from existence exists? No, I cannot. I need all kinds
I agree.
of other information.
Agreed.
Hundreds at least. I was going to say dozens, thousands, but the point is, I don't know how many it is, but we're going to need a whole mess, at least dozens and dozens of abstractions derived from experience and history, derived from my own experience, derived from my study of the facts, derived from history and economics, until I can finally reach the abstraction. In fact, the non-aggression principle, however you want, whatever you want to call it. Now, Ayn Rand talks about the evil of the initiation of force, but that is the big summary conclusion of a whole bunch of study of history, economics. By the time she gets there, there was this joke about a young objectivist who she was studying with back around 1950, and he was an economist, and he said, well, okay, I get your argument why nationalization doesn't work in the coal industry, but what about the steel industry?
Don't you think in principle?
Think in principle.
We agree.
We 100% agree. Well, I get your argument against aggression in this one case, but what about when the Martians come around? Well, don't you think in principle? Right, come on.
Yeah, exactly.
We agree.
Get the idea.
Exactly. Show the principal difference.
Yeah.
You should be able to apply it to new instances deductively. Yes. But we first get to the point where we see, no. It's the initiation of force that's
You should be able to apply it to new instances deductively. There you go.
There you go. I'm sorry. I thought deduction was bad. I thought I was being a rationalist here.
Aha! And so now we get what's in common with all of these examples: the initiation of force.
Yes.
And
now, importantly, initiation of force, unlike as we're going to see with Rothbard, it's not axiomatic that it's wrong.
Okay, I just want to make clear here. Rothbard, again, it's the non-aggression principle, not the non-initiation of force principle, and it's the non-aggression principle, right? I know some people do call it the non-aggression axiom, and perhaps even Rothbard, ventures into that in different parts. But I, if he does, I disagree with that, right? It's the non-aggression principle. That's what I say. I always call it the non-aggression principle. I've never once called it the non-aggression axiom. Never once in my entire life have I done that. Right? Find me the clip of me doing that.
What it is, it's a downstream conclusion from an entire ethical system that Rand puts together. Okay, so the role of the axioms in objectivism, in essence, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is it provides us with sure footing, right? It tells us that we have a foundation in reality that cannot be denied, so that when we're talking about further abstraction, somebody says, well, it's all an opinion anyway, there's no real existence, nothing has identity, then we...
I do want to call out, I normally don't read out most chat messages unless they're super chats, but this one by... Kerwin NPK is right on the mark. Why even call it a principle if you're willing to make exceptions? Indeed, that's entirely correct. If there are exceptions to it, then it just isn't a principle. That's what a principle means. It doesn't have exceptions.
Take the Jose Gallison point, right? Like take the Jose Gallison pill and just call it the non-aggression preference.
Yeah.
Right?
I like to say, here's the thing. So you could... So what you have to do, like the NAP has a domain, right? Like it's a principle and has a domain. The domain is, we're talking about conflicts here, right? And we're saying that the initiation of the conflict is unethical, right? And so you could prove a NAP. It wouldn't be a NAP exception. It would be like you would say the domain of the NAP doesn't apply here for some principled reason. And if you presented that proof, that would be very interesting to hear about, right? But that's not whatever gets presented here. They just say there's some arbitrary, ex ante view, this is an exception. Why? Because I don't like it, right? There's never this proper theoretical approach, saying the domain is limited here for some reason, right? They never actually go onto that.
Exactly. And if they are able to provide a principal difference, they're able to objectively demonstrate the proof is sound, every one of us will convert instantly. Mm-hmm. Let's see if they do that in this video.
Yeah, I mean, look at the, blocking proviso, right? I think 0 people who start learning about libertarian legal theory, probably 0 people would ever think that there would be something around forestalling. You're not allowed to make a donut homestead. They think, well, that's clearly an exception. But as it turns out, it's not an exception. No. When you really look into it, this is actually, and as I keep thinking more about it, I'm becoming more and more convinced that forestalling might be way more fundamental than we're even giving it credit for. It might be that every single, I think it might have even been heterodox agnostic in a space who first presented this to me. It might be that literally every type of aggression is just a sort of forestalling, which I'm very interested by. That is...
I'm not sure. I think we have to come up with a proper, a very precise definition of forestalling.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but there's something there,
There's a there
I
there.
can see it. Yeah, there's there.
And Nuclear Mayhem 9238 for 20 North Korean kroners. Thank you very much. I'm going to keep calling North Korean kroners because it's just NO. I don't think Norway, you know. I just think North Korea for some reason.
Nuclear obliteration kronas.
Don't aggress sometimes principle. Yeah, that's not a principle. Like sometimes when you're in the realm of sometimes, then you're outside the realm of principle. You need to have, because that really means there's a principle which applies in this domain, and there's a different principle in this domain, and you haven't defined the domains yet.
Yeah, just think about this as like a predicate. Like instead of saying, for all X, you're saying there exists X, right? So there exists X in there exists actions in the set of all conflicts that you should not initiate a conflict, right? But that doesn't get you to understand, you have to actually demonstrate what's the underlying, way you determine in which case you don't, or you do or don't initiate a conflict, right? Because it's not the non-aggression principle if it's only in some cases, right? If there exists X cases where you should initiate a conflict, right? In which case, you haven't discovered the universal set here. Which is the all cases for you shouldn't initiate conflicts.
Yeah.
You say, well, no, actually, we do. And what they do is.
And just before we continue here, Anarcho-Objectivism did just give 8 Australian dollars. Thank you very much. I think all forms of theft are forestalling, but I don't think that a crime like murder can be classified that way. Could be wrong. Yeah, I mean, I'm not convinced of this, to be clear. But I think it's worth investigating, exactly.
Yeah.
Ground our conclusions, our broader conclusions to reality. They're not to be deduced from them.
All of our further knowledge is built on the axiom that existence exists. And while we haven't named it as a toddler or a baby, existence exists, we don't. I'm deeply impressed. As adults, we really do need to name it at some point, but only as adults, after we've developed a whole bunch of knowledge about a whole bunch of subjects, because we can contradict those axioms if we're not self-aware of them. So as adults, we come back and we see, a premise of everything I know, a premise of any fact in any subject is existence or identity or consciousness. And once I ground that and say, you see, that was the knowledge that permitted this knowledge to ever come about, now I've got an inescapable axiom. And one, if it's a metaphysical axiom, that applies to all of every instance of consciousness, every instance of awareness of anything. And so explicitly understanding how axioms lie at the
any instance, unless of course metaphysics becomes abnormal at some point, then metaphysics is abnormal, so we can't have these axioms apply anymore.
Base of any and all knowledge is an important thing to learn when we're an adult, but all we're doing is reverse engineering the beginnings of knowledge.
Okay, so I want to go through two of these thinkers that Zulu attempts to incorporate with objectivism. And we're going to start with Rothbard just because he came first. So I figure that's a fair way to do it. So
the father of anarcho-capitalism.
Yes. So Rothbard says that self-ownership, non-aggression, and life as a value are axiomatic. Rothbard also, this is a direct quote.
I disagree with that.
Yeah.
May there not be
he
something
might have said
about
that at some point, but
it's entirely possible, yeah.
Our proof is not that. So
Yeah.
Act in itself, which in its very nature can be considered good or evil. So now notice that with saying self-ownership, non-aggression, life as a value are axiomatic, you're starting with rationalism. In his conclusion, may there not be something about an act in itself, meaning divorced from consequences, which in its very nature can be considered good or evil. Rothbard also has his famous
Yeah, I would, again, I would reject that. It's the fact that the action is cheating reality, right? And that has negative consequences in the same way that I can reject the principles of gravitation. I can reject that, right? And then I'll walk off a cliff, and very quickly, very obviously, reality is going to smack me in the face and I'm going to die, right? It becomes a lot less obvious when you're flouting these principles in ethics. It becomes a lot less obvious how reality is smacking you in the face, but it still does, because you're still trying to cheat reality there.
Yeah, the point is there's this arbitrary separation from consequences and action, or the principles, right? The idea is that, and I think it comes from the deontologists who are you can act in a good way, and you will, and no matter the consequences might be personally negative for you but you're acting selflessly, which is good, right? But the problem is when we're applying the objectivist ethic, right? We're realizing no, your actions, they have a distinct identity which informs the consequences, right? And by following these principles, you can live a good life, right? You can actually these directly follow onto each other, right? And the fact that you might die in some specific circumstance, right? That's a fact by the fact that you're a living organism, you're a living creature. Death is a feature of your existence. That's part of your identity, right? At the end of your existence, you're going to die, right? But like at the moment you're alive, you need to actually have principles to live a good life, right? You know.
Yeah. And also remember that if we want to ever, let's say, quote unquote, cheat death, the way we do that is by consistently applying these principles so that we develop more and more technology, so that we get more and more, medicine and longevity drugs and like greater and greater amount of, let's say, quality of life improvements. And even then, still, like we could still potentially die, but like our life will be expanded further and further. So you don't reject principles to live. You need principles to live, like even in that broad scene of things.
It's like take the example of like the guy where there's a meteor coming to and it's going to destroy Earth, and there's a scientist who has a laser gun, and you're like, hey, that laser gun could destroy the asteroid, but he's refusing to use it. It's like, okay, well, let's actually think about this. Then there's this genius who came up with the means to destroy these asteroids, and for whatever reason, maybe he's shrugging, right? Maybe he's John Galt and he's shrugging, which is like, okay, well, how this ties into how did we get here? Because I reject ethical cold opens as a matter of principle, and I really mean principle there. So how do we get there? Maybe he's shrugging, right? Or maybe there's like, this genius who actually understands the operation of this laser. Maybe he actually knows more than us idiot fucking masses, right? Maybe he knows that if you shoot it with the laser, it actually, the asteroid would be like a near miss, and it would only kill like one city off. But if you shoot it with the laser gun, it like makes it radioactive, and now suddenly it blows up the entire planet. Right? Maybe he knows that,
No.
or maybe the laser itself is like defective, like he hasn't perfected it yet, and he's working on trying to perfect it. But meanwhile, he's distracted by all this mob breaking down the doors of his lab, and then he's like, "No, guys, stop!" And the mob starts tearing him limb from limb, and they turn the laser on, and it blows up the whole universe. And he's like, "You retards! Like, what are you doing?" And now the Martian civilization is also dead. Everybody on the moon is also dead. Everybody's dead now, right? Maybe he knows. The guy who came up with this technology actually knows more about it than us. Let's have a little bit of humility here.
Economy, where he says there's three possibilities: either everyone owns everybody, some people own others, or everyone owns himself. And from that, he deduces self-ownership. First of all, that's pure rationalism. But secondly, it negates the option that perhaps ownership is a myth. There's no such thing as ownership.
Okay, but is ownership a myth?
Kinsella will tell you there's a distinction between ownership and possession. So like, you just plug that in, plug it in, and
plug that in. Because then if ownership is a real thing, then does the trichotomy not stand? Right? Is it not then a valid e contrario? Right? Are we now rejecting argumentum e contrario as a valid method of logic? Right? This is ludicrous.
It's just a social construction that people have come up with, but he doesn't include that, which is again classic rationalism.
Because again, Rothbard, he's not being a rationalist here, right? He's not saying, okay, and here's my 10 million premise proof of everything, right? That would be kind of rationalistic, right? You're kind of venturing into that. He's already elsewhere validated ownership, so he doesn't need to. Like, imagine how you would write Opar, as is being suggested by Michael here. How would you write Opar? Every chapter you'd have to have just one long, big argument, numbered argument, which reestablishes everything you've already established in the book every single time. Like, oh my god, it'd be Principia Mathematica at that point. Like, we're not doing Principia Mathematica. We're doing philosophy. He's already elsewhere established ownership. He's like, okay, well, what is the valid, principle of ownership with respect to bodies? And it has to be self-ownership. Nothing else makes sense, guys. And look at the way he attacks the ethic of one class of humans owning another class of humans. He's saying, well, this isn't a human ethic anymore. It's not an ethic for humanity. It's an ethic for subhumans as against humans. And he asserts that this is proven elsewhere, that we're trying to get an ethic of humanity, right? That's how he's going about it. He doesn't want to do Principia Mathematica here. Like, come on.
So just your knowledge of Rothbard, I mean, I've read most everything he's written, but your knowledge eclipses mine. So just give a basically, why isn't Rothbard's epistemological method able to be properly integrated in any sense with Ayn Rand?
Because he does not give us the empirical base of the sub-abstractions to get us to the wider abstractions. One could lay out a field deductively once one has thoroughly got the, field understood. As we move up the level.
Oh, I see.
Whoa.
One can lay out a field deductively. Let's say, is law a field? It certainly sounds like one, right? So one can, once they've thoroughly understood the field, I'd say I'd fucking qualify, they can lay out that field deductively, and they can go back and re-establish everything they got initially inductively is actually subsumed under this greater principle. Like, that's how you fucking do it. That's the spiral theory of knowledge right there. That's what I'm doing.
Yep.
Ladder of abstraction.
Nothing
We're moving
to
up
add.
the ladder of generalized abstraction until we get to the basic principles of a field. And once we've really mastered the whole field, we can then turn around and deduce. Now, he takes as a given a lot of, so he steals kind of a lot of Ayn Rand basics. And without recognizing the implications of those basics, he then proceeds to treat things like axioms.
No. Pause. So let's say he does quote unquote steal Ayn Rand's basics. If Ayn Rand's basics are correct and he's deducing from there, what do we get?
Something valid.
No way.
Yeah. So what are we doing here?
This was, I'm afraid, conditioned in him by his other great influence on his life, a guy named Ludwig von Mises,
whom we love.
I admire him enormously, but he suffered from the same, I'm afraid, many intellectuals suffer from this same psychoepistemological fallacious syndrome called rationalism. He did believe that you could deduce everything from a certain understanding of human action. So a science of praxeology deductively derived, for example, let's take free will or the power of ideas.
Let me talk about this. Hang on. So the action axiom, right? Man acts. And that being that human beings implement, objects in their environment to acquire desired ends, and that that desire is teleological, right? There's a free will that is selecting which end to acquire, right? So Mises does accept this as a priori, right? And Rothbard goes into this in his essay In Defense of Extreme A Priorism, where he says Mises accepts this as like a law of thought, right? You could not think of this. You could not outthink this principle because, like, in thinking about it, you're affirming it, right? You're implementing your mind to think about, the nature of human action, right? But, and Rothbard says, I would consider it like a law of reality. This is something that is a feature of human beings. You directly observe this, right? Like Rothbard, he says he's defending extreme a priorism, right? But what he's really saying, he says it in the sense that his version of empiricism is so distant from sensualist nominalism that to them it's like a priorism, right? He's like he's deducing from principle, right? And so like the point is like the action axiom is regroundable as something that is directly observed, right? It's a feature of free will, right? And then once you do that, like, is there any objection to the Austrian economic theory? And I mean, this guy likes Mises, right? So like he must agree with this, right? Like if he thinks that Mises, like if you think Austrian economics is correct, like what else does he like? What does he think? Does he think he's not? How does I don't understand. Go on.
Exactly. As we can validate the action axiom, inductively here, like we can see that men do, indeed act to gain certain ends. That's valid inductively. Then all of praxeology stands. So why are we doing all of this? Sure, Mises was wrong in his grounding, but it just so happened that he found like his greater epistemological grounding was wrong, but his the point at which he starts praxeology that is actually correct, right? And I'm pretty sure like he was implicitly somewhat inducing it, but I cannot prove that. I have no access to Mises' mind anymore.
Look at how how the standard Austrians will do this. How they will ground the methodological dualism. They generally don't claim that they have like some proof of methodological dualism, but they're just like, look, clearly humans are acting in a vastly different way to like particles and billiard balls. Like that's induction right there.
Yeah, it's just like look at reality, like look at what is there, right? And you see what is there. It is a man. He's acting, and he's acting purposively. He is deciding between alternatives, which is not what a particle does. Particles do not decide between alternatives in the same way men do, right? So like clearly there's something different happening here, and it requires a different method to study it.
Exactly. So you could analyze these thinkers and say that they're somewhat mixed cases. people like Hopper and Mises, that okay, they have certain principles that they are reaching rationalistically, but they are doing some sort of a, let's say, an implicit induction here, and their principle, like what they are deducing from, integrable with induction. We can induce that principle from which they're deducing, and if that principle is correct, then their deduction will stand, right? Like you could do a separate analysis of Mises the man and Hopper the man and the theory, and I think the theory stands. Praxeology stands.
Yeah, and by the way, the way I ground praxeology, and there's some scholarship being done at the moment to try and reground Austrian economics in objectivist epistemology, cameralized on my Discord servers, as far as I'm aware, the forerunner on this. You can get, for instance, Man Acts. Well, that sounds a whole lot like when the objectivists are talking about free will. And by the way, how does Leonard Peikoff ground free will? He's making kind of an argument from argument. He's saying that, well, the determinists are self-defeating in their making of these arguments. They're choosing. They have to choose to be a determinist as against a non-determinist, because otherwise they don't have a way to choose to not be in error. Like it's sort of similar to an argument from argument there.
Yes, and also, this is slightly an aside, but to the people who are interested and are not in the Zulu server, and from there you can talk to people and get into other servers as well. Like the amount of scholarship that is being done on Discord servers here, it equivalent to probably more than done in most universities. So we do deserve some credit here. And
the modern equivalent of Rothbard's living room is the Zuma Zyke's Discord server.
Exactly. It's Zulu, there's Guy, there's Idlework, there's Casimir, there's to some extent me, there is, and Inductica is not technically part of our community fully, but still Inductica counts as well. We're connected somewhat, and there is so much being done here. Come on, man. Look at what we are saying. Don't just dismiss us like that. Look at what the arguments are. Get into the Discords if possible. I invite those people. Pay Liquid Zulu some money and get into the Discords.
I mean, I would say for Liebowitz and Valliant, they could just DM me. For people I know and trust that they'll be good for the Discord, if they DM me and we've talked before and stuff like that, then I'll just give them an invite. That's fine.
Exactly. And there's so much being done here. Yeah.
I will say technically Michael has paid me money before, but it's because I designed thumbnails for him, as against just him donating, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. But to my point, get into Guy's server if you can. Talk to Guy. He's very helpful. And get into he's doing so much work on psychology, and Caramelized is doing grounding praxeology in objectivist epistemology, and these are worthy causes. Come on, man. Get in, start interacting with us. We don't have to talk about anarchy all day on Twitter. Get in here. Even if you disagree, you'll find it amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Were things that Mises actually believed. Now, how do you believe something like that? They've got to be generalizations that you've derived from experience. Mises does not attempt to explain how he derives those from experience. He simply says, my theory wouldn't be possible. No one's theory would be possible. So they try and play little deductive tricks. No one can consider the subject without assuming what I'm saying.
I will say I'm fine pausing a lot here because none of this actually relates to me, and I might actually speed it up a little bit. But Heterodox Agnostic 8070 for 50 kroner. Thank you very much. Eddie convinced me to use honesty instead of what? Eddie convinced me to use...
I think that might have been a mistake.
Yeah. Eddie convinced me to use honesty instead of honesty, so something instead of honesty, or honesty instead of something else. Even if you're wrong or not knowledgeable, you shouldn't be humiliated, but honest about the facts. So maybe if you elaborate on which one of those words...
subsequent comment, I'll try to catch it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at the chat, so I'll see it.
That little trick is not good enough for me because I'm still not sure if it really connects to reality until you reduce it to the observed facts upon which it is based. And so what it influenced by praxeology and by Ayn Rand's ideas and not understanding Ayn Rand's methodology too well, he in effect gives us the deductive view of certain objective principles. Now, taken out of factual context like that, he's going to end up with all kinds of bizarre results. Anarchy and his arguments for it and the way he handles certain examples and counterexamples is a classic case in point.
How is it bizarre?
Honesty instead of humility. Yeah, that makes sense because when I was talking earlier, like, let's have some humility here. Eddie convinced me to use honesty instead of humility. Even if you're wrong or not knowledgeable, you shouldn't be humiliated, but honest with the facts. So yeah, maybe that is like a bad, etymology there. I'm not entirely sure where humility comes from, but it certainly sounds similar. So maybe you're right about that.
Yeah. So like,
fact,
if pride is a virtue, humility might be a vice, right?
Yeah.
So detached from reality that you could end up saying that the Viet Cong were like George Washington.
Yes.
Now, you can't come to a factual evaluation like that unless your ideas are thoroughly detached from reality and become floating abstract.
They kind of
You end up
in some ways.
Possibly only in the literal sense of starting a new country, fighting a war for independence.
And in their strategy, right? In their strategy, they were fighting.
Right.
Of course, we're not saying like I don't think Rothbard was saying George Washington was a dirty communist. Like, context. Come on, context. It's a big word in objectivism.
Yeah, I mean, like, think about, and I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to talk about the history of the Vietnam conflict. Just go on.
Yeah, and I will say, Heterodox Agnostic did give another 20 kroner. Thank you very much. That's very much appreciated. You've been giving so much money. And he clarified that, it was honesty instead of humility. And then Zarko, or Zark Zero rather, for $5. Thank you very much. In For a New Liberty, oh, pardon me. And sorry if I'm kind of like rushing through a lot of these super chats. I just, I am noticing how much time left we got on this video. I really want to get through it tonight. In For a New Liberty, Rothbard calls the NEP an axiom, but he meant the NEP is the starting premise within libertarianism. He gave arguments for it. Indeed, yeah.
So he's meaning like axiom in the way mathematicians use it. So like context, once again, context.
Yeah.
Up viewing the state, basically, you reify the state as if it's this existing abstraction that's just evil, independent of who has voted for the people in there, the men and women that serve, for that state. It's all evil, and then anybody who fights against it, therefore, are the good guys, i.e., the Viet Cong.
Right, bingo. And you end up saying
no. So like, what happens? So what do we actually do? What does Rothbard do when he's like in Anatomy of the State? Right, he looks at like the state. This is an induction, right? He goes and looks around at the states, and he kind of borrows from what's the guy, Oppenheimer, not the nuclear bomb Oppenheimer, the other one, the political theorist, right? And he's like
the true clear bomb Oppenheimer.
The true clear bomb. What are the essential qualities of a state, right? Like we're looking at all these states historically. What are the essential features of a state? And it's not that sometimes it can have a policy to create shoe factories, and sometimes it doesn't have a policy to create shoe factories. Or sometimes good people are in the state, and sometimes bad people are in the state. Like, no, what is the essential quality of the state? And the essential quality is that it has legal authoritarianism. It claims to have the authority to change and enforce the law in some geographical area, and to exclude people from defending themselves, and to collect taxes, right? These are essential features of the state, right? And you can reduce that to like just legal authoritarianism, perhaps, right? You might have like the no taxes state, right, which is like literally just a bunch of gangsters who just go around hurting people, right? But like that is what he does is he induces the essential quality, right?
Yeah, and like this was the premise of Anatomy of the State, which was the book that converted me to ANCAP. Like I think converted me, and then that was the first book that I read. And like the premise is that the state is essentially like what it is, the kind of entity it is. It's a gang of thieves, right? And we have already justified why stealing from people is wrong. Thus, like this is we're not saying intrinsically there's something bad about the White House or something like that.
And I would like to say
should have been the Black House.
But like there's a conflation. I think there's a conflation here between like a bureaucratic structure and like a jurisprudence, right? Where like Liebowitz and Valliant, they talk about this later. Like you're trying to deduce what's the exact number of jurors there should be on a jury, or like what are the proper standards of evidence, right? Like these are different questions from like jurisprudence. Like that one of those is like an epistemic question, and one of those is like a procedural question, right? Like there's like how many jurors should we have to like determine this case, right? Like that's like how many judges should we have, right? That's a bureaucratic question. Like what matters there is is this protocol proper to reach the correct outcome, right? The correct judgment on this case. And it's the same case in the more broader sense about like the state. I think they view the state as like this bureaucratic apparatus that could be doing a good thing or a bad thing. Like it's neutral, right? Like you can have a state and it can enforce the non-initiation of force principle, where there's no taxes and there's no, like crimes in the sense that we would agree. But like then for some reason they like fail to they kind of lift the bureaucratic structure up into the jurisprudence to the point where like now the bureaucratic structure must exist for the jurisprudence to apply, which is just it's backwards.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The most absurd things because you're
And by the way, that's why I always emphasize like anarcho-cap, and I think I believe I got this from Idlework, in fact. Like anarcho-capitalism isn't some specific bureaucratic structure, which people get this misconception from, like, people like David Friedman, for instance, where anarcho-capitalism isn't some, organization of society. It doesn't describe a society. It is a theory about what the law is, what is proper with respect to conflicts. Right? That's what anarcho-capitalism is.
Like let me describe a society that is I talked about this to Fabian Liberty on the stream where I presented Arrow of Aggression, but consider the following case where you take the United States like government, everything as it is, and then you just subtract all NAP violations from the institutions, right? Like so. Like, what is the essential problem with Congress as an institution, right? It's not that Congress, now that you've removed the NAP, now that you've removed NAP violations, now Congress has to disappear, right? The thing is that they can't make pronouncements on like the law is now this, hear ye, now it is illegal to own 3D printers and make guns, right? No, like you can still have a Congress. Its function would have to be different. Like you could say, well, we have this geographical area, and these people in this geographical area, they sort of agreed that we're going to have this institution where we relate with other institutions, right? And you could say that this is clearly unstable once you remove like the monopoly on force, and that's fine, right? But like the broader point I'm trying to make here is that the institution, like once you remove the core issue, the NAP violation, the rest of the institution is fine. You can still have a bunch of guys go to a building and talk about how we should relate, how all of these people in this country, how it would be best for them to relate to some other country, right? Like there is this such thing as like a geographical area with like people with common interests and like beliefs and a culture and desire to like come together, right? That's not collectivism, I'd like to say, but it's I talk about this in my science fiction, and I'll talk about that later maybe.
Your original abstractions weren't tied to reality, so that you didn't know this is the key here. You divorced the abstraction from its context of application. And by divorcing the abstraction from its actual context where it's valid and applicable, which can only be known inductively,
Show
then
how.
turn around with this floating abstraction applied to reality, you'll end up saying the craziest stuff, like Liquid Zulu during the debate. Yeah, even if it means the torture of my children for stealing a penny, I understand that's a totally hatched hypothetical.
Like the thing is, the reductions go both ways. Like, how many children would you rape to stop your children from having their toys stolen from them? It's like, I don't want my children to have their toys stolen from them, so I'm going to rape 1 trillion babies to stop this from happening. Like, the reductions go both directions. Come on, man.
Would you destroy the Earth to save your penny from being stolen? the reverse candy bar Martian.
Exactly. And it's like the kind of egoism that Michael is arguing for here, like the survivalist egoism, right? Like one of the oldest reductios, which is like Moreno's rape disease, right? Like that is something you could throw at him. Like, what if you have a disease in which like you have to constantly rape people in order to live? Should you live? Right? It's like, come on, man. Like, we can construct reality divorced hypotheticals all day, every day. Does not disprove the principle garbage in, garbage out.
Exactly. And heterodox agnostic 8070 for 20 kroners. Again, thank you very much. You've been giving so much money. It's very much appreciated. Legal vigilantism is the base, but you can delegate. Not sure what that's related to.
He's basically saying that like you have the right to retaliate against criminals who like you have the when a criminal attacks you, you have the right to go against them, but you can delegate your right to someone else. Like you have like
which the objectivists hate, I guess. That's anti-objectivist, I guess. Yeah, if I see a woman being raped in the street, I gotta go, quick, government, please come. I can't stop that rapist myself. She can't pay me money in gratitude. This is like a question I have for the Randroids, right? Like, at what point does it become bad? If I see a woman being raped in a dark alley, and I shoot the guy, is that where it becomes bad? Maybe not, right? Because I'm allowed to defend her, surely, right? But then what if she says, "Oh, it's a really dangerous neighborhood. Can you walk me home and protect me the rest of the way home?" Okay, I'll walk her home. Is that still fine? Maybe it's not, because now there's now competing defense there. Or does it only become bad when she goes, "If you walk me home, I'll give you $5. It's like, with the dirty money exchange. No, that's when it becomes bad.
Imagine the next step where you start like Liquid Zulu's like anti-rapist defense force, right?
Mhm.
And you start giving people security escorts, and they pay you like $5 an hour. So just follow, like, you have like this squad of people, the Zulu Zyke, you all get nice black uniforms, Hugo Boss. You start walking beside everyone to make sure, whenever there's a rapist, they fear you. And suddenly while you're violating the non-initiation of force principle, what are you doing? That's not allowed. You're defending people from have their rights violated.
Yeah.
Guards, police, kill them.
And by the way, they would have to bite that bullet. They would have to bite the bullet and say, "No, it's proper for the government to shut down the anti-rapist squad." That's a bullet they got to bite if they want to be statists. Like, okay, that's an interesting bullet to bite. And you do have to bite that bullet if you're going to say that you can't have competing rights enforcement. You have to bite that bullet. You do.
Mm-hmm.
Hypothetical. Yep. Yes, Zillow, there's a context that made that possible that we need to look into. But whatever, if you end up saying absurd things like, not even for stealing a penny would I save children from being tortured, listen to yourself, Liquid Zulu.
Well, what is the standard? Like, he's just doing the dipshit Dave Gambit here. Like, it's like, listen to yourself, Zulu. He might as well just be saying, that just sounds so goofy. What is the standard?
I want to steel man him. He's saying that, like, there's a different context here, right? Like, the context of the non-initiation of force principle, is limited, right? He's saying there's a limited domain. Okay, what is the domain? Like, I asked this earlier. Like, please define the domain then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How do I know? How do I know when it's right to aggress and when it's right to not? Like, give me a principle, give me an argument, give me something which I can like actually work with in reality. Like, don't just tell me like, if it's too ridiculous, then don't worry. Like, people have different ideas of ridiculous, man. Like, me being very hungry could be ridiculous to me. I just like go and like steal everything from my college canteen. Therefore, no.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just so ridiculous that you shouldn't sacrifice your life for everyone else. Like, it's just so ridiculous to be selfish. It's just so ridiculous.
Like, because again, that fundamentally philosophy, the pragmatists take this in the complete wrong direction, but it is supposed to be some sort of a guide, right? Epistemology is supposed to guide man on how to gain knowledge. What is the valid way of gaining knowledge, right? Ethics is supposed to guide man on how to live his life. Like, if you listen to these guys, you don't actually get any sort of guidance from when it's proper for me to be an aggressive beast. Like, I don't get any guidance on that. So what are we left with? We're left with just whim. It's like, oh, that sounds kind of goofy to me, so I'm just going to do it. Right? And then you're just a total animal because you're just driven by whim.
The pragmatists are correct in the sense that they say philosophy should work for man, right? Like, the philosophy, it needs to, work for man. But the problem is that they do it backwards. They place the standard of, like, they make the standard of working, getting what you want, right? And it's like what you want just appears ex ante, right? You just have it in the first place, and then you go forward, right? Like, the thing is, for philosophy to work for man, philosophy needs to be able to identify what is the nature of man and what should man want, right? So you need to go forward. Like, the fundamental problem with pragmatists isn't that they want philosophy to apply to your life, properly. Like, they criticize the Kantians, right? Because the preceding philosophers, that like they're building these castles in the sky, right? This doesn't work for man. This doesn't apply to our situation, right? And that's a correct criticism, right? But then they take it the wrong way, and they're like, well, okay, now I need to create a philosophy. I need to just take these philosophies as tools to achieve just what I want, and what I want is just taken as a given. That's the wrong solution, right? They have a correct criticism, but they have a wrong solution.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed. And this is, I think, Peikoff does point out, and like, I don't know if he does it in History of Philosophy or somewhere else, but I think he does. You could probably find it. Probably he does it multiple places. That throughout history, it has been like a pendulum period. Like, there are periods in which like this kind of pragmatism, subjectivism wins out, in which you can see that whatever philosophy of the day was, it was very, very horrible, and like it led to a lot of bad consequences. So humanity just abandons thought for a while. It just becomes whim worshipping, and then that has bad consequences. So it tries to go back to thought. The thought, if the philosophy of the day is intrinsic, intrinsicism, then you once again have bad consequences. So this keeps happening till you get to the objective theory.
Mhm.
And that's when this stops. Like we are being objectivists here in truth.
We're going to
right?
restore linear history to humanity. It's going to be based.
Yeah. And like we're trying to be, objective. Like, when should we aggress and when should we not? We're trying to find principles here. Like, you can't just tell me if it's too goofy, just go ahead and aggress. Like, give me a principle, give me a proof to validate it, and I will convert the very second. But you have not done that.
Mhm. And we did get a couple of super chats in there. One from Nuclear Mayhem 9238 for 20 kroner. Thank you very much. Dono for the Zulu anti-grape squad crowdfund. Well, it's work in progress, so there you go. And then one from Sick Vox for £5. Thank you very much. Pardon me. Are you saying that the black man should be freed from slavery? Listen to yourself. That is just so goofy, man. Indeed, this was once a very goofy position to take, but as it turns out, it's correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I think Dave has made this argument before, where he said like it was either Dave or it was Keith Knight, right? And I think like Dave would agree with Keith Knight, but like they would say there was a quote from like I think it's Thomas Jefferson or one of the founders who's like that he's critiquing slavery. He's like I don't like slavery, but he's like we have the wolf by the ear, and we can either hold on or let go. And like his point there is that like we have this captive population of slaves, right? And it's obviously evil to have these slaves to hold on to them, right? But if we let them go, we're risking that they're gonna, be very upset with us and like kill us all. And so he's like, he's having this, this tumult where like, God, I have to do this evil thing, for pragmatic reasons, right? And like that, obviously. And then Dave Smith, is gonna say, but dude, you just can't keep these people in bondage forever, and like because that's it's wrong, it's unethical, right? Even though it might be goofy, right? It's like it's so goofy to release these people who might harm your children, right? Like, isn't the principle, Dave? The dad must protect his children principle. Like, well, Dave, isn't it the case that like if we free all the slaves, they might like start running around killing people's children because they're very angry at the white man for like keeping their ancestors enslaved for years? I guess we just have to keep them slaves in perpetuity because it protects people's children. Like, what is this? This is not a principle.
Yeah, exactly.
I will say there is one more super chat I'm going to read, and then just a quick intermission because I got to go take a piss. Connoisseur of Cookies 2047 for $10 Australian. Thank you very much. Private security is a thing too, even in status society. Doesn't the mall cop compete with the state? In South Africa, people call private security before the cops. Sorry, I just went off my screen. Because the police are just that bad. Yeah, and even just like a bouncer. And then heterodox agnostic for another 20 kroner. Thank you very much. Non-initiation of force principle, except for the government who are superhuman. So again, thank you very much, and that's entirely true. But I will just quickly run to the loo, and then reconvene in a second.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I guess since Zulu is gone, we can just ramble for.
Yep.
I don't know if we're gonna get through much more like the rest of the video. I'm just gonna cover a few points, so like that I haven't gotten to yet. So like, something that they say later, we might get to this. So I'll just briefly cover it. They contend that with anarchism, you have competing rights enforcement agencies, right? This is like one of the potential bureaucracies that are proposed, right? You have competing rights enforcement agencies, and like if these two agencies, if you have Smith and Jones, Smith commits a crime against Jones, or like is alleged to, right? And then Smith's agency and Jones's agency, like they try to work it out with each other, and they go to war, right? Like that's sort of the contention here, right? Because like there's no higher power for them to appeal to like to deal with this problem, right? But this argument it's arbitrary, right? Because when we state this scenario, we would contend like, well, because they're self-interested companies, they're going to want to like negotiate, and they're going to investigate like the situation. And given the broader context of the society that's being suggested here, right, there's these arbitration firms, and there's these existing incentives for them to attempt to find the just resolution here, right? So like if Mr. Smith has committed a crime, Smith's defense agency, if they want to defend the criminal, they risk being like having force used against them for defending a criminal, right? That's not allowed. That's a criminal action, and that's significantly costly, and it's against their business model, right? They get paid to defend people's rights rather than to defend criminals, right? And also, given the broader context, they have this arbitration firms. They have these existing arrangements where, like, okay, if my client has committed a crime, we will pay restitution. We will get this sorted out, and we'll try to make our client work it out. But like the point is that there's a broader context here, right? And so here's the thing: they will say that in the unitary objectivist state, right, you wouldn't have this problem, right? Because there's a higher power you can appeal to, right? You have these higher courts, but I can imagine this, like if I just drop the context, right? Supposing I can say, well, let's say you have these two provinces in objectivist stand, right? You have province A and province B, and like a murderer, a guy from province A goes to province B and commits a murder and goes back to province A. And in province A, he's acquitted by the local judges. He's like, he actually committed no wrongdoing. But in province B, like the police chief, he's filled with such moral indignation at this miscarriage of justice, right? He decides to go get his deputies, his police force. They ride into province A, they capture the criminal and go back to province B to make him, face justice in the court there. Or they they hold their own, court, what they would say is that's against the protocol. That's against the bureaucracy. It's a criminal action, in objectivist stand. But the thing is, that's our argument, right? That is against the the principle. That's against the structure that we're presenting, in the hypothetical competing rights enforcement agencies, right? It would be abnormal, right, for that to happen, right? So, and the thing is, you can suggest, yes, it's possible that two rights enforcement agencies, like suddenly everyone in these agencies becomes irrational at that very same time. They're like, let's kill each other, right? But the same thing is true of in these two police forces, right? The scenario I suggest that this isn't even like that, irrational. It's not like the police chief is evil. He's like, no, this is a miscarriage of justice.
See, stuff like that has happened before, and countries go to war with each other. And there was this YouTube video, I don't remember the exact title, but the US and Canada almost went to war over a pig once. So things like that happen, but what happens then? The reality sets in, and in reality, we know that war is very costly. War is a very costly affair in life, limb, and property, right? And so there is a massive disincentive towards war, and so there is an incentive, massive incentive towards peaceful resolution of disputes. And so if you're developing an economy, in any economy, going to be, and that's another thing. If we are able to think up these hypotheticals, sitting in our armchairs, who are working out there in the field, they're going to have to deal with this reality every day, and so they're going to have agreements, they're going to have procedures, they're going to have a lot of these things. All that the anarchist is saying, that all of these things are these epistemological and ethical principles of peace and non-violence, they have to be taken consistently, and thus any forceful monopolization by a state is wrong, right?
And I would like to say,
yeah, go ahead.
Maybe it is the case, right? One thing they propose is if you don't have an objective, a single institution to be your final appeal, that you end up having this inevitable situation where you can't resolve this conflict, right? And I mean, I'm not sure I agree with that, but even if that is the case, that isn't necessarily un-anarchist, right? The thing is, you would have to say this institution could be corrupted at some point, and at which point you would be justified in rejecting it. But the point is, you can have a final appeal. It would just be this natural law society, right? It's this group of scholars, and they're we've determined the natural law. This is what it is, right? Everyone knows what it is, and everyone's agreeing that our version of it, we've determined the truth, right? And if we're wrong, we're gonna have to update this, right? But that doesn't establish that anarcho-capitalism, the non-repression principle, is incorrect, or that a forceful monopoly is necessary.
Yep, and that's the thing. The only criticism that the anarchist is saying is not denying that these problems exist, is that there is a solution which is peaceful, and we should approach it in that way. And I'll talk about this when we get to the point where Mike is making that point, and because it's referencing an argument that we had on Twitter, and perhaps on like a voice call here, I can like elucidate what I was trying to say there, like in a couple of places. But like basically, there's no denial of reality here. There is a demand for principled way to approach the problems at hand. That's what the anarchist is saying. That the non-initiate, like take the non-initiation of force principle. I don't even think we need our strong nap here, but even through the NIOF, you have Roy Child's argument that it would be initiatory of force to stop a competing agency coming about, right? And so, like, we'll get into it later as those things are brought up.
Yeah.
I think Zulu's
Absurd.
But when
Go
Rothbard
for it.
says there's certain acts that are just wrong in themselves, well, once you have that intrinsicism, then it makes sense, right? So, and Rothbard, of course, was an anarchist, but I don't want to get into the arguments against anarchy just yet. I want to wait because I don't want to be redundant. So the other person, or at least one of the major influences on Zulu, whom he tries to incorporate, is Hans Hermann Hoppe's argumentation ethics. So Hoppe cites Mises as having reconstructed economics on the basis of rationalism, and Hoppe actually uses the term rationalism. And he correctly states.
Yeah, I'm just going to fast forward because I really don't care about whether Hoppe was wrong about this, that, or the other thing.
Can I say one thing though? Can
Sure.
I say just one thing before you do? Like, I would say that, and I'm saying this very respectfully, they just didn't understand what Hoppe was saying here. Like, okay, this is once again a Mises kind of situation in which, yes, Hoppe, man, is a rationalist, but what he came to is not rationalist. Like, because the argument from argument, it is reached by observing such a thing in this world, which is an argument, which is an interaction between two or more parties, which assert premises to support their own particular viewpoints to get to the truth. And from there, you can see that it's a peaceful interaction and so on and so forth. Liquid Zulu has a lecture about this. You can go watch it. But see, like what Hoppe is doing here is he's observing reality. He's looking out there and seeing that there is such a thing as arguments. And in every argument, it is presupposed because of the fact that they're arguing and not killing each other, that there's a peaceful means of dealing with disputes, and that is preferable. So what Hoppe is saying that you could not argue for in an argument to be violent, right? And there's a bunch of things that you get into, like, because there's a usual way of the way people misunderstand AE, but they misunderstood AE a lot, and like a lot of the criticisms that they're making previously, people have already talked about. And soon I will be releasing a video in which I'm talking with someone in our community called Tucker Marlowe. He about argumentation ethics. Like, I have it recorded. I've just to edit and post it, and I'll elucidate it more there. But like, they just respectfully, you don't know what argumentation ethics is. That's all I'm gonna say.
I will say, like, if you, again, look back to my paper, the way I get to AE, argumentation ethics, is like after I've already looked at all the different sorts of mixed law ethic, and I derived out I abstracted out those basic principles, either it's going to be whim-based or class-based, then I then go on to, and in fact, you can broaden this even further. Like, let's look at all of these, they're going to have to be argued for. And so then they've got these two alternatives. So it actually is subsumed by an even broader principle. And the alternatives you get are either you're going to be just an animal beast, or you're in the realm of justifiability, in which case you have to accept the NEP. And I've already previously gone over why being an animal beast is not the right choice. So I agree. The argumentation ethics is not itself enough, because there's always the option of just don't argue here. Yeah, it's not sufficient.
Yes, I agree. It's not finished. It's not finished, but what it's saying is correct.
Yeah. It doesn't universalize the principle, but in each and any case where someone is attempting to justify, through the action of attempting to justify, you have to affirm the NAP. But like, if you just refuse to attempt to justify things, then you don't affirm the NAP, so you don't believe in it. But like, the point is, if someone tries to justify, they enter into a contradiction, right? That's the thing.
Yes, but then that ties into, let's say, the cardinal virtue of rationality. Should you try to reach the truth? Should you try to justify your claims? Right? Like, argumentation ethics proves basically that fundamental to consistent choices that you can have is a rational man who justifies his claims about the truth, or the immoral beast, like not immoral, or the beast which just goes around aggressing and never justifies anything, never reason, right? So that's what AE reduces to, and then you could tie into rationality as a virtue, and you have completed AE. I agree that AE is not complete, but I don't agree that it is completely invalid, and not for the reasons that Mike and James will get into, because they just don't understand AE. Like all I'm going to say, like there are reasonable criticisms of AE, they didn't make one.
That Mises didn't believe this method was applicable to ethics. So Hoppe's right on that. Hoppe then says that it's his goal to justify a Lockean private property ethic on Misesian grounds. He says this: many alternatives to a private property ethic can be proposed, of course, but their propositional content must contradict the ethic inherent in the demonstrated preference of the proposer's own act of proposition making, i.e. by the act of engaging in argumentation. He says that the right to make of control over one's body, the right to, I forget, I don't know how I got this right here, but basically he says that you have a right of control over one's body, and that is presupposed by making arguments. He says he has an a priori justification of the private property ethic. He said it is not this is key. I'm going to get to that in a second. But first of all, you don't assume that you have a right just by arguing, because that assumes that rights are there. But rights may not be there. They actually have to be proven inductively.
Yes, it assumes that rights are there. Yeah, arguing does assume certain things. That's his point.
No, but there's a issue here. There's a mistake here. Hoppe is not trying to justify rights just now. He's trying to justify the nap just now, right? So we're not talking about rights right now. Rights are later. They're later. They're downstream. Right?
Before we can even say they exist, right?
I don't even know what his words mean. I have no clue what Dr. Hoppe is talking about at all.
Well,
at all.
So
also, by engaging in argument, I'm not committing myself to anything like that.
He just said, wait, stop. What did he just say? I have no clue what Dr. Hopper's talking about at all. So what?
We agree.
We agree. Or what I think is valid, maybe an invalid argument, but I can give you what I think is a perfectly sincere and valid argument for why sometimes we need to initiate force.
The key there, Jim, when you say sometimes, right?
What you believe, right? I can make many arguments which are contradictory.
Yeah, you can make a sincere argument that existence doesn't exist, right? That's you can be entirely sincere, being honest, like but like you'd be contradicting yourself, right? Because if you're speaking, implied in the action of speaking is that there's a world you can interact with, right?
And take the argument. I am not capable of making any propositions. Like, okay, well, that clearly defeats itself. That's an argument from argument.
Yeah, so that's what the point is.
Rationalistic grounds. Like, it even fails the rationalism test. Because I could say to you, listen, I'm assuming right now that force and aggression would be unjustified in this case, which is why I'm engaging in argumentation. But there's other cases where we can engage in force.
Right.
So, but the main key is
we argue
about you justify them.
Right. It's just rationalism. Yes. It's rationalism top to bottom, which is totally inconsistent with objectivism.
And I could easily imagine someone making an argument saying, well, no, of course, most of the time I'll be peaceful and argue and try and settle it that way. But there are times when I have to initiate force. And here's my argument for it. Yeah, my argument for why we have to sometimes initiate force. Now, Liebowitz takes it to the next step. He, by combining objectivism with it, says it's a stolen concept. Now, that is absolutely absurd. The concept of argument does not. I'm
not sure what he's referring to there. I just don't know what he's even talking about, so I can't even defend whatever I apparently said.
So and there's another thing, like, you could imagine someone making that argument, but you don't stop there. You analyze and you see that the way when they make that argument, they contradict themselves. That's the point. At the point.
Not rely upon the non-aggression principle. One can have a perfectly valid concept of argumentation that does not rely upon the genetically prior concept. See, the fallacy of the stolen concept, just one little detail here. Ayn Rand identified it as a very specific thing. That is to say, denying the genetic roots that give the later concept meaning. So, for example, classic example is Proudhon's all property is theft. Well, theft is going to be the big emotional ouch. Well, but there's no such thing as theft if there's no such thing as property. So your concept theft genetically depends on the concept property. The same is not true for argumentation and the non-aggression principle. The concept argument can be validly held and understood without agreeing with the. In fact, we can argue about it. And when I'm done arguing about it and I see that I need to initiate force, I might clobber you over the head the next minute. I'm not saying I always will do that. In fact, I may give you an argument for that.
Well, the thing is an ethical subjectivist or even an ethical nihilist could say to you, listen, there's no such thing as objective morality, but this is what I prefer we should do. And the fact that I'm arguing proves nothing because you have to actually prove morality. You can't just assume it, which is what they try to do. So this is the rationalism in and of itself from Hoppe makes it a non-starter for objectivists. But this to me is even worse. I don't know about even worse because epistemology it takes priority. But he says it is not the wider concept of human nature, but the narrower one of propositional exchanges and argumentation, which must serve as the starting point in deriving an ethic. That is in direct contradiction to human nature being the foundation of ethics, of morality.
Yeah, again, I disagree with Hoppe there.
Yeah, I just don't care what Hoppe said. Okay, fine, Hoppe is not an objectivist. Go on. Go off, sis.
What of it? First of all, it's ridiculous what he's saying there. The nature of argumentation is what determines whether or not. Come on.
I actually want to expand on this for a second. Hang on. So they're saying because you're trying to integrate Rothbard and Hoppe with objectivism, that there's a problem here because Hoppe believes things that are not objectivist. Like, that is not what it means to perform an integration here. It's not the saying that these two things are perfectly consistent, right? It's saying that there are features, there are things that Hoppe and Rothbard said and wrote that are obviously correct under the objectivist framework, right?
Mhm.
It's like, it's not saying that their total body of work fits into the objectivist framework, because like, suppose you're trying to integrate Ayn Rand with objectivism, right? The total body of Ayn Rand's work doesn't fit with objectivism, right? Even if you're a closed system objectivist, because like, you know,
Yeah, it's
Ayn Rand changed
hermeneutics.
her mind. Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I just think I'm doing hermeneutics there, where you're basically just, you're looking at, well, what actually fits here. And by the way, you do the same thing with Aristotle, because Aristotle, the surviving works are not consistent with each other. So you need to go, okay, well, what is consistently Aristotelian here?
And, you know, another thing about like the argument from argument here is that when Hoppe is saying, like what Hoppe is saying is that part of, like when you argue for something, when you're engaging in a truth-seeking argument with someone, like part of that assumes that you're saying that I don't want to be violent, because then you wouldn't be arguing. Like, I want to be peaceful about this. So if you propose in that peaceful argument that you want to be violent in any way, like the I'll be violent later on Tuesday does not count here, right? Like that is an inconsistency, and an inconsistency is a contradiction, right?
Yes, like think about this. Like argumentation, it's in each and every case, right? So someone's gonna say, well, I might aggress in other cases, right? And then in order to, you ask them like, well, okay, I'm gonna press you. Is it justified for you to aggress in that case? And they're gonna say yes. And now you have them on argumentation ethics, because now you're like, well, if you're justifying, you're implying the nap, and therefore you're in a contradiction. There you go.
Yes, and exactly. And this does not mean you can't aggress. Like, we're not saying that argumentation ethics literally comes and like stops your hand from aggressing. We're saying that you cannot justify and prove an ethic through argumentation, which includes in it inherently violence.
Yeah, and maybe it's fine to not be justifying. Maybe it's fine. Right? A itself doesn't show that it's not fine. Like, again.
Yes. Once again, A is not complete, but what it says is not this. Like, what it says is very, very clear in the sense that you cannot justify an ethic which is violent. That doesn't mean that that ethic is inherently true or false, right? It says that you can't justify it. We need further integrations into, actually objectivism to complete A, so to speak. But A, like, they don't understand A is all I'm trying to say. And I'm being as respectful as I want to be, because these are nice people.
Rationalism. And look, is he going to say that the deductive conclusion from that, therefore, it's going to be in the form of intrinsicism, like Zulu in the argument? When it comes to playing it out in reality, he's got to be wedded to that, regardless of the absurdity of the consequence.
Okay, so now I want to get to Zulu. So in a debate I had with Zulu, Zulu said this, and I want you to just tell me what's wrong with this for starters.
Okay, I'm going to slow it back down again, because he's now talking about me.
Yeah.
And then we can move on to some of his other stuff. He says, metaphysics, all you're doing is deducing corollaries of the existence axiom. The same is true of law. All you're doing is deducing corollaries of the non-aggression principle.
So I want to be clear here. I was paraphrasing Leonard Peikoff, where Leonard Peikoff in Opar says, in fact, the essence of metaphysics, according to objectivism, is the step-by-step development of the corollaries of the existence axiom. The main purpose of this chapter is to unravel systematically the implications of existence exists. That's what I was referring to.
And what are implications? That's deduction, you know.
Yeah. Nothing to be said there.
And I also want to clarify, I'm not saying that you deduce the axioms. I agree entirely with Peikoff that the axioms aren't proven. You don't prove an axiom. An axiom is the foundation for proof itself. But you can prove some things, right? You can prove some things within metaphysics even. But not the axioms. I'm never saying that you can prove the axioms or deduce the axioms from something. I don't know what it means to deduce an axiom, right? Because you're going to have to deduce from something.
To be clear, like, we're not saying the non-aggression principle is an axiom in this context. We're saying it's the root. Like, in metaphysics, the root is an axiom. In law, the root is not an axiom, right? It's a principle we get from earlier, features, earlier propositions.
Yeah, and heterodox agnostic 8070 for 50 kroner. Again, thank you very much, but I do want to start speeding through these. So apologies if I haven't sufficiently responded to any of the super chats. Please just ask them in an email or something, and I can go more in depth. What if any of these orthodox objectivists, big dogs, were honest enough to be swayed by logic? Why are they so hopeless? Weak cowards, stale, old. Obviously, I'm not going to go necessarily that hard against them because I do like these guys. I do think there is, there's something to the fact that I am, in fact, attracting quite a large following among the young objectivists. Like, there's something to be looked at there. That's what I'll say on that.
And by the way, I'm not going to name names, but there is a lot of disagreement even among like objectivist anarchists. Like there are people who disagree with you who are still objectivist anarchists. So you're not the only type of objectivist anarchist out there either. There are other people influenced by you who disagree with you on certain things. Like you have debated some of these people before, and and probably will in the future as well. And so like this is a serious problem that a lot of people are coming to. It's just that you have a big voice, so you're able to point it out very soon, like very clearly. And like it's not even new. Like back in the old days, Roy Childs, like I believe this was a great injustice done to him. Like he wrote a completely good faith, honest letter to Ayn Rand, the open letter to Ayn Rand. She elucidated the point that the non-initiation of force principle consistently applied, it shows anarchism. And like he what was the response he got? He got his subscription to the Objectivist cancelled. So like, come on, man, like come on, like you can't. I'm not gonna say some people are evading here, but like
I will.
Let's be real here. Okay. Yeah.
It definitely has to be. Like it is like we just not to be rude. Like Jim Valliant, like he's definitely Jim and Michael. Like we've said this before, they're definitely good people, and they're intelligent, right? But it's incumbent on us to say that there's an evasion going on here, right?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I maybe I'm too polite to say it, and okay, I guess I'll say it. Okay. Like, come on. It's been a long time since people have been pointing it out. It's just that now, the objectivist movement, it's losing its view count, and Zulu is kind of rising. So like you got to address it now. Hey.
And I will say I did see someone say that James Valliant said at some point in this stream that he would be interested in debating me, and absolutely I will follow up on that because I think it would be a good thing to go over at some point. Because again, these people are not acting like Dave Smith, where they just completely, these people are irrelevant or what. Like I'm being on Michael's show a million times at this point. Like these people are, to be clear, I'm not saying that they're, kind of trying to stonewall us. There is some amount of that within, various institutions, but I won't name names. But these people, at least Michael and James, are fine.
Let's just call it the Vatican.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the. If you want to get an idea of what I'm talking about, just look at the response to the guy who I'm sorry, I cannot remember his name. The guy who runs the Objective Standard Institute, when he was debating David Kelly, or was it David Kelly? No, it was Stephen Hicks on open objectivism. There were people in the Ayn Rand Institutes who hated the fact that he even did that debate. It's like, okay, well, come on, you're not being very honest there.
The Caliph Ayn Rand, the Caliphate of Ayn Rand, peace be upon her. We cannot contradict her statements.
Peace be upon her.
Even though Ayn Rand herself, I was convinced of this actually. Ayn Rand herself endorsed open objectivism because Nathaniel Branden released statements which were for open objectivism on a paper, or like a magazine, I suppose you'd call it, which was editorialized by Ayn Rand, so she endorsed the things on that thing, and as it turns out, so Ayn Rand endorsed open objectivism, so if we're going to be a closed objectivist, you have to endorse open objectivism.
Or maybe Ayn Rand endorsed objectivism, the philosophy of Nathaniel Branden.
Anyway, let's play forward.
Yeah. Just let me get something in. Is that you're trying to like get it done? I think the closed objectivist position far more coming from a threat-oriented point of view. It's like, we have to protect this body of work which is Ayn Rand's, but like there is no threat to the body of work which is Ayn Rand's. Like nobody is going to come now edit the virtue of selfishness. Like the works of Ayn Rand are always going to be the works of Ayn Rand. What we're talking about is what is the consistent application of the fundamental method that she identified. That has to be objectivism, not just whatever she wrote. You know?
Which is why we identified Descartes with Cartesian doubt rather than the cogito, sorry. Like Leonard Peikoff does that.
Axioms are validated by sense perception, experience, seeing. You cannot know an axiom until you look and see reality. In fact, to form the implicit axiomatic concept of existence, I need more than one instance of perception. That exists, that exists, that is. Oh, now I can abstract. Oh, but now my car keys were in my pocket, the toys were in my crib, and now they're not. There's something as opposed to nothing. Boom, I formed the concept of existence from experience. The axioms are themselves derived empirically in the broadest sense. So
yes,
no,
I agree.
Stop. Wrong. The axioms are not derived. You
sure, yeah.
But like a slightly important point out is that the axioms, like what Mr. Valliant just said, it's you discovered the formulation of the existence axiom here, but you didn't derive it. The moment as a baby you opened your eyes.
That someone pointed this out and he said I made a mistake, so I think we should.
Okay.
The full validation of the axioms is when you see it in reality. Full stop. Once I understand there's existence, there's consciousness of existence, the thing is what it is and nothing else, and that's true of all of my experiences, now I generalize and then I connect the dots. Only a very high level of abstraction, living with these, in a sense, inductively derived, or let me put it this way, conceptually generalized. Some people will say concept formation is a form of induction, without getting into that argument. In the form of generalizing from experience, I've got these concepts, and in order to interrelate these concepts, I'm using a kind of deduction. In other words, when Ayn Rand says existence is identity, looked at from a different perspective, what she's doing is she's already got all that experience, and then she's showing how these implicit, now explicit, because we're engaged in philosophy as metaphysicians, how they interrelate, And so metaphysics is not a matter of, in fact, causality. Think of it. I can't get to the concept of identity and the relationship to causality unless I have other concepts that I've derived from experience. Entity, thing, action. I need entity, and more than that, I need a whole bunch of experience with action. So if I release a helium balloon, it'll rise. If I release my ball, it will fall.
Biblical Anarchy for $5. Thank you very much, Jacob. That is very much appreciated. Aren't closed objectivists sort of acting religiously? The canon is closed. And indeed, like I've pointed this out before, where, the Christians will often be like, you'll see this with different sects of Christianity, where it's like, no, this church father says this. And it's like, no, the church fathers agree with me. And it's like, it's all this appealing to the church fathers. It's like, well, that's a very religious mindset. And, it makes sense from a...
Ayn Rand, peace be upon her.
It makes sense if you're going to be religious, that because then you literally do believe that the God of all of creation passed this on to certain people. So you're gonna be doing that type of thing, appealing to the church fathers. That makes sense from a religious viewpoint. But from an objectivist viewpoint, it's really just completely at odds with our entire philosophy to be like, no, the church fathers agree with me. No, the church fathers, like, this is why I like calling it orthodox objectivism or church objectivism, because that's fundamentally what it is.
Yeah. And also,
does that make us Protestants?
I guess so.
Yeah, we're the product. And Lulu is Martin Luther. And just to point something out, another thing is like, it's just a kind of a funny point, not a proper philosophical point, is that whenever like I am fighting with Michael, or like there's this infighting going on between the classical and our kind of objectivists, like the Kantian libertarians and the Christian libertarians, and they're all like, having fun in the chats. And like, I get it. Like, we are fighting, you guys get to have fun. But like, it's something which is pretty funny. Like, just pointing that out. So like, Treximon will always like come into me and Michael's debates and be like, keep going, guys, keep going, keep fighting each other.
If I push the round object like a ball, it'll roll. If I push a block, it'll just thump over. And so I need a bunch of those experiences to be able to abstract the concept of cause and effect. And then when I abstract the cause and effect, I say, oh, it's simply an application of the principle of identity that I learned. Things act according to their nature. But think of all the concepts derived from experience that I needed to have abstracted, at least implicitly, to get to the concept of cause and effect.
Right.
It's not.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think what he's referring to here is at one point I was on a space with him and Noah. I can't remember Noah's last name. But like he was just rejecting the law of causality. I can't remember the exact context of it, and I was like, okay, well, yeah, I finally got broken down to the point. I was like, okay, well, here's just a fucking point by point argument. Which premise is false? And like, James did pop in, and he was like, no, this is anti-objective. And I was like, no, come on, man, please. Like, again, I like James, but like, this really did annoy me very heavily because I was pressing Noah so heavily on this. It's like, okay, name me the false premise here, Noah. And then James came in, saving grace, And he's like, no, you're being a rationalist right now. It's like,
wait.
come
Actually,
on.
I want to say, didn't Peikoff talk about this in it was in one of those courses that he on. It's like I saw this in lecture, or is he that or in OPAR? But he talks about you can't prove an axiom, but you can make an argument about like how you can't like argue against it. Like you can demonstrate like by making this argument, you're assuming the axiom, right? And so like you can't validate it by argument, but you can make arguments that are like
and to be clear,
point out that any argument depends on it.
And I don't think that the law of causality. Hold on. I don't think that the law of causality is itself an axiom. Like I just reject that if that's the claim. The law of causality is a corollary of identity. It's identity applied it's talking about identity applied to action, right? So I say this in my wiki, my brain wiki, right, where I'm talking about this is the validation of that point. I'm not saying this is a proof. I'm saying it's a validation, right, which is a broader category again. And I get all of my points there. I get all of this from Leonard Peikoff. Like, where did I get this? I was reading OPAR and I noted it down. I got this from Leonard Peikoff. So, like, come on, guys.
Also, previously in this video itself, Michael said that deduction is good for a couple of things. One of them is polemics. So you were doing polemics right there with Noah. So what's wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, it did end up in that space, and several people pointed this out, where Noah was just like, no, Liquid Zulu, you're just wrong about everything. And then later, James Valliant said basically the exact same thing as me, and then Noah was like, oh geez, it's actually very deep. I agree with that. It's like, okay, this is just Liquid Zulu derangement syndrome. Okay, fine, whatever. But yeah, Aero Suarez, 54.71 for $10. Thank you very much. The All Mother Ayn Rand has ordained it so, and so it shall be indeed. And I will say to the people saying I should debate Liam Staten, he's one of the goddamn people I'm writing up a fucking resolution for to send out. There's a million things on my docket. I'll get to it, okay?
Not merely a deduced corollary from identity.
No, Leonard actually says the corollaries are self-evident, just like the axioms are. He said, let me make sure I get this right. He says that the process is similar to induction in that it's generalizations from experience, but it's self-evident and can only be pointed out basically ostensibly. Now, to me,
that's what I end up doing. I end up saying.
Apparently, I missed the super chat. Let's see, Monarcho Jalapeno for $3. Thank you very much. Church Fathers, primacy of fatherhood approved. Indeed, there you go.
Look at this, it floats. Look at this, it falls. Look at this, it rolls.
Now, to me, Jim, right at the root, I mean, this is at the very beginning of objectivism. Zulu and his followers are disqualified from being objectivist in that they don't even understand the basic epistemology and how the axiom.
Again, where did I get this? Where did I get this from? I got it from reading OPAR. That's where I got it from. So, Leonard Peikoff, you're no longer an objectivist. Bye-bye. Like, okay, fine, whatever.
Zulu is not an objectivist metaphysician.
Period.
Full stop.
Right? He says that objectivism is just the application or the unraveling of the primacy of existence, but he's doing.
Leonard Peikoff, in fact, the essence of metaphysics, according to objectivism, is the step-by-step development of the corollaries of the existence axiom. Leonard Peikoff is not an objectivist. With the big cross arm, he's not an objectivist.
It deductively, which means no.
You can't get to the value of life. Why life is the standard of value, why we need values, what values are all about, and the phenomenon of value pursuit from simple metaphysical axioms. No, that is derived by a series of generalizations and inductive generalizations where I realize, aha, it's living organisms that pursue ends. It's animals that have consciousness that help them pursue their ends. And there's human consciousness.
So I see there's a mistake here. I see a mistake here. So one mistake here. Okay. So something you said, Zulu, is that the essence of objectivism is the application of the primacy of existence in all fields of philosophy, right? Is that something you said?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And so what he has mistaken that is meaning that you like deduce from the existence axiom all the way to ethics, which is not the case, right?
Yeah, I don't do that.
You instead, what happens is like first in metaphysics, like you get the existence axiom, just by observation. Like you see there's a world, it exists, therefore it exists, right? But then you make other observations about reality. You make further observations, and by applying the existence axiom to these additional observations, you realize, like,
not the existence axiom, the primacy of existence.
Yeah, the primacy of existence. Sorry, by applying that, you realize, like, in each and every case, but it's not that it's not that you're deducing directly from there. It's that you're applying this as, one premise in like additional observations.
Yeah,
it's referring to like
you induce from
the method used to approach each of these branches of philosophy. You are starting from existence as primacy over consciousness, and you're taking that fact along with you in a briefcase and going, okay, well, how do I apply this most fundamental principles to this new area, right? Yeah, so that's entirely true. I'm not starting with the primacy of existence and then somehow like Hegelian deducing everything from that. That's correct.
Animal consciousness that gives me an ability to conceptualize them and have free will and choice when I approach the subject. All of those are derived from experience, and those generalizations have to be in my toolkit before I can even begin the subject of ethics. Now, okay. They all assume the metaphysical axioms, absolutely correct. But presumably, I've got my metaphysics squared away. And this also, if you're academically trained, there's a huge temptation. Ayn Rand explains her metaphysics. Ayn Rand explains her metaethics. Aha! She's deducing that from this. No, she ain't. She is showing you the logical relationship, and it will form a deduction.
Yeah, again, and I'm not saying that you do deduce your aesthetic theory from epistemology. Like, I'm not saying it's deduced, because the only things you could deduce within epistemology are other facts about epistemology. Right? You have to start anew, in effect, when you're in this new branch, with keeping in mind the things you know from other branches, and you interrelate them somehow. Right? Which is exactly how he's describing right here.
Deductive pattern in that case, but the principles themselves are all derived from experience.
He even says that you deduce causality. Now, I want to be, importantly, he doesn't say this is how we learn these things, but he says this is how they're validated. He said they're validated by deduction.
You can validate it that way. Like, what is the false premise there? It's possible to validate it.
Source, Leonard Peikoff.
Yeah, source Leonard Peikoff. The validation of this law rests upon 2 points: that all action is action of entities, and the law of identity. Every entity has a specific, non-contradictory, limited nature, blah, 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 blah. Guess where I got all this from? It was from fucking Upar. I got it from Upar. Read Upar, and you'll see where I got it from.
Yeah. This is just like misunderstanding what you are saying sometimes. Like, I guess this video will correct it, and we'll be all happily ever after.
Axioms are validated by experience, sense experience, and for you to be able to abstract them, even implicitly, as axiomatic concepts.
So, heterodox agnostic 8070 for 20 kroner, thank you very much. You're deducing by applying the primacy of existence to context. No, I don't think you are. It's not like this sort of pure deduction that like you might see someone like Immanuel Kant doing. Like, I'm not starting with, sitting in the armchair, as it were. I'm going like, okay, well, at least I think Rand did this. In fact, I didn't discover epistemology, right? For instance, I didn't discover Ayn Rand's epistemology. Ayn Rand did. I'm saying that she's using that, and then introspecting, doing all this sort of stuff to figure out the theory of concepts. But she's keeping this in the back of her mind always, because look, what is the essence of being objective in epistemology to the objectivist? Well, it means to take reality as the primary, right? That's what it means to be objective, right? And that's how she gets to her theory of concepts. She gets there by using this fundamental principle. So I don't. It's not the sort of deduction that Valliant is discussing here. I don't do that.
And also, to the point of, it's induction and deduction as a unified whole, which is logic, where the primary is induction. So let's say you're trying to discover epistemology. First, you need to induce a lot of things. You need to get, observe your own mind, I guess. This is what Rand did. She observed her own mental processes. And then, you get a lot of these observations. And then you try to get general principles from it. And then, you could potentially, I don't know if this is the way Rand did it, but like can be a valid way of doing it. You could use the previously discovered primacy of existence principle, and like you could apply it to a lot of these principles, see which one fails, which one succeeds. You integrate these new knowledge principles, this new knowledge with your old knowledge, see if everything is integrable, and if it is, then you have truly discovered something. So it's a united process where induction is the primary, deduction is the secondary, but deduction in itself is not a wrong thing.
You have to have
Don't be
multiple
racist against it.
They are generalizations like every other abstraction.
Okay, now what he says is that the only way that Ayn Rand is able to defeat David Hume's idea that there's no causality, or that you can't prove causality, is by deduction. Now, here I'm going to need your help a little bit.
Talk
But
about anti-objectivism.
Yes.
I don't think you ever said. Did you say that?
I don't know what they're referring to. Like, again, like, this is the problem with, I understand, like, this is kind of like they're riffing, so they can't necessarily have, like, quotes for everything, but, like, you know, if I don't know exactly what I said, then I don't really have any way of defending it. So I'm not sure that I can talk about this.
Yeah, they can provide you later. You can say it on Twitter, I guess.
Yeah.
Ayn Rand's answer to Hume.
the answer is this, is that what Hume attempts to do is locate this thing called necessity.
Right.
That this is necessary, you know, he wants to impose necessity on reality, and because he can't find it anywhere, he says there's no logical relationship or no necessary relationship between cause and effect. What Rand does say is that entities act according to their identity. It's not some necessity that's imposed on the concepts. It's the fact that each entity acts according to its identity, and what that means is causality basically is a corollary.
Yeah, again, just look at my brain page. This is what I have to say about it, and he's just basically riffing. He's just basically describing my wiki on this, which, by the way, the reason why he's doing that is because I got it from fucking Opar.
Of identity in that what a thing is determines what it's going to do. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me say something to Zulu. Zulu, you missed the whole point and importance of Ayn Rand's introduction to objectivist epistemology. What Hume and Kant misunderstood lies at the heart of this very subject. It is from experience that we get the idea, and
I agree.
it's got to be at the primary level of deriving a concept from experience. Hume was a nominalist. He did not think that there was a relationship that Ayn Rand developed between concepts and experience. It was completely disconnected that way. So he's like an ultra nominalist who doesn't see the connection between concepts and the perceptions that in solving that problem, but in solving the problem of the relationship between concepts and the facts we perceive, Ayn Rand is saying this is what y'all missed. David Hume, you missed the idea that we can form concepts and that the concepts themselves exactly relate in an objective way to perception, something Hume did not understand or believe. So the answer to David Hume is Ayn Rand's introduction to objectivist epistemology. We have to be able to form valid concepts and form valid concepts straight from sense perception. And this is the relationship between sense perception and our concepts, according to Ayn Rand.
I'm no epistemology expert, but I fucking know all this, okay? I get it. I know that.
And also, you know, just for the audience out there, also see Peikoff's discussion in both the history of philosophy and his paper on the analytic synthetic dichotomy, which goes into the necessary facts and contingent facts, which he kind of discussed. It's very important.
Mm-hmm.
And when you look up a very important chapter on axiomatic concepts derived from experience, there we have the answer to David Hume. Mr. Hume, what you're missing here is that there's basic concepts we can derive from experience, and causality is one of them, okay? In fact, all of our axiomatic knowledge is derived directly from sense perception. In fact, all sense perception in one sense. My perception of green is at that same, quote, axiomatic level. Green isn't an axiom because it's unlike existence, consciousness, and identity. It is not present in each and every instance of perception. There's only the times when I see green stuff.
No, but the senses are axiomatic.
But green is derived in the same way that existence, identity, or action, entity are derived. All it is another simple inference and a generalization from experience. Balls roll, blocks don't.
Yeah, so I want to clarify something. I think this might be a good spot to do it. The point here isn't that Zulu is wrong, but I believe he is, or that anarcho-objectivism is wrong. The point is they're not objectivists.
No, his whole approach to metaphysics is
both have not
in epistemology as well.
Pure rationalism. Yeah, epistemology as well. But deduction is not how we figure stuff out.
Or validate. Importantly,
well, hold on. Some stuff it is. Some stuff is how you validate it and discover it. You can't have just induction. Like, you know, ironically, Valliant is kind of running into what he described as the empiricist error here. He's induction. Like, listen to what they just said there. Deduction is not how you figure stuff out, or something to that effect. Okay, well, for some stuff it is, actually. For some stuff it is how you figure it out.
I once again point people to Newton and his physics.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he did a lot of deductions. He did a lot of mathematical proofs, which are deductive in nature. And that gave him the knowledge to then further integrate and reduce and further integrate and reduce and flesh out the entire field that is mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
We validate our primary knowledge. Right. That's got to come from sense perception.
Okay, so metaphysically and epistemologically gone, in my view. So the anarcho-objectivists are already disqualified. But then they take this step, like Zulu did, where he says politics is not an appropriate subject of philosophy. Okay, let's just say he's right. How do you claim to be an objectivist by nullifying one of an entire branch that Ayn Rand thought was important?
Because objectivism isn't the beliefs of Ayn Rand. That's how I do it.
Argumentum ad vox Rand. You know, Ayn Rand said so.
Like, because Ayn Rand said it, it doesn't matter. Because again, if it is true that politics isn't a branch of philosophy, even if you're going to have objectivism is the philosophy of Ayn Rand, right? Even if you have that as like a definition of objectivism, that is, then the politics isn't part of the philosophy of Ayn Rand because it's not part of philosophy. Right? If you grant me that, then it doesn't matter whatever the hell she said on politics. It just doesn't matter whatever the hell she said about gay marriage or the theory of evolution or whatever, because those would only ever possibly be applications of the philosophy, right? Not part of the philosophy. I said this to him in the debate. Nuclear Mayhem 9238. Thank you very much for the 20 kroner. Empiricists be like, I can't measure it. It's not real. Yeah.
Yep. One confusion that might be important to address here, and I want this is where, I have an answer, but I don't know if that is the right answer because I'm not an epistemologist. If any of you guys would have a better answer, I would appreciate it. Is that I think Michael and a lot of more of these these classical objectivists, including a guy called Benito, really nice guy on Twitter, they told me that objectivism has to be a particular. It cannot be a general because there aren't two objectivisms from which you are inducing, right? And the problem there is that then you can't have a definition. But in my view, objectivism is a collection of a lot of philosophical principles which has something of a conceptual common denominator, which is the primacy of existence. They're all applications of primacy of existence to various life circumstances and to various information.
I think it's an error just to call it a particular. I'm not sure about this. Isn't it wrong to say I have this particular book. I have a copy of How to Think About the Economy by Per Bylund, right? That's a particular book. But then let's say we have the set of all of this book, right? It's the same book, but is that a particular book at that point? Are we talking about a particular book, or are we talking about, the generalization, the whole set, right? This is, I think the moment you get interconceptual, you're not even talking about particulars anymore.
Yeah, could for instance a dog perceive objectivism? Or do you have to have a conceptual faculty to even grasp objectivism? I think you do. Yeah, that says something, I think.
Yeah, exactly. And another thing is that we can track the historical flow. We can track Aristotle, who was inconsistent with it, but he kind of got the inklings of the primacy of existence. Then we have Francis Bacon, who really fleshed out induction. Then we have Aquinas, who did further developments, but he was religious. So he had those bad premises. Then Rand comes along, and she was the first one who explicitly identifies the primacy of existence and consistently applies it to a lot of things, though not all things, as we contend. And then there is Inductica, Liquid Zulu, Ron Pizzatoro, Leonard Peikoff, Harry Binswanger, all of these people who are further developing, right? Aren't these a lot of general principles? You could probably have to cut it off at Rand. You would have to start objectivism at Rand because she was the one who identified the primacy of existence. But do we not see, when we step back, a broad philosophical movement here towards something? And as you said, a dog can't perceive it. It's not a particular, it's something, right? It's conceptual. You need a very, very advanced conceptual consciousness to grasp all of this. So I don't know exactly if I know an answer to that question yet, but I think from what I know, I do still think our position is correct here. And maybe Michael or Benito or other people could elucidate this, or maybe even James can.
Yeah. But before we do,
I would think these people are, my seniors in epistemology. So I'm just saying that I'm pointing out something valid here, and you guys got to address it.
And before we continue, Monhop did give another $8, so thank you very much. It's also incredibly circular. Objectivism is the philosophy of Ayn Rand, and we know this because Ayn Rand said so. Yeah, this isn't how you do anything else.
In politics,
and also,
right?
they say that rationalism can be, defined. And of course, then I would assume they would say subjectivism can be defined. So in the trichotomy of rational, intrinsicism, subjectivism, and objectivism, intrinsicism and subjectivism you can define. That's completely fine. But you can't do it with objectivism. Why?
Now,
He rejects,
Zulu-
in effect, Ayn Rand said that the key fields of philosophy are metaphysics, epistemology, ethics, politics, and she added aesthetics because it directly relates to the human mode of consciousness, our conceptual nature. So these are the 5 branches of philosophy she recognized. And he's claiming to be an objectivist and saying a whole 20% of it, 1/5 of her entire philosophy is misbegotten. So he fails on
But it's not her philosophy
epistemology, he fails in metaphysics.
because it isn't philosophy.
Well, hang on, and third, like the thing is, she's claiming it's a field of philosophy, and you're saying she's wrong. You're saying she's incorrect. There you go.
Yeah.
And then Mixroom 8930 for another 5 BGN. Again, sorry, I don't know what that currency is, but thank you very much. Leibowitz told me
Nukes.
Belgian nukes. There you go. Liebowitz told me preparing syllogisms is rationalism on X. Both of them rejected objectivist epistemology and ethics. How are they judging us? Yeah, preparing syllogisms is definitely not rational. Like, this is just racism against deduction, I think.
Yeah. Racism against it.
I like that. That's amazing.
Yeah. Shout out to Inductica, man. He's amazing.
Substantially. And then he denies the very existence of another branch that I recognize.
Well, what he says about aesthetics, but so I don't know. But now, what he does.
And to be clear, I do accept that aesthetics is a branch of philosophy because it's the way I figure out what a branch of philosophy is. It's the broadest possible abstractions in any field, and aesthetics is about concretizing the other branches. And I think that it counts. If you want to figure out my views on aesthetics, it's basically identical to Ayn Rand. I don't think I diverge from her at all. You can see me elucidate that in my video on AI art.
Does say is that law is a proper part of philosophy. So now I really want to get into this. I really want to get into his legal theory. I want to get into anarcho-capitalism. So he says this is how he defines law at the beginning of a essay he wrote. Law is to be understood as a normative discipline which identifies certain actions as just or unjust. That is to say, law is a subset of ethics which identifies which party ought to have possession in a given conflict. Okay. This is something else that he does. He says that unless it's objective law, it's not law. So rationalistically, he does away with the idea that any
No. That's not rationalism. I'm just identifying what the concept is. Again, this goes back to anatomy of the state. Is a government edict actually law? I don't think that's a good way to think about law. Because is the mugger on the street, is he making law? Is he making a new law there? The law being that you have to give him your money? Is that a new law suddenly? Like this, it breaks down very quickly. Like I don't think this is the correct way to think about what law is. I think the correct way is natural law theory. Like I explicitly reject legal positivism because I think it's just retarded. Like I explain why.
We should let them go for a few minutes because they're about to make like 3 big mistakes in succession, and we could probably address them all very rapidly.
Sure.
Legislation is law. No, that's not law because it doesn't fit with what he says is.
He sort of refutes the so-called legal realists and legal positivists. That's not just because it is the law. We can't even apply the concept of law.
But the argument is really over what is proper law. Right? Now, I happen to agree that any legal opinion you have or any political opinion you have is going to have an ethical base to it, whether it be ethical subjectivism, something. But it doesn't mean that law only applies to what is just and unjust. Because somebody could say, as Bentham did, rights are nonsense on stilts. There's no purpose to this justice.
He is the one setting us up for Bentham's reply. Your idea of the one and only true thing you'll call law is nonsense on stilts. Can there be such a thing as an unjust law? See, I need it.
Yeah, but I reject that. I reject that. I think law is a subset of ethics. Like, prove me wrong, please. Go ahead. Defend legal positivism.
Here's to his point. Like, what does it mean for that to be an unjust law? It's a law that is like incorrect. Like, it is a law that does not, further the principle of justice, right? So it's a law. Like, it would be like the same thing as saying, like an unethical ethic, right?
Mm-hmm.
An unethical, like, altruism is an unethical ethic, right? Because altruism is anti-ethical. It violates the principles of ethics, right? It's incorrect, right? So effectively, you could say that an unjust law is a contradiction, and like the person who is proposing an unjust law is making a contradiction, right? There you go. That's what we have.
I would slightly disagree here in the sense that you could have the larger concept of law in which you are observing a lot of these things which people generally call law, and then you could like later when Liquid Zulu comes in and like gives his theory, you can precisely identify that there were some particulars that we were subsuming in this concept which are not law. And so for example, in ethics I would say altruism is still an ethic, but we can later discover after Rand that it's a wrong ethic, right? So it's
exactly, yeah. So like, I mean, that's the thing. Like, so you can say, law is the field where we study how to resolve conflicts, and there are there are different rules that people come up with, like for how how conflict should be resolved. These are all like theories of law, right? They are making laws, But when we say like the racist ethic in law, the racist theory where like the preferred race should win conflicts, right? And we identify that's incorrect. That is an unjust law, right? We already got there. Like,
and so I think so. It comes in. Let's say when we discovered that water was H2O. Before that, like before we knew what water was, like all the water we found in nature, it was always conducting electricity. But later we discovered that no, water itself does not conduct electricity. It's the impurities added which do. So like there is certainly room for evolution here, in which we can sometimes wrongly classify things, and we can later, as our knowledge grows, we can go back and like properly classify things, right? Like, am I making a mistake here? Like Zulu, you could point out if I'm saying something wrong. Within the broader concept of law, we are later than coming in and saying that some of these things should not be categorized as laws because they're not essentially coming at justice, right? Like they're just assertions.
Yeah, and moreover, like if you just give the average person this hypothetical, in front of you are two roads. One road has a mother and her child, and the other road has a criminal on it. Which road do you choose to go down, assuming they both get to the same destination? 99 times out of 100, you're not going to go down the road with the criminal. Because you implicitly understand criminal means someone bad. Right? People understand criminal mean bad.
I'm not sure I agree with this, because like there's the broader sense in which, like, because positive law has become so broad, the term criminal has been applied to people who are like not.
But
like,
people understand. People think that criminal means bad.
Yeah, people think criminal means bad because they have this conflation where they believe like it's wrong to disobey the law.
But still, then that still means that it's a part of ethics.
Think about this more broadly. Like, let's say one has like a mother and a child, the other one has a criminal, but then you clarify, no, his only crime was that he illegally downloaded a book. He pirated a CD.
Yeah, but you need that further clarification, right? Like you guys are saying something very similar. Like what Zulu is saying, like if there is no further clarification, then you would probably want to avoid criminal. Like you don't like in terms of simply the risk that you are taking by going down these two roads. Going down the criminal road is probably worse because in that classification there are still people who are murderers and rapists and thieves, right?
I suppose.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I think legal positivism, if you take it seriously, it leads to things which people don't generally actually believe. Like, that's why I think it's a bad theory of law.
I think this. Well, I think it's also because like there's just like there's a contradiction where people believe simultaneously that the law is just made up. It's just rules that people can make at any time. But also that you are thoroughly obligated to follow the law. You must obey it. Like, because it is.
Yeah, like go home for Christmas and tell your parents that you're a criminal. Like they'll be like, Jesus, you're a criminal. Like it's like,
my dad would probably say that's based.
Need a concept of law that applies to unjust laws.
Yes.
I need a concept of...
Again, so what category do they actually fit in? What concept actually fits in there? It's more like edict. Like a gang member can give you some edict on the side of the road. Give me your money or else I'll shoot you, bitch. Right? A gang member could do that. And that's the sort of thing that the state does. Again, anatomy of the state.
There's a conflation. There's a conflation here in the sense that like it's the conflation between like bureaucracy and jurisprudence, right? Like the sense that like the specific rules that we set out in some particular instance versus the jurisprudence which determines which rules are justified, right? Like, so like, I have my house, right? And I make a rule, it's my property, but let's say I make a rule that anyone who steps on my property, they immediately become my slave, right? We can apply jurisprudence here and say that is an unjust rule, right? But I think if you just swap out rule for law and then imagine like my house is the entire country and you're like a statist, you're an objectivist, right? Suddenly now like these rules that they're just arbitrary, but you use jurisprudence to determine which one is like just or unjust, right? But I think that's just like they're mixing the concepts, they're conflating the two, bureaucracy and jurisprudence.
Law that's wider than a valid law under the proper morality.
Okay, so he also says this. He says that law identifies which party ought to have possession in a given conflict. Well, what about in the case of rape or just violence?
Murder.
Yeah.
His whole approach.
The woman will have possession over her body.
this is the part where they're going to start misunderstanding the term scarcity and misunderstanding the term conflict. So in a moment, Jim is going to be saying, like, using the term scarce narrows your focus to the economic. And so the problem is he's imagining you're using the term scarce to mean like, there's just like there's not an abundance. Like it's a good. It's like specific goods, like economic goods. But that's a significant narrowing of the term scarce. Scarce is just like it almost means like particular, like finite. Like there's a specific instance, and it can only be in one place and not. It has identity. Like scarcity is almost the same thing as identity.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like and so the point is like my body is a scarce object. It is a physical object. It has a particular location. It can only be only be used for certain things at certain times. There are exclusive uses of it. It's scarce, right? And the term conflict, they're about to use the term conflict to refer to like any time people disagree, right? Which is the Dave Smith definition of conflict in the Andrew Wilson when Casimir asked him, like, it's people have a disagreement. No, conflict is when there are actions that are with contradictory ends that are about to go forth, right? And I think there's someone once like objected on the point that like, well, contradictions can't exist in reality, so there can't really be a conflict. That's not the case. Like, so this is a teleological contradiction. Like, it's the contradiction occurs in the minds of the two like actors, right? Like they are trying to move these ends towards mutually exclusive outcomes, right? And these are potentials that cannot arise at the same time. That's what it means to be a conflict. And like, anyway, go on.
Exactly. Like scarcity is simply like you can't have two things. Like two people can't act on a certain object and at the same time in the same respect. That's what we're meaning by scarcity.
Hey, can't eat your cake and have it too.
Exactly. And like conflict further, like the way we're defining, and like we very explicitly define it, right, in the paper as well. I think maybe not that particular paper, maybe in another, but like Zulu is like that definition of conflict that Zulu uses is not something hidden particularly. It's that like two people trying to enact certain contradictory ends on the same object. Like that's the definition that we're working with here.
Scarcity. That is just
we're going to get to that. Don't go sick. We're going to get to that.
But the point though is that most crime is not economic in nature. That is to say, maybe
I don't give a shit.
Maybe I'm doing it out of jealousy. Maybe I was just a hothead who misperceived things and it's not because of the scarcity.
That's a misuse of it's a misunderstanding of the term scarcity. He's he's viewing scarcity as purely like I'm driven by the fact that I don't have enough apples, right? That's not the point. Like the point is like there are specific objects that are scarce. They have identity. They're not like infinite. Like here's the thing, like. Keep going. He's going to talk about his theory of force in law. So just keep going.
You occupied, but I'm hitting you in the face, Michael. It's because I'm pissed off at you that I'm hitting you in the face. And so most rights violations are not, you can impose a property, framework upon it. It just doesn't make sense though.
Okay, so he says this.
It's the only way it makes sense actually, because you own your body.
Yeah. I have to say, like, how does it make sense? Like, what's the problem with someone punching you in your face? It's my face, and I don't consent to you using my face in this way. I have my face. It belongs to me. It's my property. It's scarce. I have a desired use for it. I'm the first user of my face. You're coming along and saying, actually, I think your face is better used for being punched. I'm like, no, I don't like that. I don't want that. And that's you shouldn't do that. And
yeah, if you truly had no scarcity, like a Garden of Eden, no scarcity at all, then I could continue using my face for whatever I want my face to be used for, not being punched, whilst you punch my face. So we just live in a contradiction, right? I can...
Exactly. Look, if you imagine a world without scarcity, and I mean literally, it's not even like the Garden of Eden, it's beyond that. It's like a world without scarcity would be one without physical dimension. Like there would be no, there would be no quantities in a world without scarcity, because there'd be like infinite or non-quantity. And so like this is like beyond imagining like this is a universe that's like completely zero dimensional, but like suppose that you get past that. Like in this case, libertarian ethics has no application, right? Because you can never interact with another person in a way that you deprive them of their like what they're doing, because like you can never conflict. You could never conflict without scarcity, right?
Yep.
He says the definition of law is ethics applied to the issue of conflicts. Now, importantly, in objectivism, a definition is something that distinguishes a concept from all others. There are plenty of areas of conflict where law does not and ought not apply. I'm arguing with my wife. There's
not a conflict,
right? Who gets the shower right now? It's a conflict.
Every time
not a conflict.
That is a conflict. That is a conflict, actually. Who gets to use the shower? Like someone
sure, yeah.
There is a legal answer to that. Yeah, who owns the shower?
Yeah.
Get the fuck out.
Yeah. That's fair. I was more referring to like the argument itself isn't a conflict. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah, just getting mad at someone is not a conflict. Like
because you can get mad.
Argument.
I can get mad at you as much as I want right now. and you can still, I don't exclude any of your actions by doing that, because I can get mad at you whilst you don't want me to get mad at you. Those two actions can go forth.
Mm-hmm.
You about the Constitution, Mike.
Unless the point is actually that he's going to like try to use your body. He's like actually going to fight, and that's a conflict. But I get you the point.
Yeah.
Like the point is like disagreement is not sufficient. There has to be
Not
actions that are mutually exclusive.
Like,
Yeah.
neither of us are intend to violate the other's rights.
Yeah.
Neither of us are likely to violate the other guy's rights, and yet
So-
we have a quote conflict.
But okay, so
Not a quote by me.
No, we don't.
beyond that, though, I mean, beyond that just being wrong, why is he wrong that law fundamentally is about scarcity and conflicts? I'm asking you because you, of course, I didn't get into this as part of your credentials, but you actually graduated law school.
As obviously they're going to get into this more. But Zark 0 for $5 again, thank you very much. That's very much appreciated. A lot of money coming in. I very much like that. I'm a big greedy goblin, and I love gobbling up all your money. So thank you very much. The fact that contradictions can't be true is why the conflict occurs. If contradictory actions could be actualized simultaneously, there'd be no conflict. Exactly correct. Exactly correct.
Yes. Yes.
School and were practicing prosecutor for nearly 20 years.
Yeah, I was a prosecutor, and I did get my Juris Doctorate degree, and I studied from the great classical liberal constitutional analyst Bernie Segan, by the way. No, we need law because of physical force, physical coercion. It's not a matter of conflict. It's a specific.
Again, no, not force. Force is a bad concept to use. Again, I go over this in my course, because then you have to say like, oh well, we don't want force or fraud or threats of force. You know, you have to keep tacking on these extra things, and you end up with a compound principle, which is just not how you do philosophy at all.
And again, force is downstream from conflict and scarcity. Like suppose that there was no scarcity, and you applied force
like in ideas.
What does it mean? What does it mean to apply force in a world without scarcity, or like in absence of understanding scarcity? Like you're applying force to there's no object, right? And so like let's say you have scarcity, but then you have force. Like how do you understand which force is bad? Like if I apply force to some tree, well, no, that's fine. Like this tree doesn't have an owner, so like I can just cut down the tree. Like I'm full, What if I apply force to some guy who's attacking me? Well, no, that's fine because he's he's not the he's attacking you. He's initiating the force on you. So you're okay. You're able to defend yourself from it. Okay, like what if I don't use force? What if I just like surreptitiously I go to my workplace and I just start collecting silverware, right? Like I'm not attacking anyone. I'm just like acquiring it. Like you can say that's force. Okay, what if someone gives me something for a particular period of time, but then like they never come back to collect it, or like I don't give it back to them, right? Is that force? Like this use of the term force, it's incorrect. Like what's the fundamental problem we're identifying? It's the initiation of conflicts, right?
And in like I've watched some Peikoff lectures, and like they very much develop the concept of force like we develop the concept of conflict, but like conflict and scarcity is just a far better grounding, because like the way they have to then justify fraud is that, well, if you were honest, then the only way you could acquire it was to initiate force. And like this is very similar. This is basically replaceable with our idea. So if you just knew what we meant by conflict, there would be no quote unquote your kind of conflict here.
Yeah, and then a huge Harold for $5. Thank you very much. No message attached. So we'll continue.
Specific kind of conflict, and it is the nature of that's what he keeps avoiding too. The nature of physical force. That is what law is all about. Now, most of the time, my conflicts we can go our separate ways, even continue to argue perhaps, and that conflict is still a conflict, but it's not a forceful conflict. Only physical coercion. Law, in my view, is needed only because of the phenomenon of the initiation of force. If there was no physical aggression in this world, we would need no law. Unfortunately, people are perfectly capable. Their free will is so broad; they're perfectly capable.
He's
of
actually correct.
Force or aggression
Stop. He just said if there were no physical aggression in this world, then we would not need law. That's actually correct. Because like, what does it mean? Like, you can either subtract physical there, in which case you have no scarcity, or you can subtract aggression, in which case you don't have the initiation of conflicts and you don't need law. Like, that's correct. He's just like he has a much more primitive conception of natural law is the problem.
Yeah.
It's just using different terminology to say what we are saying, which is why if they did a 5-minute homework on us, on our ideology here, on our positions here, like there would be no disagreement here. Come on.
Yeah, I will say I don't know how much longer you guys want to go, but I'm just gonna nip to the loo real quick. Maybe we can wrap this up. I'm not sure if we're going to get through the whole video, but yeah, we'll just
completely unacceptable. Can't believe it. 7-hour live stream, please.
Yeah, we got to go through the whole man.
Yeah. I mean, I want to continue here. The other thing is like physical force. Like the initiation of physical force it's a subset of conflicts, right? Because like, and the thing is, if we want to, like, you have to define it precisely, right? Like if I initiate physical force on someone, that'll basically be me like attacking, right? Like or like, you know, stealing. Like I have to grab it from them, in a way like that. But it's so imprecise that you can say like if I initiate physical force on a tree, right? Like that's like I am initiating physical force on a tree, right? Like I'm attacking the tree, right? But the tree doesn't have a property right, right? The tree does not have, well, property rights are even downstream. The tree does not have like an agency. I'm not initiating a conflict with the tree, right? And the other thing is, if you like edge case this in, okay, you have to initiate a conflict with another person or initiate physical force in contradiction to another person's desires, right? This is, you know, this is we're getting out of hand, right? Like, but the point is, like, even if you accept that, like, there are so many other crimes that are like indirect, you could say, like the donut homestead, right? If I put a donut homestead around you, if I let's use Zulu's like more reductionary example, if I drop a cage on top of you but never touches you, right? When did I initiate a physical force on you? There was no force applied to your body. You were never moved in any way, right? Like, but you're now contained. You're now unable to escape my my cage, right? Like, or let's say you have there are some other examples here which I think might be more controversial, even in like the nap sense. Like, for instance, let's say I'm sunbathing on the beach and like someone steps between me and the sun, right? Like, so they start blocking the sun from me, right? You could say that they have initiated a conflict with me over like the use of like that area of the beach. Like they're kind of obstructing the sun and I was using the sun to, like, you know, sunbathe, right? But there's no physical force there, right? That's indirect. You can say, what else is interesting? Someone who like blocks up my windows. So like, let's say I have a house, right? And like I have my windows up there and they just like, they erect like a signpost, like a giant barrier in front of my window, right? That's like blocking all of the sunlight from getting in, right? You know, I think there's an argument there from like the nap position where like this is not, you can't say this is a conflict because you didn't border like, you know, the sun approaching your window or whatever. But like the point is, like, from the that's an argument, but like from the initiation of force position, there's absolutely nothing about it, right? Like,
there's no argument we have.
Yeah.
Also, if you just ask why the initiation of force is even possible, it's because of, you know, identity. It's because of scarcity. It's because, you know, certain things have a finite, definite nature, and two people can't use the same thing in the same respect at the same time, and thus you have, you know, that's when like this even makes sense. So, you know, the route that we're coming from, which is scarcity, it's the proper route, proper identification of the principle here. And like, I don't think they're going to deviate too much from like our kind of theory here. Like later they're going to deviate in the anarchism part, but like, we're not saying too different of a thing here. You just didn't know what conflict was when used in the terms of libertarian legal theory. So it's just a terminology problem.
Anyway, that's press forth.
Other people, but it's physical force. And
just try to get all of this done. There's a lot to
politics. You know, John Locke and Thomas Jefferson had this harm principle. Jefferson said, so long as we don't injure one another, we should be free to left to our own pursuits. John Stuart Mill, you know, had a similar harm principle. Well, what the hell is harm? Am I hurting your feelings? So we need a little more clarity on that.
Oh yeah, well, as it turns out, but there's all these other instances of harm when I'm hurting your feelings. Like suddenly it's not valid to do that.
We have a precise definition. That's why we use precise definitions on these things. Yeah.
At Harvard, Ayn Rand and John Hospers, the first libertarian candidate for president, he was a philosophy professor, and he zeroed in and he said, you know, in politics, that was Ayn Rand's greatest contribution to classical liberalism. She specifically identified the only kind of harm that should be the business of law: physical coercion. And absent some form of physical coercion, such as the taking of your physical property by force or fraud, or harming you or your property by physical force, the law ought to be out of it. Because
look at all those ors.
Or you know, or you like get in my way. Or you like, I don't know, or you write you know, my ideas in your book, you know.
Hey, what's common to all these things, right? You have to have something common.
Are free.
Yeah.
Freedom is that state in which people are not using force against one another.
Okay, so Zulu told me in a debate, he said there's an objective answer to any given legal dispute. Now, what he, just to be clear, what we were talking about was the amount of jurors that should sit on a jury, or what levels of due process there are.
Again, we've gone over this. That's not the realm of jurisprudence.
I said this earlier. This is a conflation between jurisprudence and bureaucracy, right? Like so like the legal principle and the institution that you create to apply that principle. These are two different things, right?
Yeah.
Age of consent and for sexual
get to anarchy.
What I tried to tell him was, it's like, and Dave Smith actually brought the same point to him, is there is no objective answer for everybody to have an age of consent, but you do have to have a general age of consent. Otherwise, each person, if you take
okay, no.
There's a principle to apply. There's a principle to apply and understand, like, how do we determine whether this person is a legal child in this case or not, right?
Yeah. That's the principle. And I'm sorry, but reality doesn't have to give you easiest solutions, because in a second he's going to go like, well, the person who meets a girl at the mall, he needs to know in advance whether or not it's okay to pursue her. I'm sorry, but it might be easier for him to do that, but as it turns out, reality doesn't owe you easy solutions. Yeah. Okay? If the girl's 30 years old, but as it turns out, she's non-verbal autistic and can barely eat food for herself, like, this girl was not able to consent to sex with me. People can recognize this. This is the field of psychology.
Use your brain.
Yeah, use your brain.
And one way to resolve this might be, to Chronic's point about procedural and the jurisprudence. The jurisprudential point is that you have to determine whether or not this person is able to consent. Procedural point can be that, most agencies or most covenant communities, they set a standard at, let's say, 18, but you can appeal the standard to say that, okay, this person over or under whatever age group that you're saying, what did not fit into the standard. There are solutions to these things which you could.
There's nothing wrong.
Increase
there's nothing wrong with heuristics in application, right?
Exactly. There are ways to increase ease, but jurisprudence has no duty to give you ease, right? That's a different thing. And we're not being Hegelians here. We're not going to deduce everything for you. Some things you're going to figure out for yourself. We're going to give you a general principle. They don't need to be easy.
Communicate your will, whatever the hell.
They need to be true.
But let's even go further. Let's steelman this. Even if you were to say that sexual consent should be based on intellectual and emotional maturity of the person having sex, right? Even then, that doesn't help the guy who meets a girl, at the mall.
Again, I don't give a shit if it helps him. Don't give a shit.
Because he's in no position to assess these things, and he needs to understand.
Oh well, tough nuggets. Fuck off.
And ahead of time, what the legal,
Actually, I want to understand. Wait. Like, what is the counter to this position? Like what is the opposite? Like, is the case that in objectivist stand, right, everyone's gonna have to carry that government issue ID, which tells you the exact minute that they become 18 years old and they're now valid for romantic pursuits, or for consent to be able to drive and drink and everything. That's
arbitrary.
That doesn't make that. Yeah, it's completely arbitrary.
But Zulu, again, he just thinks there's objective libertarian law out there, and we're going to get to this, just needing to be discovered. That's not to say there aren't objective rights or objective principles of law.
They just need to be discovered.
But some things, such as the appropriate sentence for a given crime, there's no intrinsic idea.
It's not intrinsic, but there is an objective standard for that. It's called estoppel, right?
Out there that just tells you what is the appropriate thing. Part of this is going to end up being arbitrary out of.
Oh, whoops-a-daisies. So now we have to accept arbitrary things. We just have, there are no principles here to apply. It's just got to be arbitrary. I'm the anti-objectivist.
Pretty sure Leonard Peikoff had something to say about this. That were there's absolutely no you can't argue with arbitrary. You have to reject it outright. There's no And you're right. I can't argue with this guy. He's saying, I just don't. We just need to arbitrarily say the sentence. Do you have a reason for that? No. Okay.
Yeah. So we, as objectivists, we reject the arbitrary. Let that stand on the floor. We are taking the objectivist position here. Continue.
Of necessity, but it still can be based on a principle. You just don't.
No, the arbitrary is not based on principle because it's not true or false.
Wait, go back 5 seconds. I want him to say the whole sentence. Hang on.
Sure. I can't actually use my keyboard to go back and forth 5 seconds on this fucking.
Hang on, let me try it. Hang on. Let me see if I
you can't move the scrubbing, so I've just
okay.
guessed it.
What the legal consequences are of his
Let's
actions.
listen.
But Zulu,
Oh, that's
again,
way
he
too
thinks there's
far.
this objective libertarian law out there, and we're going to get to this, just needing to be discovered. That's not to say there aren't objective rights or objective principles of law, but some things, such as the appropriate sentence for a given crime, there's no intrinsic idea out there that just tells you what is the appropriate thing. Part of this is going to end up being arbitrary out of necessity, but it still can be based on a principle. You just don't.
It's going to be arbitrary out of necessity, but it's going to be based on principle. That's a contradiction.
Yeah.
That's an absolute contradiction, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's pragmatism and principles in the same sentence.
The rationalistic mathematical answer.
No, in fact, you can't. What you're doing sometimes with large numbers is approximating, and we need the approximation. In other words,
sure.
One of the examples they were talking about is the driving age. And and at some point we can say, well, if you're not yet 15, you can't have the maturity and skills and physical and mental capacities. So there's a minimum age at which you can even get your learner's permit. And
you can.
It was so funny. Smith asks Zulu.
And I want to be clear. The way I read Dave Smith saying this in the debate, he was like, "Oh well, there are some things. Okay, well, let's say the age of driving." Like I read that as him just trying to skirt around terms of service and not get into age of consent. That's how I read that in the debate, and so I was responding to it as that.
Yeah. Also,
like I said,
just pass the driving test, bro. It's like there are objective ways in which you could determine whether a person is competent to drive or not, which is show me driving. There's a driving school in which we ensure that things are safe, and then they show us driving. And it doesn't matter if the person is 14 or 50. If they don't got it, they don't got it. If they got it, they got it.
Yeah, and Mr. Valliant, again, he's conflating again jurisprudence and bureaucracy, and he's also conflating the principle with the general, not the general case, the usual case, right? Where he's saying with large numbers, you have to come up with some kind of number. Okay, that's true, yeah, but what is the actual principle that we are using to try and figure out what is the usual case? Usually once someone is 18, then they understand the consequences of these actions, and so they are able to consent to them, right? That's the principle. You can't just pick a number. It's not arbitrary, right? That's how you arrive at the heuristic.
Yeah, you need to have you need to have the principle in the first place in order to get to the usually case.
Yeah, and also credit to Fabian Liberty's stream of the Dave Smith debate. He pointed out that in reality right now there are such thing called farms, and on farms there are often young farm boys which are 12 to 14, which are completely able to drive tractor. So currently people are able to demonstrate that they are capable of driving in certain situations, even when they don't meet whatever requirements which are arbitrarily set by Michael Liebowitz. I'm sorry if that was too rude.
Zulu comes back with some bizarre rationalist, when
communicate their will.
Yeah, exactly. Wait, whoa.
Well, bizarre and rationalist. I mean, go ahead and read the paper. Come on, guys, read the paper. A Rational Theory of the Rights of Children by Ian Herbsam. Read the paper and tell me that's rationalist. Go ahead, read it and tell me that's rationalism. It's the furthest thing from rationalism.
And I want to expand on this point. What does it mean? Why is it the case that when someone is unable to communicate their will, that you can sort of go against what they are sort of desiring? So the point when Dave Smith said my son was jumping up and down in the bathtub and I stopped him, right, to protect him, right? And that was, that was initiating a conflict with him. Why is that not the case? Why do we think that? Well, the thing is, he has, when someone's performing an action, right, they have a desired end state, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that desired end state, if they have a mistake, if they're mistaken, right? If they're jumping up and down because they want to have fun, but the actual end state of that action is they're going to slip and crack their skull. Well, when you're stopping them, you're actually preserving that some other fact that that he doesn't desire to get his skull cracked. He doesn't want to die, right? The child, or we're assuming that,
I'm assuming that Dave Smith's child was not trying to commit suicide.
That's a safe assumption, right? So when you actually stop someone from performing an action, but you're not because that's going to result in something they don't want to happen, then you're actually protecting their will, right? You're actually saying, actually, no, you're going to blow yourself up. Don't do it. And he's it's the same case with someone who's staring at their phone and they're about to cross the road, but they're not looking either way. And there's just a million cars going past. And they're staring at their phone. They're about to cross the street, right? This person, they're clearly not stepping into the street to die. They're trying to get to the other side. But the fact is they want to continue living. So when you grab their shoulder and pull them back, you're not initiating a conflict with them. And then the same thing is true for the unconscious man. The unconscious man, they're not acting at the moment. They can't like, they don't have any. They're latent self-owner at that point. They're like saying, they don't have any in current actions, but you can imagine that their will in general is they want to continue living, and so you can act to move them around and like get them out of danger, right? Like, yeah, that's what it means.
Mm-hmm.
My immediate reaction was,
Anyway, let's
how
go
about a
on.
driving test, skill in driving, once you're past the minimum age, pass.
Yeah, skill of driving. Again, this is applying my principle.
Why do you need to
This
pass
is
the minimum age?
testing for my principle here. Not my principle, to be clear. This is Ian Hersam's principle. This is testing for the principle
But
that I
also,
elucidated.
why do you need to pass the minimum age? Why the arbitrary minimum age or maximum age or whatever age?
That's the goddamn driving test. That seems like a good test. In any case, even if there is, such as the one I articulated, let's say the one I just articulated is the correct answer. Even Liquid Zulu, even if there is a right and wrong answer to every question, even if there is, people will disagree. That disagreement can be even sincere. They can
Irrelevant.
Two people approaching the same thing could look at the same
People
situation.
will disagree. Okay, hang on. Just turn this around. Like, what about the objectivist standard? Like, people will disagree. What's your answer? Your answer is, oh well, we'll appeal to our objective principle. That's what we said. So are we on the same page? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Situation, and both honestly, sincerely, using their best reason, disagree. Even if there's only one correct answer. One of them's right, one of them's wrong. Now, how do we know that? Liquid Zulu will constantly say, aha, well, now you're introducing the primacy of consciousness. No, sir. What I'm introducing is the fact that consciousness possesses an identity. That is an equally important objectivist principle. You have to take into account into your political system.
Nobody
This goes right
disagrees.
to the heart of it. One of the absurd things he said in his discussion with you, his first discussion with you, was, my God. In any case, one of the first things he said in his discussion with you, let's see, try and get
Lost his train of thought.
That's what happens.
Try and restore this as best I can. I just did a brain malfunction.
Okay, while you're thinking, can I clarify something real quickly?
yeah.
I just want to say, I'm not even saying necessarily that somebody that was omniscient couldn't identify the appropriate or the most efficient, effective number of jurors. What I'm saying is that human beings don't have that capacity. Right?
Well, there's some things that we can't know, at least now.
But we have the capacity to get a rocket ship onto the moon, so I think we can figure out this question.
Well, okay, hang on. Let me get to that point. Like, let's say you can't know. Like, I don't know what this is supposed to like. This is just Cartesian doubt again. Like they're saying, like, I think it might be because like the point is like, they might be saying like you just made an error somewhere, or there's this other point where like people might disagree. Well, okay, people might disagree. There's a correct answer, right? We have an argument about what the correct answer is. So if you want to dispute that this is the correct answer, point out the incorrect premise or like the incorrect the incorrect induction. Like we try to discover something that doesn't exist, right? Or like you have to do that. On the other point, like he's saying like a system of politics must be able to resolve disagreements, right? Because what he's about to say is that like in our ideal world, everyone has to be perfectly in agreement about law, right? Which
then let's just agree with the communists on everything.
I think in some sense, like if you want to imagine like a perfect world, yes, everyone has to be in perfect agreement with the truth in ethics in every case, right? But like that's not all we're defending here, right? We're not defending like the perfect world, hypothetical. We're defending like the correct legal theory, right? And
reality.
In terms of and so on the first case, like in terms of jurisprudence, yes, there is a correct legal theory, and then in terms of bureaucracy, right? We're trying to deal with let's say that we have the correct legal theory, and we have a society where a significant number of people believe the correct legal theory, but then some of them don't. Well, we do need to implement a bureaucracy here that will allow the correct legal theory to be implemented, right? Even despite the fact that some of the people like disagreeing with it, right? Like that's the case, I don't know. Keep going. That's it.
But I'd go even further. Even if we could know, there could be a difference of opinion. And it's that he has to take into account all the way down the line. That is to say, even if one of the absurd things, this is it, I remember now, one of the absurd things he said to you, in effect, was everyone in the community would have to agree with my belief in what the valid law is. And that really is the case.
In what context did I say that, though? In what context did I say that? I don't remember. If you're asking, well, how would you have an NAP compliant society? Well, yeah, everybody would have to agree with the NAP. What I normally go on with this point is that it's the philosophical theory of history. How do you get to that NAP compliant society? Well, people have to start agreeing on it, right? That's the fundamental point, is the philosophers have to be convinced of it. And then everything else is downstream. Now, I'm not saying that this is a magic spell which binds everybody to the NAP and prevents anybody from ever violating the NAP, but people have to agree with it to follow it. Like, this is just obviously true.
It's the case for everything. Like in any case, for any kind of theory. Like there has to be some number of people who are agreeing with it and implementing it, right? Like, so like, it's not the case that in the present society, everyone agrees with I mean,
We can talk
obviously
about
not, because like there's so many different philosophical like movements that are kind of going on, but like there's this kind of basis of Kantianism that's everything that's there, and like the pragmatism, which is sort of like mixing, and you have this sort of theory, and like the point is that like the society continues to function, and like the government stays stable because most of the citizens are
Agree that it should.
apathetic about it, or they're just not going to resist it because they think this is just how it is. I should go what I'm doing right now, right? Like, and so like that's and once you change that belief, they're like, actually no, we should be going with this other thing. We should be going with the NAP compliant society. You'll get that, right? Like, and it doesn't have to be everyone. Like a lot of people, there's a sense like there's a lot of people who are drifters, right? Who are just like they have no opinion either way, one way or the other, right? I'm not sure,
But
like how much
they
about
won't
that, but, like,
care. They won't
the thing
care.
is-
Like they won't be irrelevant. They just go along with whatever.
as long as they have
Right?
bread and cakes.
Yeah, they're normies, so they follow the norms.
Yep.
You pinned him on that pretty well. So in other words, everybody in this community has to have a total uniform agreement with you about what the law actually is. The only one true valid law thing you'll call law. There has to be.
I have to ask, like, James, like, so, like, what is the objectivist like alternative here? Like, is it if you want your objectivist like objectivist stand? How do you deal with disagreements? Is it that you have like, okay, let's say there's a disagreement over whether this killing was justified, right? Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna try to apply a legal principle, and we're gonna go take this to court. And this guy's going to continue disagreeing, but eventually we determined, like, based on our principle that this guy actually is a murderer, so we're going to punish him, right? Like, is that even different to what we're proposing?
Nope.
Carry
Total
on.
consensus about that for his society to work. No, the only decent political theory takes into account that people will disagree. It is an inevitable fact of human nature that people will disagree. In fact, our system now. Let me go to one very extreme case.
Yes, I want to comment on this. Yeah, I agree. It's an inevitable fact of nature that people will disagree. And that's why I say, when those people disagree, you can use force against them. Force them to follow the NEP. That's why I have a whole theory about punishment in my course. Yeah, if this person is a threat to society, shoot them in the head, and they will no longer be. Or exile them to the frontiers, and they can either start being productive or die. And I don't give a shit about that. Exile is a great method of punishment.
Say there's a complex contract dispute. We have two people who think, no, this is the correct answer, this is the correct answer. Now, we know in a lawsuit, both of them are biased witnesses. Let's set aside their bias. Let's say they're both being as rational as they can be, and they still disagree. That is a fact that will happen again. Zulu hasn't spent a lot of time in America's courtrooms, or in Scotland's courtrooms, because if he did, he would see that not only are these witnesses biased, and may not be seeing it objectively, but even the judge may have a hard time saying, oh my gosh, that's a very interesting question. I'm going to have to think about it. You take the weekend to even consider your different arguments, gentlemen. And then one side says, oh, that's wrong, Your Honor, and I really, really believe it. And they can sincerely believe that and be using the best reason, both of them, both sides. And they come to a different outcome.
Okay.
That kind
Irrelevant.
What does that have to do? Like, are you describing
But there
objectivist
is-
stand? Are you
but there
describing
is a
your
court
system?
here.
Like, there's a court
There is a
system. Like,
court
there's like
here.
some legal monopoly. That's like, what are you disagreement? Who cares?
Yeah. It's like, can we or can we not use logic and evidence and induction to figure out who's correct?
Mhm.
Like, people disagree. Who cares? Who's correct?
of disagreement is going to occur even where everyone agrees to the basic principles
Yes.
of a legal system. But worse, I think a valid political system has to take into account a much broader scope of disagreement. A much broader scope of disagreement.
He has an answer for this, and his answer is this, Jim.
Yeah.
In this, he says the non-aggression principle implies, through a long series of deductions, estoppel, retaliatory force, enforcement, retribution, all to just be deduced in a long series of deductions. That's not objectivism. It's also not true, right? You also can't do it, but it's not objectivism.
Well,
Again, how is estoppel arrived at? It's not deduced from the NEP. It just isn't. All right, it's an entirely new principle in law. Just look at how Kinsella gets to estoppel. He's not deriving it from the NEP. He doesn't say NEP plus this other premise, therefore, blah, 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 blah. He's looking at, okay, well, people are sometimes dialogically estopped from asserting certain things, right? As in, their assertion is just a contradiction. So, and that's how he gets to estoppel. Like, I'm not deducing it all from the NEP. Nobody is. Nobody's doing this. You're attacking a straw man.
Well,
That's
it goes
the main
along with the Kinsella and I think implicitly Hoppe view that you own your right to retaliate at any given point down the road.
Hold that, Jim.
Disagree.
I'm going to get to that, but I want to go through some of the things he says.
Yes.
I'm just going to tell you the quotes, and I want you to comment. We're going to get to that and to the anarcho stuff, I promise.
Okay.
This is in the legal polylogism section of his essay. As we have seen, law is strictly derivable from the nature of argumentation as a human action employing scarce physical means. Therefore, to assert that there are multiple different legal codes is to assert that there are multiple different logics, which is called polylogism.
Yeah, I would disagree with this now, by the way. I wouldn't necessarily say that in the same way. I wrote this before I was an objectivist.
Which is something I also pointed out to Michael in the sense that that course, it precludes a lot of your study into objectivism. So like it does need, like it's a pretty good course already. People go buy it and study it, but study it with a little grain of salt in the sense that it needs updating, and that will be done in due time.
Yeah.
Legal polylogism then is the claim that different men may
Monarcho Hopian for $8 Australian, thank you very much. Long ass stream. Caught an Uber to the airport, checked in, and went through customs, and y'all are still going. Indeed.
We'll keep going. Let's finish this, man. Let's go. Yeah.
I mean, I'm good. If you guys are good to go, I'm good to keep the stream going. I just don't necessarily want to. I mean, I could even keep going even if you guys had to like go to bed or whatever.
No, I'll go to bed
for a few more hours at least. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Let's just fucking ram through the whole thing then.
different logics in their argumentative justification of a system of property rights.
I mean, it's obvious. I mean, didn't everyone just hear the self-contradiction there? That is absolutely absurd. A person can use logic and disagree with another person. A person can use valid logic and disagree with another person. I mean, it's just...
they couldn't validly. Two people can't use valid logic and validly come to different contradictory conclusions, though. Right?
Absolutely,
like,
simply
one of them is making a mistake.
Yeah, somebody has to be.
I mean, arguments do not commit you to non-aggression, period. The act of argumentation does not. Scarcity is not the issue. So in fact, most instances where people initiate force, it's not a matter that the resource was scarce. I wanted yours. If I'd gone out and gotten a job at McDonald's, I could have afforded that same thing that I just stole from you. It's not a question of scarcity. It's a question of I want that what you have right.
Okay,
Stop. I wanted yours, so which means like yours is a limited. It's a specific one. It's scarce. Like what is the question?
Like it's like how, you know, we often get this with people who are not acquainted with Austrian economics, where it's like, oh, scarcity. They assume that just means rare, right? And we have to explain this. Like, no, scarcity means basically the same thing as rivalrousness from other economic theories. But like, I mean, James should be able to understand this because apparently he studied Austrian economics. Like, so I am disappointed. Yeah, so... Yeah, because Michael studied in prison. Like he studied all of it. Like
apparently Jim knew Rothbard and studied under Israel Kirzner. So I don't know how he could make this mistake.
Yeah, so I am disappointed on this point. Like I will say I'm disappointed in them for not understanding what I'm saying with scarcity. Like I think that's a pretty big oopsie there. I'm not going to ascribe malice. Like it's entirely possible. Like this is just a genuine. Like mistake.
It was a long time ago, and he might not focus on economics, right? So
yeah. But like I am disappointed in them for this because it's not hard to figure out what I'm saying there if you like listen to what I'm saying. And then chucking money for $10 US. He chucked $10 US towards me. I'm very much appreciative of that. I caught that $10. Thank you very much, chucking money. I have heard anarcho-objectivism used as far back as 2014. What is the first time this term came up to the best of your knowledge? I really don't know. I mean, even myself, I don't really use the term anarcho-objectivism to refer to my own position. Like I was potentially going to say this in response to this. I mean, like, I think it's a fine enough term. But it's mostly that people in my community started to use it. I didn't really use it at all because I just considered it to be actually just objectivism. Like I've just always considered like this just is objectivism. So I've never used the term myself. So I really don't know about the history of the term, to be honest.
It's like in terms of how we guys started using it, it's a qualifier to differentiate us from the non-anarcho-objectivists. But like nobody's saying like this is a new thing. Like we're not like synthesizing anarchism and objectivism. Our view is that anarchism is part of objectivism.
Yeah, I think I made this point on like a post at some point where like because like we qualified as anarcho-objectivism because there is this competing like theory of what objectivism is, not because we don't think objectivism implies anarchism, right? Like it's
we are just objectivists
right now. So the idea that physical force is somehow to be equated with scarcity is on the face of it absurd. Now, sometimes I'm sure, you have your desert island example where people are fighting for a limited number of resources, where scarcity, see, and there's
Again, come on, like that's not what I'm talking
a
about.
broader point here. You can't use economic logic at this point.
Oh
It
my
is invalid.
god.
You completely reverse the hierarchical order here. You cannot use economic.
I'm not using economic logic, I'm using praxeological logic. I'm using praxeology, applying it to law. Because guess what? Praxeology is a study of human action. There are other areas in praxeology other than economics. The Austrians are very explicit about this point.
To discuss force at all. Free market economics will always say something like free market, or for the free market kind that you, me, and Zulu read. They will say the government has introduced an inefficient distortion by initiating force, and therefore the principles of the free market are being prevented from operating. The use of force negates the free market, negates all free market economics. You cannot use free market economic thinking when talking about force. Force lies outside.
I will say this. This is actually, it's sounding like very much like Ayn Rand's argument that force and value are opposites, which I completely. That is one point in her. She places it in politics. Right, which I don't think is valid for philosophy, but we've already gone over that. But I think that's a valid argument that she makes, that force and value are distinct. And actually, I did John Galt's school at one point, which is like I don't know exactly who runs it, but it's like some institution runs it. I think I did it through Students for Liberty, actually.
I think Atlas Society does, but I might be wrong.
Possibly. And I did one of my essays on. On the objectivist politics, and I made this point that force and value have to be opposite, and I agree with that point by Rand entirely, and I got full marks for the John Galt School. By the way, just before anybody is accusing me of not understanding objectivism, like, the lecturers said that I knew my shit. Okay, so what do you want from me?
And I'm the top 0.1% of lecture watchers.
Outside. You must ban.
Well, actually, before we continue, Monhop did give $15, which is a bunch of money. Thank you very much. Valliant is okay on validity. An argument being valid means the conclusion flows from premises. If two people, sorry, I just went off my screen. If two people held contradictory premises, they could disagree despite each argument being valid. Yeah, okay, I think that.
Oh, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
Okay.
That's true.
Yeah, it's the distinction between soundness and validity, I think.
In this case, you can imagine, like, if you're judging a case and these two people are making valid arguments, the fact is that they're disagreeing on the evidence, right? So that's their premise.
Yeah.
The premise is like they're looking at the evidence and they're saying this is the case, or like this other thing is the case. In which case you have to reinvestigate the evidence. There you go.
Yeah. So that's perfectly fine point to make. I was wrong there.
Okay.
Force before you can even say these are the principles of economics. This is how marginal utility works. This, etc. There can be no market in force. There can be no market in force. Full stop.
Stop. We are going to get to that too. Okay.
There can be no market in force. Okay, so then to take back the example of me saving the lady from the rapist, it is the case that it becomes bad when I accept payment for escorting this woman home. Right? So this is from radicals for capitalism. This is a very strange bullet to bite, right? That it becomes bad when I accept payment for something. Like, why is that bad? Am I exploiting someone?
It seems like the anti-rape squad, the objectivist state, is gonna have to come in. They're gonna send in the SWAT raid. It's gonna be like Waco. Like they're gonna come into the house. They're gonna gun everyone down. They're gonna burn us all to death for violating the non-initiation of force principle. And
I will say that this is one thing which I respected Michael Moreno for, who has unfortunately passed away. He was always very explicit about this. He was a minarchist, and he believed that there had to be a universal minarchy. Like, it had to be, very much, it had to take over the entire world and have a one world government. Because I think that is what it regresses into. Like, you can't have multiple different, even in different geographical areas, you can't have that because, then you've still got competition and rights. I think if you're being honest about it, you have to have it be one world.
Imagine you have like the objectivist USA and objectivist Canada. Now you have these two different like regions which have a different like ultimate monopoly standard bearer. What happens? Like, what's the objectivist view on this? That these two are going to come into conflict because let's say there's a Canadian murderer goes to the US, murders someone, goes back to Canada. Well, what are they going to do? Are they going to appeal to some like objective standard? They're like, wait. I'm the objectivist judge in Canada. I'm like, wait. isn't there like some standard here that we both share about the law? Or actually, no, we're going to defend our citizen to the last man. Every Canadian will die before this man goes to prison in America.
Start building the Maginot Line.
This to me, I'm just going to read it, and you'll see. He says, any notion of a, quote, source of rights, end quote, is indicative of positivism.
Can you pause for just a minute? I would like to point out that this argument has been made against Michael himself on Twitter recently by Sheldon Richman, in which he said that you might not realize it, but you're for a one world and a multi-galactic single government. And so Sheldon Richman is completely correct there. They don't realialize it. But
by the way, I'm going to be talking to him next Friday, assuming everything goes through. So look forward to that.
Etc. There can be no market in force. There can be no market in force. Full stop.
Stop. We are going to get to that too. Okay. This to me, I'm just going to read it, and you'll see. He says, any notion of a, quote, source of rights, end quote, is indicative of positivism, and more fundamentally of the fallacy of primacy of consciousness. Rights simply are. They don't come from some consciousness, whether divine or social or individual. It is not arbitrary thoughts or decrees that are the source of rights, but the logic of justification and conflict. Okay, let me say my.
I would say I almost entirely agree with that. I wouldn't say the source is justification or conflict, because I'm less leaning towards the argumentation ethics view at this point. But I'm completely correct that there is no source of rights. That's an intrinsicist view of rights. There has to be some source. It has to be imbued upon man by something. That is the intrinsicist view.
Piece first. Okay, first of all, human nature is the source of rights. That's first. So there is a source of rights. It's not arbitrary. He's correct.
I mean, I don't like describing it as a source for rights.
This is a misuse of the term source. But what does it mean for there to be a source? It means there's something that grants it, right? No, human nature, it necessitates the existence of rights. But it doesn't. It's not it because you have a human nature that you have rights. It's there are facts of human nature which then sufficiently understood result in you understanding, oh, there's such a thing as rights that you should not violate.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. There's no mother nature goddess out there who's granting this rights. It's just it's like inductive principles reached through inquiry, right?
Yeah, it's what is the source of the principle that the burden of proof lies on the person making the positive case? Well, there isn't a source for that principle. It isn't.
What's the source of existence exists? Really, what imbues things with existence? Where is it? No, it's not imbuing. It is that things exist. That is the case.
Ayn Rand did.
Yeah, that's just the starting point.
Before Ayn Rand, there was no.
Peace be upon her.
Peace be upon her.
But the idea that rights simply are is an intrinsicist idea, that they're just
the opposite is the case, actually.
Intrinsic to reality, rather than a relationship between humans with a consciousness and reality and the interactions with each other. And then he says he actually gives the source of rights after saying there is none, and that is the logic of justification and conflict.
I would disagree with that now. So he's correct to criticize me on that.
So wound up in rationalism that argumentation plays such a huge role for him. It's just that debating logic, but the point of epistemology isn't to win arguments.
No, I would.
Well, no. The argumentation ethics isn't about winning arguments. So he is kind of mischaracterizing argumentation ethics here. Not about winning arguments.
What is the feature of winning an argument in the argumentation ethics framework? It's that arguments are about reaching the truth. So winning an argument is about reaching the true statement, right?
Yeah, and I will give some credit to Michael here, because just the other day he was saying that a lot of objectivists like to criticize Kant without having read him and understood him, which is something that's happening here, but with Hoppe. Look, there are valid criticisms to Hoppe, which we discovered, right? But that's because we read him and understood him, and then came to, we read a bunch of other things in objectivism, and we came to understand that, well, Hoppe's proof is incomplete, And so we actually were the ones who actually read and understood Hoppe, and then came to the conclusion that his proof, though very important in my view, is incomplete. But to criticize something, you got to read something and understand something. Even though they're technically right that Hoppe's argument is wrong here, but the way they are approaching it is they don't understand Hoppe's argument.
Yeah.
That kind of makes me mad.
I will say, to give the devil his due here, Hoppe is, he's German in his way of speaking and writing. It is very hard to understand Hoppe. Like, I listened to his lecture on argumentation ethics probably 15 to 20 times before I really understood what he was saying. Like, and if people are interested in learning argumentation ethics, I think Łukasz Dominiak, it's spelled with like the weird Polish L. He has a very good lecture on Hoppe's argumentation ethics, which is way easier to understand. Like Hoppe, he does suffer from the German virus of being just fairly
overly verbose.
Yeah, he's obtuse. Let's be real here. Mises is exactly the same way. Let's look at read a Mises anything versus a Rothbard anything, and you can see the stark difference there. Like, Rothbard has a lot more Anglo in his way of writing, and you can kind of get what I'm saying here.
Yep, anti-German action.
Would need epistemology alone on a desert island. I would need words. I would need logic. I would need
ethics.
I would need, and so the main point of using logic and words is not, force and social order. No. Nor is it even an implication of it. But let me go back to a point that I made earlier. He confuses two important things. One, the primacy of consciousness with Ayn Rand's, which is true. It's a fallacy. But I can believe in the primacy of existence and still think that the nature of consciousness has to be taken into account. It is the nature of human consciousness that is the source of rights. Consciousness possesses an identity. Humans are conceptual.
Yeah, again, it's not a source of rights. I think Nicola perfectly formulated it here, where it necessitates rights, but it's not a source of rights.
Yes.
Beings. Humans have the capacity for volition. That is the source of their knowledge and their primary tool of survival. I've got to have all those abstractions to derive the concept of rights. The concept of rights derives from.
But to be honest, maybe they just didn't understand what I was meaning by source. So I'm fully willing to accept that they could.
Yeah, I think
really
there's a semantic problem here, like in the sense that when we say source, there's a sense in which like a source is something that creates something which wasn't before, right? So like, because think about this, he just said in epistemology, like your senses, like there's a source of knowledge, right? Which is correct, right? The knowledge that you have in your head by like observing the world, knowledge did not exist before you like apprehended something, right?
Yeah.
You are in fact creating things in your mind when you're like there's a new structure in your brain that is forming when you're observing the world and coming to conclusions, right? That's correct. Use the word source there, right? But in terms of rights are always present, right? They are necessary. They're a quality you have, right? Even if they're not recognized. So it's improper to use the word source. But again, there's a semantic distinction which is probably unnecessary.
It's like there is a manner of speaking in which there's the logical source of something, but we're not saying like one's giving rights, but it's an easy disagreement. Like it doesn't really matter. It's semantic,
From the facts of nature.
I hope this clarifies.
Yeah, and I'll say semantic in the proper usage of the word. Namely, I'm not certain that we're having an actual substantive disagreement here. Yes. I think they're literally just not understanding how I'm using the word source, which, to be fair, maybe I didn't elaborate upon that enough. Like, I'm not necessarily saying that there's an actual disagreement going on here.
Mm-hmm.
The facts of nature derives from is the nature of human consciousness. So like I say, when it comes to, even if everyone in the community agrees with your theory of law, there will still be disagreements about the application of that law. And that law means forcing people around. So we're going to be using force and people are going to be disagreeing about the application of that force.
Yeah, again, I don't disagree with using force. Like force just doesn't enter into my legal theory at all.
Over it, Zulu. That's the nature of consciousness. Here, he's going broader. He's saying, look, it's primacy of consciousness to say it's the nature of human consciousness from which we derive rights. Sorry, it is. If we were not conceptual beings, if we were not volitional beings, it is the nature of consciousness possessing identity. That's a.
Yeah,
I don't think you said that at all.
Yeah, I didn't. And to be clear, like this is why I have, one day I was gardening. This is how I came to my two criteria for where law applies. I was gardening and I was looking at like the bugs going around. It's like, okay, well, why does law not apply between me and that bug? And I came to my two criteria. Well, first of all, we have to be able to get into conflicts in the first place. Namely, we have to both have volition. The nature of our minds do matter there. And then if we can get into conflicts, well, what about the ethical vampire? Well, law wouldn't apply between me and the ethical vampire because it's not possible for me to avoid conflicts with the ethical vampire. And both of those just follow from, well, what is the question that law is asking? Is asking, what should you do with respect to conflicts? And you can't have an answer if it's impossible to avoid conflicts or even get into conflicts in the first place. The question just doesn't come up. So, again, I'm being inductive there.
Yeah.
A crucial objectivist principle, Zulu, and it is those facts about human nature, the nature of their consciousness, which are the important facts of reality from which rights are derived. We are volitional, conceptual beings. It is our basic tool of survival. If I can't get those generalizations,
Hold on.
Derived?
Wait.
Derived?
Did you say rights are derived? Guys, he's
Guards.
doing deduction. Kill him.
Guards?
consciousness possesses an identity. That's a crucial objectivist principle, Zulu, and it is those facts about human nature, the nature of their consciousness, which are the important facts of reality from which rights are derived.
From which rights are derived. Whoops-a-daisies. We got a rationalist. We got a rationalist here, guys.
We are volitional, conceptual beings. It is our basic tool of survival. If I can't get those generalizations, I don't stand a hope in hell of deriving rights the way Ayn Rand derived rights. So, no, insisting that consciousness possesses an identity and has limitations, and there'll be disagreements. The fact that humans are of such and such a nature, their consciousness is of such and such a nature, are the facts of existence that provide the basis for any correct understanding of rights according to objectivism. So, Zulu, what you're doing is you're confusing two things. The primacy of consciousness, which says consciousness controls reality. I don't buy into that at all when I take into account that people will disagree because they're conceptual volitional beings.
Okay.
Force is wrong because it negates the application of individual judgment. That is to say, my tool of survival is being prevented from its operation. That makes it inhuman to initiate force against another human. You're violating human nature, in effect. And it's fact-based. It's inductively derived.
No
Zulu,
disagreement.
it is the nature of human consciousness that is the factual source of rights.
So, okay, now we get into this. There's
No
but this
disagreement.
he gets, I believe, from Kinsella, because Kinsella glorifies common law as if it's intrinsically superior to legislation. So Zulu writes this.
Whoa, hold on. Kinsella doesn't do that. Kinsella says that common law is better because it's judge-found law, right? It's discovered law as against decreed law. Like the general method of approach to common law is better, and that's why it tends to be better than, for instance, civil law. He doesn't say it's intrinsically better. He has a whole article arguing for this. So I really think Michael is misrepresenting Kinsella here.
So broadly speaking, there are two.
And you know, in a little bit, they're going to kind of, I'm not going to they're going to do a kind of double speak here in which they both concede and not concede the point. So let's just keep watching.
I want to let him finish about the common and civil law point. I want to say something about
systems. Those based upon judge-found law, and those where the legal principles are decreed by legislation. This might even be a quote from Kinsella. I'm not entirely sure. But I notice here that the normal term that's used, although the judge-found law is sometimes used, the normal term is judge-made law for common law. Yeah. But judge-found law sounds better because now you're implying that they found this law somewhere out there. Yes.
Again, it's not that the judge is just arbitrarily decreeing it. He's looking at the facts. He's being inductive. He's looking at the facts of some case before him and going, okay, well, how do we actually figure this out? Now, it's not perfect. I'm not saying common law is perfect because they don't have the jurists there giving him the general principles, right? That's the problem with common law. But it is generally, like, their approach to it is trying to resolve a dispute in front of them, right? They're trying to discover, well, what is the proper legal principle here? Like, they're trying to be inductive about it. They're trying to approach what? They're trying to approach a natural law. Implicitly, they are doing that.
So he says Roman law and he says the distinction between judge-found law and law as decreed by legislative fiat is an important one. In a decentralized case law system, the judges are at least setting out to do justice. First of all, we don't know that.
And have their principles.
What is a judge? What is a judge? If they're not setting out to do justice, well, then they're just not a judge. It's a kangaroo court, right?
Both work with abstractions, and it doesn't matter who came up with the abstractions.
And both can be false. Both can be wrong.
Whether it's a bunch of judges.
I agree that common law can be wrong. I agree with that.
Across England over the last several centuries, or it is the Roman Senate. They're coming up with abstractions, abstractions that get reapplied to reality. Okay, so while there is an important legal, and we're way down the line here in the world of law, where I distinguish the continental civil law, civil code stuff from English and American common law stuff. Okay, that's a historical distinction of some importance. It is not a philosophical importance. Law in every case, and in America.
Hey, my God. Again, I'm commenting on what sorts of legal systems are, most in line with the natural law.
I want to jump in here. So the thing is, there's a difference in methodology between the common law and the civil law, right? So the and it's more proper to say it's a difference in methodology between like the judge looking at the particular case and then trying to do justice, and the legislator in the ivory tower saying, "Hey, this is incorrect," right? And I mean, you can almost see this as actually the distinction between the jurist and the judge in natural law. Like you could imagine like the natural law legislature. But what is the role of the natural law legislature? They can't just say like this entire class of actions is prohibited. Well, I mean, they could say the entire class of actions of aggressions is prohibited. Yeah, there you go. That's what the natural law legislature has to say, right? But they can't say, you're not allowed to own this book, right? Because that's contradiction. Really, like you can imagine, the natural law legislature is basically what? It's a bunch of jurists discovering the principles, right? And then the judges who are downstream, they're like, okay, we're getting these principles, we're not going to apply them, right? Whereas if you go in the opposite direction, when you look at the common law, right, like the judge found law, what they're doing is they're looking at each and every case, and they're like, wherever they're getting these principles, they're just trying to apply them, right? They're like, I'm really trying to do justice in this case. I'm trying to find the right position. I'm trying to find, who's supposed to win this, like who's ethically in the right, who's legally in the right, so that's what the judge is like. And then when you do the historical analysis, you ask yourself, okay, why is it the case like that the common law is like closer to natural law than like civil law? Well, the thing is that when you're doing common law, right, the judge, even though they can't really find the principles, they don't have the correct principles, they are in fact like trying to do justice. But from like the civil law perspective, that inherently, immediately, they've already accepted positive law. They're like, actually, the law here is just to further my goals as the emperor of France, or whatever, right? The emperor of Europe.
Justice is completely dropped. Like, they don't care about doing justice. It's how do I apply this rationalistic code?
Yeah, that's the point.
It's inductive common law, right? Like, sure, they don't have the, the methodology, assuming both systems are, let's say, assuming it's not a, kangaroo court, as Zulu called it, like assuming the judges are not corrupted by something, like they're properly judges. Like the common law methodology is inductive. That's the point here.
Yeah, which is why it lines up more with my legal theory, which is fundamentally inductive.
Yeah. That's a good pause.
I just want to say, like, goddamn, this fucking Discord, like, YouTube integration is so terrible. I have to click like 5 times to get it to play anytime. Like, it's so bad.
It's a violation of the
statutorily created law, not just judge-created law. So the point is, all law is an abstraction being applied to reality, a principle being applied to reality.
There's no reason that common law would be superior. There's nothing. It's still human being.
I did give the reason. I gave the reason why it tends to be superior. Rather, Kinsella gave the reason why it tends to be superior. It's not necessarily the case, right? You could have a common law system.
Actually, you'd think as objectivists they would realize, right? Like, what's the judge doing? He's inducing in each and every case.
Yeah.
He's looking at each and every case, and he's trying to find, like, okay, there's something going on here, and I'm trying to find, like, who's the correct, like, victor here, right? And, like, they're not correct because, obviously they're inducing, but they're also applying prior principles that they have, right? That the
principles had to come from somewhere, and probably was just an arbitrary source.
Yeah, they from God or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Like, and so that's the problem. But, like, at least, they are in each and every case they're inducing, they're trying to find who's the rightful, victor, right? Who's trying to be the correct. Whereas, like, the civil law system, you could imagine like a legislature, which is like, actually, we're here to legislate according to the natural law principle. But that just never happened in history. That's what we're talking about when we talk about civil law as like the historical standard, like what legislators do, right? Yeah.
And that's the thing. Like, we're not claiming that common law is what exactly we're advocating for. We're saying that among these two alternatives, this methodology is more inductive and thus leads to outcomes closer to natural law. That's the point.
Yeah.
The Constitution made great strides over and above existing English common law.
Yeah. Well, and by the way, just to throw this out there, because common law was severely lacking, the English instituted Magna Carta, the Petition of Right, the English Bill of Rights.
The English Bill of Rights, by then, you have a centuries-long body of common law, and they're saying, guess what? We're going to fix a bunch of that with our philosophical principles, our big abstractions here.
So this is what he says.
Well, okay, there you go. What did I say? What did I just say? Like, you could have like a legislature which is like, actually, we're going to strike down this, like, let's say the judges for like 100 years have been going by common law that, like, it's okay to steal a penny to stop us from being blown up by the Martians. And then we have the based and capped like legislature, which is actually like we're just stating the principle. you should not steal a penny to stop the Martians.
Yeah.
Though now, if the new principle stands, it would be legitimate to steal the not steal the penny,
Perhaps.
take the penny.
to take the penny, to hand it over, to surrender it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. We're still not stealing. Important. Stealing is still always wrong. See, this is how we do principled things. We're able to find solutions to things in a principled way by inducing, like looking at certain facts, inducing certain principles, and then seeing if they apply. It's the objectivist methodology. We're just objectivists, guys.
Common law legislation. Now, he says this is in stark distinction to a fiat law system, where the so-called laws are not rational, but are rather arbitrary commandments issued top-down by a legislature. Why can't they be arbitrary commandments issued by a judge? That doesn't make any sense.
The fact that
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, we covered this. Keep going.
Yeah.
We covered this.
Well, I'll give you this. Common law allows judges to work with experience and be inductive, but induction is not precluded.
Whoa!
Okay.
Whoa!
Point conceded.
Keep going.
Statute
Point conceded.
if the legislature engages them, has a bunch of hearings, they call a bunch of witnesses, they get all the statistics and call all the experts, they too are deriving it inductively. In fact, any valid generalization will be derived inductively. The only real difference is how you're letting the judge through case to case to case experience derive it inductively. And I agree, there's something to that. But this is not the important distinction.
There's something to that.
Lots of common law judges got it wrong.
Yes.
And a bunch of statutory laws got it right.
And by the way, with judicial act.
We agree.
We came to the exact same shit just now.
We agree. Keep going.
We actually do have judges.
It's almost like, give me a pause. It's almost like they want to disagree. They want to disagree, and then they want to find something, and then they apply their minds, they come to the same conclusion.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Their view of justice above and beyond
Then why do this?
constitutional law,
Precisely.
and they get it wrong. Okay, now I want to get into this point that you made, the retaliatory force point, because Zulu says that each person should be allowed to decide on his own to retaliate. And when I brought up the point of,
Well, I want to be clear, not just arbitrarily though, right? It based on the objective standard. If you want to retaliate against someone, and you're doing it properly, then yeah, that's your right. You own the right of retribution, which is scarce. I know you guys don't like that term, but it is scarce, right? I can't retaliate at the same time that you're retaliating. It excludes it, right? It is a scarce right.
Yeah, most specifically, you have the right to retaliate based on proportionally based on what crime was committed against you, and that's just what's legal, right? So think about this in the broader domain, laws of subset of ethics, right? There are cases where it might not be prudential to retaliate, right? For some reason, you can say, applying additional principles. Okay, I could retaliate. Let's say someone murdered one of my family members, right? And I inherit the right to retaliate on them, like this person who killed my dad, right? And I'm I could fight for the death penalty. I want this guy killed, right? Or it could be the case that killing this man wouldn't actually be the best thing for me to do. Perhaps it turns out that after this action, he's having this moment where he's coming to he's having this moral revelation, right? Oh my god, I really shouldn't have fucking committed murder. I'm a horrible person. I really shouldn't have done it. I need to act to restitute. And in that case, he it would not be sensible for me to go and get my blood for blood retribution.
Yeah, and this is Bob Murphy, I believe, makes this point about prisons. It's often going to be a lot more sensible to send this guy to a place where he can work to pay off some debt. And specifically, my point with that is that this debt you can't get there from law, right? There is only one proportional punishment for murder, and that's killing them. It's the death penalty, right? But you can negotiate. You can say, hey, instead of me killing you for murdering my father or whatever, how about you give me $1 million? Right, you work in this facility for 10 years or so to build up $1 million, and you're going to be paying me, right?
Yeah, it's a contract. The contract here is, I will forgive you for the murder. Essentially, I will give up the right.
I'll trade it to you.
I will give it back. Yeah, I'll trade it back to you, the right to your own life, right? In exchange, you're going to be working in this facility for 10 years to earn $1 million, right? And at that point, you have debt servitude, which that might not be very attractive to certain leftists. They're oh my god, we're back to debt slavery. But
these people are scum, And this is why I really like exile as a method of dealing with some of these sorts of people, because then they're faced with a choice. Either they're going to be productive and they're going to start building something on those frontiers, or they die. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, we can just wash our hands of that. They don't belong in our society.
Face reality.
Yeah, you shove their noses in reality, basically. I really like Exile.
Yeah. And also, if I'd like to point out, is that, in a debate I had previously with Michael, I tried to make the point that, and I think my point is correct, that, like jurisprudence does not end the discussion on these things. It starts the discussion on these things, right? What we're saying is that solutions have to be found which are going to be conditioned by the principles of jurisprudence. There's also economics that comes into play. There are also other things that come into play. There's also, Hoppe's argument about, social ostracization and physical removal, which everybody misunderstands as well, But there are other things, other solutions here, but none of those should violate the jurisprudential principles which are conditioned by the NAP. The NAP should not be violated.
Like on the again, like there's the separation between the jurisprudence and bureaucracy, right? Like the bureaucracy, it's a set of institutions, right? This is an economic question to some extent, in the sense that, like, let's imagine the scenario, right, where like we have this moon colony, right, and there's only like 16 of us here. We can't form a jury of 20 people to, like, try one of us for committing murder, right? So it doesn't make any sense to say, yes, there is 20 jurors on every murder trial in the entire universe forever. Like that doesn't make any sense. Like, there's no derivation there, right?
Yeah.
There's no or induction, But like we can say, well, we need to find some arrangement, right, which allows us to correctly identify murderers, right, and punish them, and that's going to be different based on the available resources in each and every case. Right? Let's say going away from the moon base, and you go to like this perfect utopian society, which is like infinite resources, effectively, like you have like 20 advanced fusion reactors, and you have drones flying over the sky at all times. You can always see all crimes happening at all times. So you have this perfect evidentiary like basis, right? Like the legal bureaucracy there is necessarily going to be much different, or like the optimal legal bureaucracy is going to be different to like the legal bureaucracy of like some 1600s like colony, in the New World.
And specifically, the way you get to that optimal legal bureaucracy is the same way you get to optimal bureaucracy anywhere else. You have to have the market. Right, that's how you discover whether you're being efficient or inefficient. Whereas, the state, it faces the economic calculation problem. It can't know if it's being inefficient in its bureaucracy here.
Yeah, and there's also this is where the distinction between science and philosophy comes in. Like, philosophy does not answer all questions; it answers the most general questions. From there, you could build
necessary. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. But you could build sciences, for example, nothing in physics must violate the laws of metaphysics. But just studying metaphysics over and over again will not give you physics.
Yeah.
You gotta go out there and do things. And thus, in any proper legal proper society, nothing in the jurisprudence of law should be violated in terms of the principles understood. But you could further build upon those principles in economics and, common law sort of settings in which, like, the judge-juris distinction, and so on and so forth. We're not ending the conversation, we're starting it on a principled basis.
You're not talking about due process, jury trial, nothing. This person's deciding, that person can be wrong. He says, no, that's Cartesian doubt. First of all, that's not what Descartes had. We talked about when it came to doubt. That's the first thing. His doubt was an epistemological trick to demonstrate, to show that he could come from rationalism, deduce from the I think, therefore I am. But what I think that Zulu is talking about here is an objectivist epistemology. When Leonard talks about, if you've done your due diligence, if you've considered all the factors, if you're in your context taken everything you can into, then you have a right to be certain. And there's no reason to doubt based on the principle that humans are infallible and sometimes wrong. There's no reason to impose that on you epistemologically. But what Zulu does is then changes that to judge another person and saying, well, that person, there's no reason to doubt him. But there is, because first of all, there's the saying that extraordinary claims call for extraordinary proof. You're talking about using force now. So it's not enough to just say, well, this guy's likely right. We need to have measures in place to discover whether he's right.
But again, the measures that's epistemology. You discover if he's right through epistemology.
Like he says, we need to have measures in place. Okay, why can't we have anarchism? Have measures in place in anarchism. There you go. Keep going.
Exactly. Like, we're not ending the conversation, we're starting it. There can be bureaucratic structures which incorporate these epistemological principles of proof and proper validation before you go after someone and stuff along those lines. We are not denying those principles. We're not denying validity here. What we are saying is that the principles of jurisprudence which we have proven are correct and should not be violated.
Yeah.
That's all that the anarchist is saying. They are not prescribing a particular bureaucratic structure in which whatever you think is true is true.
Yeah.
Right. To Nicola's point here.
Right or wrong.
Exactly. How do I even know that? I think 10 years ago, Michael, you initiated force against me. You pushed me, and this was 10 years ago. So now I come along and I push you back. And let's just keep it proportionate because he's got all kinds of other problems with vigilantism. But let's keep it as simple as we can. 10 years, I wait 10 years to push you back. And you claim, well, I pushed him because he pushed me. Let's make it more vivid. You shot me in the leg. I healed from it. 10 years later, I shoot you in the leg, which is exactly what he says. You now have this lifelong right to get revenge. Down the road, stuff like
There's no statute of limitations.
Exactly. So I come up and I shoot a statute.
Why the fuck would there be a statute of limitations?
Prove a statute of limitations.
Yeah.
Prove a statute of limitations, please.
It's so goofy, guys. Like, it was so goofy that you can take revenge 30 years later. Isn't that like the plot of the Count of Monte Cristo, right? And everyone knows, okay, like, in the Count of Monte Cristo, he clearly, he commits some aggressions. Like, we would probably condemn him for that. But like, the notion of taking revenge a long time after you've been wronged, I don't know what's goofy about that. Like, even from the intuitive perspective, like, let's say, like, every time like, there's a story where like his father is murdered, and like 40 years later he finds the man who killed his father and takes revenge. We always see that as a heroic action. Why is there a statute of limitations?
Yeah, because imagine if the guy just he's a long distance runner, and every time I try to do it 3 seconds after he did the act, but he just ran away, and he just keeps running, and I just can't catch up with the guy. And it's like, he's looking at his watch the whole time. He's like, sorry, buddy, 30 years has passed now, so you're not allowed to take retribution against me anymore.
The objectivist hero, like he finally reaches the guy, and then like his watch starts beeping, and he looks, no, I'm too late. The statute of limitations on the lapse, and he's got the knife over the man's heart, and the villain's like, yes, now I'm free to go and murder again.
It's like in movies how like they'll be driving away, they'll be in like a car chase with the cops, and then they reach the end of that cop's jurisdiction, and then all the police cars just stop, and it's like, okay, well, it's clearly like irrational here. Like, this guy's just now able to get away and do more things. Like, come on.
Exactly. And also there is to like bring another movie reference, I think most people have seen The Princess Bride. And imagine, like, it's like, my name is Inigo Montoya. Killed my father. But unfortunately, too much time has passed. You don't get to die.
Or like, here's another movie reference. It's one of the Lethal Weapon movies. I think Lethal Weapon 2, where there's this Nazi who he's like a secret Nazi, but he's got like diplomatic immunity from like he's from Germany, and he came to US and whatever.
Yeah.
And like he shoots like this cop. And then the other cop like starts playing the gun, and he lifts his diplomatic immunity. It's like, diplomatic immunity. You can't shoot me. It's like the objective's like, no, I can't shoot him. The law says so.
Yeah. My name is Maximus Decimus Meridius, commander of the armies of the North, general of the Felix Legion, and loyal servant of the true emperor Marcus Aurelius, father to a murdered son, husband to a murdered wife. And I can't have my vengeance because the statute of limitations is passed, unfortunately.
All concepts of justice are out there, man. Like, like, exactly. Like, and by the way, like, jokes aside, if you guys want to like show us that there is indeed like a valid statute of limitations principle, please provide the principle. Please provide the logical argument. Without that, you're just saying things, and why should we believe you?
Yeah, the only way you can have a rational statute of limitations is by the principle that it becomes impossible to prove it because it happened so long ago. Right, but then that's not an actual like 30 years and then you're free to go. It's
exactly.
It depends on whether you're able to prove that the crime occurred.
I would say that's not even the case, because like, let's say you can't prove, right, like the crime occurred. What does that even mean? It just means like the evidence has disappeared. I don't know if that's even like possible. Yeah. I think that might be a metaphysical error. Like, what does it mean for evidence to disappear? It means like some fact of reality has stopped existing.
Mm-hmm.
Right, it might become sufficiently difficult, and then we have a bureaucratic question, right? We have a bureaucratic question like, can the court support this punishment given like this weak standard of evidence, right? But again, we're back to conflation of jurisprudence and bureaucracy. Right?
Yeah,
exactly. And in that, like, of course, epistemology plays a role. Like, very, very, very good murderer could probably hide a lot of his tracks.
He's
And like,
Dexter
that would
Morgan.
be a very, very hard challenge. Like, we're not disagreeing here, but there is no statute of limitations. There's no principle of statute of limitations. Like,
Yeah.
imagine, like, in how many movies have we seen that there is a child who witnessed the murder of their father or their parents, and then they later came and took revenge? Are you seriously suggesting that's wrong? Like, that's unjust? Like, come on.
I mean, it's just so goofy.
It's so goofy, guys.
It's just so goofy. Yeah.
Fine. We know
We're
the
accounting for the nature of human conscience.
yeah, and part of that nature is we know the unreliability of witnesses.
And could you be mistaken? Could that just be an excuse on your part? You could just be making up this excuse.
Yeah. Then he says, well, then that other guy has the
Are you mistaken? Again, Cartesian doubt. Maybe you're mistaken.
Doubt.
right to retaliate against him, and
Bingo.
whatever.
So now we're stuck in a situation where we're going to have ongoing violence and retribution going on, vigilante justice out in the streets. No, when people say in reality what anarchists are calling for is gang warfare and violence in the streets, he concedes that right up front by saying we all have a lifelong right to vigilantism. No, it's not the fact that I was had my rights violated that allows the retribution to occur down the line. It's because we can know it is truly retribution, and therefore we have to take it out of your hands, and we have to take it into a world where there are objective principles and standards and means of proving.
Again, I don't
why
deny
can't
it.
I apply the objective standard myself? Are you saying
Yeah.
that I'm impotent? I'm
Yeah.
incapable? I have to surrender myself to the egregore, the objectivist egregore. Like I made a comment on the video. Like, you say it is important that we have to be able to apply an objective standard before the legal use of force can be sanctioned, right? Well, sure, I agree. Why must this be collectivized though? Like, why is the individual impotent to apply objective standards?
And what I'll point to something else which is important here, which is that, once again, like, there are two ways to interpret what James is saying here. One is that you have to recognize that in the heat of the moment, you might not be fully rational, so it might be in your best interest to delegate some of this to someone else who is rational. Thus there can be bureaucratic structures in which people specialize in these things. Or the other thing is that we the state, we the people, quote unquote, like, we take it from you. We take your right to retribute, your right to justice from you. Why do you take it from us? No answer. Blank out, as
You can't be trusted because you're just a single individual. You could be mistaken after all, and we just have to take it away from you, and we have to take it and we put it, like, this is just Hobbesianism, right? Like, the Hobbesian supposes that the individual is impotent to arrive at peace or even arrive at justified violence, right, against other people. And so you have to appeal to the magical third party who is an angel and is able to say that this is what is the case. It's Hobbesianism, right?
Yes, it is collectivism, it is Hobbesianism, it is anti-individualism. And also, the state, the whatever monopolistic state that these guys are proposing, they're made up of individuals. Like, the state is not non-individual. It's made up of people. It's people. So the same principle applies to them. If I can't be rational, why can't they be? If you're taking the first, if you're taking the first interpretation, which is the charitable interpretation, we don't disagree. We never did. But if you're taking the second interpretation, which is the Hobbesian myth interpretation here, which is, I'm assuming you're justifying, this government. So that has to be the case. So, like, you're justifying a state here. So tell me the principal difference between a government actor and me, please.
Anatomy of the state again.
Yeah.
Carrying on. Go on.
Whether or not that happened, I'm still opposed to vigilantism. That is to say, could you have got, if there is a government, and this is what he's trying to do, it's really hard to avoid.
Always opposed to vigilantism. Okay, well, let's actually analyze that. Then let's say this, currently, my government is not prosecuting many sexual crimes. Would the objectivist be opposed to me going out there and enforcing some of these objective laws? Would the objectivist be opposed to John Galt going out there and making an area where people are safe from the government taxation, where people are safe from all of these things? Would the objectivist be properly opposed to that?
Well, think about this. Like, isn't Howard Rourke a vigilante in the Fountainhead? Like, when he blows up the public housing structure. Let's put aside the question of, like, whether we agree with his justification with, like, the intellectual property justification or whether there's public property. The question is, like, he's being a vigilante.
Yeah.
Yes, important. We might not agree with his justification, but what he did was right, because public property, right? He was homesteading it. And
putting aside the principle he's defending, he is being a vigilante
Yeah.
and he's being heroic, right? And the other thing is like another example, like in the Soviet Union, like does the objectivist reject the farmers who try to continue holding on to private property because they're being vigilantes? They're trying to defend the natural law against the state. Like applying the principle that vigilantism is wrong is basically just conceding that like the state has the right to do anything it wants to you.
They are the source of law again.
Mm-hmm.
I have a means of getting justice if there's a government. Only if there's a government do I have a means. He would say some self-protection agency, or he'd leave it up to the free market to decide what even organization is doing this. So I'm not even sure that they all would have the same rules, which is absolutely essential. But even leaving that aside, what you're saying is that I can wait. Now, the example you used with Zulu in your talk, I've stolen your television set and I'm running away with it. So long as you got that television set in your arms, I can use reasonable force to acquire my television set back from you.
Yeah, even up until shooting him in the head.
That is a matter of
given the escalation of that
principles
point.
like I can't use deadly force simply to reach.
If he's trying to stop you from taking it back up to the point where he's threatening deadly force to you, it's retribution. It's proportional.
Yeah.
And
I wouldn't even say that. It's not even retribution at that point. It's just defending your property.
Defense.
It's a different it's a different principle to punishment.
And the other thing I would say is he's saying like only under government do I have the potential to have justice. I don't think that's true. This is obviously not true. Like, let's say on the perfect desert island, right? And like some like crazed, jungle jurist comes along and steals my rocks, right? And then like I wait until it's night and I sneak into his camp and I take my rocks back. Obviously, justice has been done here, right? Like and there was no government.
Yeah.
Because this is the mostly unspoken premise, which sometimes they speak, namely that they think on the desert island there just is no law yet, because they really do think that law comes from the government. Until you have a government established, it's just anything goes, I guess. Like, and
let's tap the sign again. It's
and that is Hobbes
and bureaucracy.
It's Hobbes. Yeah. Like in the state of nature, there is no law. That's Hobbes. Anything goes in the state of nature. So says the objectivist, apparently.
Shoot me in the back of the head over the
It's
television.
simply to reacquire property. I can't use deadly force unless there's a threat of deadly force. And so I have to have certain principles that operate on this.
Oh, so there are actually legal principles here. Strange. That's very strange. Because I thought I was being a rationalist when I was discovering legal principles for when you could use force. That's strange.
Okay. But the point, though, is that once we get detached, once he escapes from my sight, then it becomes a matter of my word. Okay. And I tell the cops, I have a means of getting retribution. I call the cops. I saw Joe steal my television set. Okay. Based on that, I get a warrant and I search your home and I find your television set. Aha. Now we know that, in fact, he stole your television set. Your say-so is a total individual say-so. And I'm not going to trust any individual say-so. We need an objective mechanism whereby we can know that, in fact, that guy stole your television and know that it's not you. That's why individual vigilantism must be prevented, must be prohibited.
Absolutely.
Now, get this. When it comes to the actual punishment for that, anarchists like Rothbard will say the most absurd things. So if I torture you or cut off your arm, you thereby get a right to cut off my arm and torture me. No, my God. When you end up saying things like that, you are living in a world of Wild West, anarchy, vigilante justice, gang.
Yes, we're living in a world of anarchy.
It's just so absurd.
Just so goofy.
Like, imagine someone tortures you and cuts off your arm, and then like 30 years later, you go to them and like imagine Saddam Hussein. It's the year 1989, and you were captured by Saddam Hussein in the Iran-Iraq War. You're some Iranian, right? And like he's been torturing you for the last 10 years or whatever, and you escaped. You don't have the right to go back and cut off Saddam Hussein's arm. I'm sorry. It's just so goofy.
And exactly. Like I think he's trying to attack Rothbard's. I think it's Rothbard's. I think Nye pointed out to me the other day that I made a mistake in the recent paper that I wrote, that I didn't credit Rothbard. I thought that I didn't credit Rothbard because I thought the argument was coming from my mind, but I read it from Rothbard and forgot about it. So I'll issue that correction. I guess this is also a way of issuing that correction. But he is attacking the principle of restitution and retribution, which is coming from Rothbard. But he's not attacking the principle. He's just like pointing out, it's so goofy. Like, attack the principle.
Yeah.
Where is Rothbard wrong? Please show us.
And now that you've brought up, like, some of these wars, like Iran and Iraq and whatnot, here's a bullet that the objectivists like to bite. Leonard Peikoff liked to bite this bullet. That we should glass all of Iraq. And nuke it all, top to bottom, potentially. Right? He didn't say necessarily, because he left that up to the military commanders, right? glass the whole thing in order to deal with this. Like, that seems pretty fucking goofy to me. I don't know what to tell you. Like, that is that. If you're getting mad about someone cutting someone's arm off 30 years later, gee whiz, nuking, turning everybody in that region into glass, that seems infinitely more like, oh, okay, right, yeah. So you guys are willing to bite bullets, it seems.
Yeah. And you know, I want to point out two other things here, which are important. According to this principle that, you know, if a government is assuming collectivism, then the government, then you can just like kill the civilians in quote unquote self-defense, which is not self-defense. There are two premises there, which like one philosophical argument that I like to give, and one reduction that I would like to give, which might elucidate the point. Let me first start with the reduction, which is that in the decade of the 1920s, the USSR was certainly one such place, which you know, would be completely fine to bomb according to the kind of logic that you know, these the classical objectivists follow. If you bomb the USSR in the year 1920, specifically if you bomb St. Petersburg, Ayn Rand's dead. Yeah, and so you know, you might bite that bullet and say that that's fine, but I would rather not want Ayn Rand dead.
Yeah.
So that's the hill I will die on. And second thing is that, you know, it's the conflation between, you know, that principles now do not apply to the field of military strategy. Okay, in military strategy, philosophical principles have nothing to say. You can kill anybody for any reason, whatever. Really, come on. Like, you know, the specific problem.
What they say. I think the argument that like Peikoff makes is that Iran is a aggressor country, and therefore like attacking them is an act of defense, right? And the idea is that they're applying like the non-initiation of force principle on the scale of a country, but like that's just collectivism. It's naked collectivism.
Yeah. But that's the thing. Who specifically in Iran are the aggressors? The government of Iran, right? So who do you target specifically? The government places, and you do your best due diligence to not target non-government civilians. Now, the civilians might hold views that you disagree with, but holding views you disagree with is not, you know, relevant to just murder people.
Yeah,
that's murder.
And before we continue, I agree with that. I think Peikoff was entirely wrong, and you can see me discussing Peikoff's point on that in my video, Anarcho-Capitalism Responding to Critics. But Odd Nova did give $5 US, so thank you very much. Like, again, a lot of money's coming in there. I very much appreciate it. The objectivist, he says, the objectivist war on primacy of existence, which, like, again, I don't think they're not consciously attacking the primacy of existence, but I think they are implicitly doing it by, because again, I think that
granting the Hobbesian premise.
Yeah, I think my position is in line with the primacy of existence. I think that any aggression is indeed, you know, trying to cheat reality. And then Casimir for $2, thank you very much, man. It's very much appreciated. Who should govern Galt's Gulch? Indeed. We get the answer. It should be the person whose private property it is. Midas Mulligan, namely. He owns Galt's Gulch. And, you know, this is a point that Michael Malice made, which is very true. You have competing jurisdiction within the same area, because Galt's Gulch is within the US. It's like in Colorado or some shit. Like, okay, so that's fine, apparently.
Warfare, people cutting off arms, torturing people. 20 years ago, you tortured me. And so now, 20 years later, I claim the right to torture you. You do see the practical problems with that, right, Zulu?
Okay, so I want to just, there's a whole bunch more to go.
No. Practical problems with that. You see the practical problems with that.
I'll steel man this. I'll steel man this position. So like, there's a practical problem here. Okay, the sense is that, okay, I got tortured 20 years ago, and then 20 years later, I claim the right to torture you. But like, no one else around really knows that this happened, right? Okay, so the idea is that in order for me to actually, you know, acquire this value of getting punishment against you, it would be best for me actually to convince the other people around us that this actually happened, so that they understand that actually justice is occurring when I get my retribution. Okay, that is a practical problem. That doesn't necessitate, you know, a central state apparatus.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. And this is why, by the way, This is why, by the way, it's a good idea to write down your contracts. Some people misunderstand contracts, and they think the actual piece of paper is the contract. No, that's just evidence of the contract having taken place. Right? That's evidence for the contract, not the contract itself.
The contract itself is the promise to exchange property, given some conditions.
Yeah.
And I want to point out something, which is that, in the example of, having to, like, it is in your rational self-interest to, prove to other people that what you're instituting when you're when you're not aggressing, but like when you're instituting
using
justice,
force against someone, or like punishing them.
When you're punishing them, it is in your rational self-interest to like prove this in a court of law, because if not, then epistemologically other people don't know that. They just see some guy go beat another guy up.
Yeah, you're being negligent in the sense that you're dropping the context that other people don't know why you're doing what you're doing. And this is kind of like, you get this with like autistic people, like really actually autistic people, like not in the insult sense, where you'll put a pencil into a tube of Smarties and close the lid and show it to an autistic person. Well, what do you think is in this tube? And they'll say, well, I think it's Smarties. And you open up, you pour the pencil out and say, no, it's a pencil, silly. And then you put the pencil back in and close it up. It's like, okay, well, what do you think would happen if I went over to your mother and asked her what is in this tube? And they'd say, well, she'd say it's a pencil in there. Because they just don't actually get that. They just don't understand that. I think a similar error is going on here.
Yeah.
Over. But the first thing is, in his debate with Dave Smith and previously, Zulu has said things like, if they, I think we talked about this earlier, but I really want to get into it a little bit now. If Martians were here and they told me that I could save the world by stealing a penny, I wouldn't do it. I similarly had a debate with one of them, where I said to him, well, if you were on an island and you were stranded there, you're going to die. And some guy
can you pause this? He does later mention that this one of them is me. So like, this is the Man Sharma section of the video now. For the next 10 minutes, we're going to be talking about Man. Yeah.
Mile Man.
Mile Man.
Giant boat.
All right, let's go.
And he lands on the island and you say, hey, can you give me a ride? And he says, no, I like traveling alone. And all argumentation didn't work. What would you do? And he said, well, I would not force him to let me on his boat. I would die. And what I'm trying to get through to him is, you're elevating a downstream ethical principle above the root. In objectivism, it's the life of the individual that is the standard of moral. Okay,
so I'm interested what the orthodox objectivist position is on this. Should you take the guy and throw him off the boat and say, no, it's my boat now, bitch, and then ride off without him, and then he dies? Right?
What Michael is saying, what Michael's position is that you would apprehend the guy. You would like.
Well, then that implies up to the point of killing him. Because what if he really resists you coming on his boat? Eventually, you're gonna have to kill the guy.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, but like he's just saying that you get to civilization and then you restitute him. It's literally the Dave Smith argument, man.
Yeah, I'll just rape 1 million babies and nuke Ohio and kill everybody, and then I'll accept the punishment. Don't worry, guys. I'll accept the punishment. It's fine. Hitler was NEP compliant because he accepted the punishment at the end. He died. He got the death penalty.
He killed himself.
So he was NEP compliant the whole time.
There's actually a theory that that Hitler was not actually he didn't actually shoot himself because he was too weak, and actually that his driver is the one who actually pulled the trigger on him. So he was punished by someone else. He was punished.
There you go.
Yeah, I want to believe that. Though I want to believe that. I'm not saying I do. I don't have the evidence, right? Don't point me towards evidence.
I will say,
I like to see
Hitler is an interesting case because the Soviets deliberately didn't tell anybody where the body was because they didn't want it to become like a shrine. So we don't actually have like any knowledge on where Hitler is buried. So we don't know how we can do a post-mortem on him even. So like Hitler is a very interesting case.
Yeah. But I want to point out something else, which is I'm not able to like get out of the stream here. So if anybody could just please read again the Harry Binswanger quote about the just one.
I'll read it. Hang on. A principle identifies an action that is required by the facts at hand. To violate a principle is to act as if what is required were not required, a contradiction. The oft-heard excuse, just this once, means it's safe to accept just this one contradiction. But accepting a contradiction undercuts the whole structure of one's knowledge. It forces a puzzle piece into a space it does not fit, spoiling the overall picture and leaving no space to put in the right piece.
Yep. And so, Michael, I'm not saying you're a bad person for doing this, by the way. Like, I'm not attacking you personally. I'm saying you gotta show me the principle by which you're deciding to kidnap this guy and take his boat. Because I have a principle here, the non-aggression principle. We have shown the justification, I believe. I think, like, take the non-initiation of force principle. Screw the nap for now. Not screw the nap, but like take your principle, the non-initiation of force principle, and show me how you're getting to the exception that it's okay to kidnap the guy and take his boat just this once. Because
and specifically, because what he'll say is you're being a rationalist there, because you're trying to get this principle and derive out something. But no, this is a case where you're initiating force, and it's supposed to be a principle. And then, so why is this out of context for that principle? And what specifically does an emergency mean?
Yeah, and if the response is that you need this to keep living, well, you shouldn't just keep on living. That's not what we're saying here, right? Like, it's life, man qua man, not man living as just however. Like, parasites, you shouldn't be living by parasitism. And sure, it is one small instance of parasitism, but it's parasitism nonetheless. You're taking someone else's, probably that person worked very hard to take that boat, and it's his property. You're taking that. So please show me the principle. Like, please show me what principle you're applying, why the non-initiation of force principle does not apply.
Yeah, and maybe this person is saying, no, you can't come on my boat because it can't actually hold two people. Maybe they know that. Maybe they built this boat. It's like, no, don't come on my boat. It's like Michael Liebowitz is going up there with his big swinging cock, and he's like, no, I'm going to get on that boat, bitch. And he gets on the boat, and it sinks. And it's like, well, good job, asshole. Now we're both stranded.
Well, actually, hang on. Think about the alternative. You say that it can only hold one person, and now because Michael Liebowitz, he has to follow his self-interest. Actually, I don't want to use Michael as an example because I feel like it disparages his character. But like the boat thief comes on the boat. He's like, well, actually, since there's only this boat can only fit one person. I guess you'll have to leave the boat now.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, show me why the principle is not applying. Don't just say, I want to survive. Like, survivalism is not what we're getting at here. It's life as the standard, not death as the standard, like not avoidance of death. It is, okay, like I have a Ayn Rand quote right here on my wall. I have a really good poster, and I'm going to read off of it. It is not death that we wish to avoid, but life that we wish to live. Ayn Rand, Atlas Shrugged.
Yeah.
So we're not avoiding death here. We want to live life, certain kind of life, certain type of life, right? And stealing boats is not part of it. Yeah. Somali piratism is not part of it. Just this once does not apply. We just saw Harry Binswanger there. Mm-hmm. Just heard from Harry Binswanger.
You're dying for a downstream conclusion of ethics. About
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hear all that?
Yeah.
Yep.
I just accidentally clicked.
Okay.
But you're undercutting the base of it, and you're going to die.
So no matter what situation I'm in or how thoroughly irrational that other person is being, no matter how much the conditions by which rights obtain. And see, that's the thing. Without this inductive chain up, as opposed to the deductive method that he uses from the top down, you don't see the conditions under which those principles obtain. So, for example, you say honesty. Famously, you just don't tell lies, right? That's the deontological approach, regardless of consequences. No. There are contexts. In fact, Ayn Rand builds this into her principle of honesty. It is.
I will say I was going to include this in the opening statement, but I was trying to keep down on time. I was also going to include the part about Kant's never tell a lie principle. Well, then you've got to bite the bullet that, you shouldn't tell the SS officer that there are Jews hiding in your house. And I think that's a false principle. And that's why it's a bad bullet to bite. But you do have to bite that bullet if you really do believe that.
Yeah. And that's the thing. We don't hold this deontological approach. We're saying that there's a difference between survivalism and deontology. We are saying that no, we want a certain type of life, and we are only going to act on principles which lead to that life. Now, and we're rational people. If you can prove the principle difference, you can show that just this once applies here for some reason. You can show that no, there's a principle difference here. Then you will convert us. You got to do the work. You can't just say that you will die. There are certain situations in which That is like, me dying is not the point here, right? And also, it's important to point out that if you're crashed on a desert island, how did you get there? Well, perhaps your plane crashed. Well, search parties come when planes crash. If you don't like fight this guy to the death to the boat, you might get a search party which eventually gets you. Or perhaps you should try to figure out how to fish or how to like get some vegetation. And if there's nothing on the island, there's no way for you to survive. The water is poisoned and there's nothing on the island. Lay down and think of fond memories in your life. But you don't get to steal the boat.
I need to someday I need to animate this, like Howard Rourke and John Galt. They get on a plane crash on a desert island, and there's only one survival raft that can fit one person. And like the both of them, the moment they see this, they both rush to pick up like a shiv and start trying to kill each other.
There's one boat and 2 knives, and that's all they got. And instead of using those knives to hunt, they start stabbing each other, and that's the objectivist approach, guys.
Yeah, and like exactly, and like this is, of course, we're not, what we're saying is show me the principled point here. Like, why is it right for you to steal the boat? And I'll just keep on living is not important. We just heard the Ayn Rand quote. We just heard in just this once is not a good answer. We just heard the Harry Binswanger quote, right?
Yeah.
Like, show me the principle. What's the principle? What separates this situation from quote unquote metaphysically normal situation?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Gaining values that dishonesty is with another person is always wrong. If I am wrongfully having my values threatened, then it's perfectly like the famous Jew example. Jews come knocking at the Nazis come knocking at the door. I'm hiding Jews.
And by the way, I completely agree with them on this. Like, they are threatening your values, and that's the difference there. One way I saw someone on Twitter put it this way, and I very much like this, where the question that the Nazi is asking you isn't literally, are there Jews there? Like, they're not just being a nice intellectual inquiry. Like, they're not doing a census. Are there Jews in your house? Like, they're asking, hey, do you have any Jews here that I could murder, perchance? And it's a valid answer to say, no, there aren't Jews here that you are allowed to murder. Because the question itself is a lie. And I think that's a very good way of putting it.
Jews in the attic. I'm not going to say go check upstairs. I'm going to say Jews. I don't know any Jews. You have absolutely a right to lie. In fact, the honest thing to do, the reality consistent thing to do, would be to lie to the Nazi.
Exactly correct.
I'm not going to make some absolutely religious intrinsic assertion that
that's
never
the key. It's not a religious commitment, right? So his response was, I would rather live as a man.
Can we pause again? The concept here, like the objectivist concept of honesty, is not saying that you must never lie. It's saying you must not cheat reality to gain values.
Yeah.
In the Jewish example, you're not gaining any values. You're protecting your values, right? And so this is not an exception to objectivism at all. Maybe if you're attacking a Kantian, but we're not them, right? And in the boat example, we're saying, give me a principle which shows that it's okay to violate someone's property rights in situation A and B, and what's the principal difference? Give me an argument, give me a principle, give me something philosophical, not just it's goofy.
Yeah, exactly. Because in the lying example, we actually have the proper principle there, which is don't cheat reality to gain a value. And you indeed should never violate that principle, because that just means evasion.
Yeah.
And then live like a beast. And I said, look, if it was a situation where I was going to have to live my life by repeatedly forcing people to drive me around, I wouldn't do that. But when it's a one-off thing, I can do it and then restore.
Just this once, guys. Just this once.
Just this once, guys. I'll inject the heroin needle just this once. I can stop anytime I want. He keeps stealing cars, killing people. No, I can't say it to my Michael. God damn it.
Yeah, Nicola, please, the Harry Binswanger quote again.
Once again, to tap the sign, to violate a principle is to act as if what is required when not required. A contradiction. I'm not going to say the whole thing. It takes a minute.
Yeah, I showed it on screen anyway.
Okay.
For normal circumstances, I can compensate the guy for his trouble, for his time, for anything I've done to him. And
compensate the guy. Okay, again, no. That doesn't undo the wrong. It was still wrong.
But I then am alive to do so.
Let me just give.
See. If it wasn't wrong, then there would be no need for compensation.
Yeah.
Compensation is admitting wrong. And once again, there might be a distinction between would you do it or should you do it? Like maybe you were too weak in that situation and you made the mistake. Then you can say that, okay, there's a difference between, okay, perhaps I'm too weak in that situation. I don't really want to die. I'm going to make that mistake probably. That's a different statement. That's talking about your own limitations. That's not a philosophical argument. Would you do it is not should you do it, right? Compensation is admission of wrongdoing. If you're saying that it's right to take his boat and tie him up and put him there, then you got to show, then you must not argue for compensation.
Yeah.
Because then you're saying that I did the right thing.
Yeah. And maybe you both crash landed here and there's just this one boat, like, John Galt and Howard Rourke, and you kill the other guy and then you get to have the boat, right? And then it's like, well, no, I didn't do anything wrong there because I had to get this boat. Like, really, they should be saying, no, there should be no compensation here. And it's seemingly the case that I don't know that anybody has actually addressed this criticism of mine. That, like, if you are accepting punishment, then you're accepting that you did something wrong. Like Adam Heyman, or whatever his fucking name is, as far as I'm aware, he'd never addressed this in any of his articles.
Because we're right. You can't do it.
Since he brings up the value of common law, let me just, since I am a lawyer, and give you a sense of what the criminal law here is, and a sense of what common law had the good sense to derive. It's perfectly okay sometimes to commit theft. Did you know that? Under our existing law, one can come into court and say there's a necessity defense. It's called the defense of necessity. If I am confronted in a situation where I am
legal positivism.
Yeah, legal positivism.
A worse result, a worse crime will happen, or a worse outcome will happen. A significantly worse outcome will happen if I don't. So let's say, and Zulu will say, well, wait, how did you get yourself in that situation? But for whatever reason.
That's the other thing I want to get into, too.
Yeah.
For whatever reason. Just for whatever reason you got there. For whatever reason. Like, who's diverging from objectivism here? Just somehow this guy bumbled his way into this situation, and it doesn't matter how he got there. Like, no. Ethics answers how to act given your life as an integrated whole. It doesn't say ethical cold open. That is against objectivism right there. Ethical cold open is against objectivism.
Let me steel man this though. Actually, I want to say, so like, you can say there's like there's a trolley problem, like a nap trolley problem here. So like, suppose you have there's this trolley and there's the two tracks. One track has like 5 people, the other track has no people. The default track is the 5 people, and there's a lever, right? And so the question is like, is it a violation of the nap to like go pull that lever? It's not, because what you're doing is you're preventing a conflict, right? If the trolley keeps going forward, the trolley's going to destroy these people's bodies, and they're going to die, and they don't want that. So obviously, someone is initiating a conflict over their bodies. Whoever tied them to the tracks, right? And then if the owner of the track, like the lever, he says, "No, you can't pull the lever." It's like, well, what is he doing? He's abetting.
It's a human shield.
He's like saying, "No, you can't prevent this conflict. We're not allowing you." And like, so at that point, you have to go, like, you're justified to pull levers. That's one case. Another case they're about to go into is like, another case they're about to say is, let's say there's a mass shooting that's about to happen, like at some place, and you see like there's a gun, someone else's gun around. I don't remember if they say it's in a car or something, but like you have to break into the car, take the gun, and like shoot the shooter. So in that case, you could, like, this is an argument you could make. I'm not sure if it's very strong, but you could surmise that, okay, let's say there's an owner to this gun, and I'm going to wager that he would actually, say that it's okay for me to take this gun to prevent this mass shooting, right? That's a wager. I'm not sure it's a very strong jurisprudence position, but I think that's a potential defense.
I agree with this. Let me elucidate this. I've been thinking about this recently. I think this is action under uncertainty of aggression, right? So let's take you end up at a desert island and there's a house there in which you could break into and have food. Now the thing is, you don't know in truth, you don't know whether or not the person who owns that house would want you to do that. Like, would they prefer that you starve, or would they prefer that you get the food? Or let's not even have a house. We can, but like, you see, like, there's an uncertainty there. So you could take a wager, and it may turn out later that you were right, and thus there is no need for compensation, or you were wrong, in which case you can give compensation, right? But at the moment of the action, it's a wager. You're taking a risk. And
it's
that may
mens rea versus actus reus.
Yeah.
Right. But the point here is that you're not deliberately saying, now I can violate the non-aggression principle. Your point here is saying, right now I think I'm not violating the non-aggression principle, but it's possible that I might discover later, oh, actually, let's say I gun down the mass shooter, I saved everyone's lives, and then the guy who owns the gun comes along and is like, what the fuck? You broke into my car to take my gun, you asshole? I don't want that, right? And he's like, even to stop the shooting, I'm like, okay, you're right, I'm a criminal. So now I'm going to admit that I did a wrong thing, and I'm going to compensate you, but it's not because I thought, that like I didn't do anything wrong. It's that I realized, oh fuck, I did something wrong here. I really shouldn't have done, I shouldn't have stolen this gun, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I will say with respect to the the trolley problem that Nicola gave, which is that you have to impose your force upon this trolley to change the track or whatever. That is very similar to I think it is a subset of the human shield problem, where they've got a human shield in front of them, and you're allowed to shoot through that human shield to kill the aggressor. So the trolley itself and the track and the lever and everything is the shield being used to cover this aggression. It's very much similar to Chris Bohrer has a great article called "The Human Sword," where he's like, he imagine that instead of a human, they just wrap themselves in your neighbor's quilt, and your neighbor runs out, "Don't shoot my quilt." It's like, no, you're actually allowed to shoot through the quilt to kill the aggressor.
And I want to point out something here is that, sometimes you have to take like quote unquote judgment calls. You have to take a risk in which you don't know the action before, is it licit or illicit. But that doesn't violate the principle, because then you're saying that, okay, I'm taking a risk. It may or may not be licit. I know that the vast majority of people would actually want me to take the gun and shoot. But if I'm wrong later on, I can compensate.
Like, it's a wager.
Different thing.
Here's the important insight, though. Like, the insight of a judgment call isn't saying that, like, okay, in this case, I think it's okay to violate the non-aggression rule. That's not the judgment call. The judgment call here is that in this case, I think I'm not violating the NAP, even though I don't have certainty, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm taking a wager.
I don't have certainty. Exactly. You don't have certainty in this situation. So you're working on the best information provided, and you may be wrong, and that may be later rectified.
Yeah,
so
and Chris Bohrer goes over this in The Ethics of Anarcho-Capitalism, which, by the way, is a great book, is what converted me to anarcho-capitalism, where it's describing this scenario where they're on the desert island, and they find this boat, and it's like, okay, well, is this boat abandoned? Or is someone coming back to this later? And they're doing a wager there. They're like, okay, well, this boat is kind of buried in the sand. It looks to be abandoned. We could use this to get off the island. And I think that is true.
Yeah.
And before we continue, Admetos, or Abmetos now, has given 10 Australian dollars. So thank you very much, man. That's very much appreciated. Admetos has given a lot of money to the stream before already. So he's continuing to support, and I very much like that. An objectivist turning into a consequentialist right there. Also, I really do think Leibowitz's joke about the NEP wasn't as much of a joke as he would like us to believe. More like a Freudian slip. Not sure what you're referring to there, unfortunately.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think. I think that was a joke, perhaps made in ill taste, but it was a joke.
What was the joke though? I don't remember what Liebowitz was saying.
He was arguing with someone who broadly agrees with our point of view, and the person asked what happens on a desert island, right? What happens between us on a desert island? Liebowitz was like, well, I'm pretty sure I can take you, and then he immediately qualifies, well, I was joking, but I'm pretty sure that we can find a reasonable and yada yada yada. It was a momentary joke, and I don't think it was a joke.
Okay.
Yeah, but let's say for the moment I'm in a situation where it is life and death that I see. Let's say there's a firefight going on. There's these evil people initiating force against these innocent people. And
I don't like this whole it's life and death thing as if it's somehow distinct from other property crimes. Not really, no.
The NAP only applies when it's not important, right? It only applies when, in the most trivial case, if someone takes my 17th copy of How to Think About the Economy, and now they have to give that back to me. But if it's my only copy, then they can take it from me.
Yeah, it's saying that poor people have more rights than rich people. It's like, oh yeah, no, the rich man with his trillions of dollars, it doesn't really matter that much if you steal a loaf of bread from him. But if it's life and death, then it becomes no, it's the same principle.
Yeah.
I'm standing next to a gun shop.
let's
I'm going to
continue.
pick up that gun without asking the consent of the owner and use it to defend those people. In order to save lives, I'm happy to commit theft, Zulu. Let me just repeat that. In order to save lives, I am happy to commit theft. And you can say, well, the law will
Yeah, I mean, we've gone over this.
assume that the person who's left the gun shop owner would have wanted you to do that, so you build in the assumption that you can do that. It's still theft. I don't have his permission.
Yeah, assuming permission is not a way to go. Right?
Yeah,
No,
so
no,
assuming
no,
the
no,
law-
no, no.
Hold on,
no,
hold on,
you-
hold on.
you-
Let me just say something here. So it is wrong. It is a crime for me to trespass on someone's property. But let's say I'm a mailman and there's a mailbox on someone's door and there's a path leading up to that door. There is a communicated norm there. They're communicating to me that as a mailman, I'm allowed to walk up that path and place the mail in there. There is communication here, right? I go over this in my course.
Just imagine, like, as a mailman, you walk halfway up the path, and then the guy opens the window. He gets his rifle out, like, "Who are you? Put your hands in the air.
Yeah.
Get on your knees."
Yeah.
Like,
Sick 'em, dogs. And then I get mauled by a bunch of dogs. Clearly, I'm not in the wrong.
Yeah. Like, it's a reasonable judgment call to make in that situation that gun store owner would want you to take the gun. You might be wrong later on, and thus you could compensate later on, but it's not aggression necessarily there. You're making a reason. You're making an action under uncertain circumstances that may or may not be thought. It's not
And here's
yet
what we're
there.
doing here. What we're doing here is actually, like, this is like beyond jurisprudence. We're talking. This is actually like a literal, like, what is a judgment call? We're literally acting as judges here, right? The point is,
Yes.
right, we're introducing additional evidence, right? We already have the principle, like, you should not initiate conflicts, right? But we're introducing the additional evidence here, like, there's, in this society, we're presuming, like, there's this common, like, social norm that you can base your understanding on. Like, this is also in Ethics of Anarcho-Capitalism. I think there's actually a chapter, like, on social norms, right? And basically, like, you understand, right? Like, there's this heuristic, right? You're operating on this heuristic, and obviously, because heuristics, they're not on the same level as principles, right? This is like a common occurrence, right, rather than the universal occurrence, right? But that is sufficient for you to make a rational action, like a rational decision, and then realize, later, if it turned out that it was a mistake, well, then it's a mistake, right? And you have to account for that, right? But that's the case.
Yeah.
Ethics is a guide to action. It is not it is not a demand for infallibility or omniscience. It's a guide to action. It's guiding your action, right?
Yeah.
Law of necessity here. I'm preventing starvation, say, and I'm stealing a loaf of bread. Guess what? That's a complete defense to the theft.
Yeah.
Now, it's a hard defense to sell because you really got to say there was no other option. It was a much worse alternative, but I was faced with this necessity of a great.
Much worse.
So he actually is biting the altruist bullet, I guess, in the sense that, like, you should live as a parasite if there's no alternatives.
USAID is justified on this, by the way. USAID, it's stealing from the rich. They don't really need all that money. It's fine to take that and give it to all the starving Africans. Like, again, this is what Singer goes over. I can't remember his first name. Singer, right? Peter Singer, I think. Peter Singer. He goes over, like, well, proximity doesn't matter. He neglects proximity there. Where it's like, okay, well, there are currently many, many, many starving African children, so you should give all your money to charity, right? And according to Valliant here, the government should steal your money to give to those children, right? You should be stolen from if you're super rich. The richer you are, the more you should be stolen from. Like,
and we are right now thinking in principle.
Yeah.
Like, what happens when you apply this principle? Like, do all of those starving Africans, I'm sure, like, would they be justified in, like, coming and taking all the, like, coming and, like, stealing all the bread? Because sure, like, we are, of course, like, negating all the context behind it, why they are starving and all such things. Like, there can be a lot of discussion there, but we're negating that. We're context dropping that, and like, it's like, yeah, if they don't have a bread in the next 12 hours, they might die. They're in an emergency. So
And again,
are they allowed to
if you reapply this consistently back to John Galt and Howard Rourke on the desert island, they immediately have to start killing each other. Like, that's the outcome. here. It's like, because one thing, there's one boat, 2 knives, and 2 men.
Yeah. I do want to say, like, I want to bring it back to a story Fabian Liberty sometimes tells, where he was homeless for a point. Like, and he did go without any food, without a single meal for 3 days. Like, gee whiz, was that guy not in emergency circumstances there? And he didn't do any aggression. And this was even before he was a libertarian. He didn't aggress. He didn't steal any food. So, like, and I just don't buy that. It just seems like an escape hatch to me. Like, they just want to have their one exception to the NAP. They just want that. They just really want that. They want to be able to have aggression
have a
sometimes.
Fight on the desert island. That's my true desire.
Yeah, and to be clear, I'm not trying to accuse, because obviously, I mean, I will be clear here. Some people have accused, specifically Michael Liebowitz, of being like a particularly aggressive individual because he was in jail for a while. I'm not saying that. To be clear, I want to be abundantly clear about that. But I am saying, like, this does give license to people who want to be aggressive. It gives them license. It's like, oh no, I'm just in an emergency, and now I don't have to think anymore. It's a thought terminating cliche. That's what it is.
And like I said, if you take emergency circumstances seriously, like, what is the standard of emergency circumstances? It's that you're in danger, or like that some value is under threat. Like, actually, like the guy who said it to you, like, some value is under threat by some effect that's outside your control. Well, primacy of existence, the world is outside your control. Like, reality is beyond your actual, like, absolute control. So there are factors that, affect you. Therefore, permanent emergency circumstances. Therefore, kill everyone.
Yeah.
It reduces into Hobbesianism. It regresses into Hobbesianism if we consider this seriously as a principle, right? And once again, I like to point out what we're talking about right now is philosophy. We're talking about ethics. A person who's particularly hungry, and like Fabian says this in his story as well. Like, he went 3 days without stealing, but he doesn't know if he could go 4 or 5.
Yeah.
There might be a point.
Most people would break down eventually.
Yeah. I'm not saying that. You maybe would do it, but the argument is, should you do it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there an ethical principle here under which stealing from other people to feed yourself is the correct thing to do? That's what's being said here.
Yeah. If you starved me for a week straight, and then just placed me in a bakery, I very well might just lunge at the bread. Right, I very well might do that.
But what is actually happening now? So, like, actually think, like, what is actually happening? Like, what we're suggesting is that after being starved for a certain point, that your mind, like,
your lizard brain kicks in.
Yeah, your mind is actually being made inoperative by, like, your biology, and at that point, like, you're not really acting as a man, like, as a human being. You're acting, as you're literally becoming an animal at that point, right?
Yeah.
And at that point, like, you really can't introduce ethics because you're not engaging in, like, volition, right?
And this is where the distinction between a guilty act and a guilty mind comes in. Like, if you're, like, sleep deprived for 5 days and you're starving, but you're not able to think, it might be the case. Like, I'm not a psychologist, but, like, let's say you're not able to think in that situation, and you steal a bunch of food and you eat, and you come to your senses later and you discover, oh, I did something wrong when I was not able to think. Well, then you recompensate. Then you compensate, right? But you weren't guilty mind there because you were mindless there.
It's like there is this drug that they sometimes use on people where they, like, blow in. There's this powder that they blow into your face, and it just makes you uber suggestible. Where, like, they can just say, "Hey, withdraw all the money from your bank account from that ATM and give it to us," and you'll just do it. In that case, you're not thinking really. You're just like an automaton at that point. So that's not you doing that. You didn't consent to that.
Exactly. So once again, there are, like, philosophical point here is there a principled defense of stealing food to feed yourself? That has to be proven, Mr. Valliant, and I don't think he has done it. There might be sympathetic circumstances in which I understand why someone might steal something. But that doesn't make it right. That just means that this person was, like, it's like the difference between understandable and right.
Yeah.
Like there are
And
there
also
are
think further. Like, it is our intuition generally to admire someone who is able to resist, torture and and deprivation and all these things, and still hold on to that principle. Like, it is just like immediately, like we always go like, wow, he went through so much and he still didn't steal. Like, it's not the case that the objectivist response is like, wow, he really should have stolen. He really should have given up. He should have like that. No one like. And I know this is like the "it's so goofy" stanza, but I think actually in this case, I think it says something, because what are we basing this intuition off of? The intuition is that it is the right thing to do. In this case, where you're standing by your principle, right?
Yeah.
Instead of giving up.
It's like there's this show called Pluribus, which everybody should watch, by the way. It's a great show. It's a new show by Vince Gilligan, where there's this one character which I've been really resonating with, called Menounos. Basically the premise is that this virus takes over humanity, which turns them into a hive mind, but there's 12 survivors of this virus where they're not in the hive mind. And this one guy, Menounos, he just refuses to engage with the hive mind at all. He doesn't accept anything they give him. He will not do any of it. And he even says to them at one point, everything you have is stolen. You don't have anything on this world. Something to that effect. Mm-hmm. And he does this big road trip where he needs more fuel. And so he will siphon fuel out of someone's car and then leave money in the car as if to pay for their fuel. Because he will not and they're like, please, Menounos, do not cross this area because it's very dangerous for you. We can fly you there in a day where you're trying to go to. And he's like, you don't own anything. That's not yours to give. I will go there on my own. Basically just fuck off. And I really resonate with that guy. That is it almost is 1-to-1 with how he was acting during that. It's almost 1-to-1 with how I was acting during when COVID was first being a thing. By the way, I was on that day one. I was like, okay, well, this is going to be a pandemic. Before I left China, I was like, this is going to be a pandemic. And I was telling people, stock up on food now. And I did.
Thing to think about.
I did the same things as him. I locked myself in my room. I was not leaving my room at all because I was very much worried about it.
The other thing to think about, generally speaking, even outside of specific objectivist ethics, and assuming you're not John Dewey, right? We all generally admire principled behavior. Even if you might disagree with the principle, we generally admire the virtue of holding on to your principles, right? Yeah, the integrity, moral courage. Not
Job.
Not because because you might have moral courage in a bad principle, right? But there's something. The core element of moral courage is that you're sticking by what you think is true, right? You're sticking by to integrity, because you think that is that is actually what is supposed to happen, right? And so in any case where you see someone you might see someone who's sacrificing their life, to defend some there's soldiers, right? Who are doing some great big sacrifice. And we might say from the objectivist perspective, it's not good to sacrifice your life for country, right? But there's still something admirable, an admirable quality there, in the sense that this person was so committed to principle that they were willing to put everything on the line for it, right? In that case.
Yeah. And see.
And I mean,
this is not alien to objectivism, because in We the Living, we have such a person who has the wrong principles, but he has absolute integrity. Andrei Takhanov, right? The communist there, the young communist. And he is very much a hardline communist, and his integrity is what ends up destroying him because his principle is wrong. Yeah. But there is still something admirable about living that principle. And when he discovered that
there's the fire of life in his eyes.
Yeah, exactly. And when he discovered that his principle was wrong and it took everything he loved from him, what did he do? He killed himself. He was not a survivalist. It isn't that in every situation you must continue to live. Principles mean something, and they mean a lot. And integrity means something here, right? And it's very important to point this out again and again. And I'd also say something to the effect of, in when you are, in Atlas Shrugged, right? When John Galt is resisting torture, right? He like we admire that, right? Like John Galt was in the hardest of circumstances, and he resisted it. He resisted torture. He resisted life-sucking torture from him, right? He didn't like.
I mean,
Just let me complete. Yeah. So he didn't just abandon his principles at the last moment, and he was rescued by his friends who he made friends by being that principled.
Yeah.
When you live by principle and when you stick by them, reality does kind of reward you. That's the benevolent universe premise. Like that's also objectivism.
Yeah.
Right?
And I mean, sorry, do you still have something more?
Yeah. Just let me complete. So, and I'm not saying it is completely valid to say that you admire John Galt for that, and you agree that what John Galt did was right. That you must stick by your principles. But it's reasonable to say that maybe I would not be able to. Maybe I'm not yet John Galt. Maybe I'm not as strong enough, and that's fine. But when we're talking about philosophy, we're talking about should you be, not would you be.
Yeah, Dagny is not John Galt.
Be John Galt.
Dagny,
as much as possible.
Dagny didn't shrug until basically the very end, right? She tried to hold on, and she wasn't strong enough to be John Galt, and that's why they have that. They forced her to listen to all of the updates on her railroad going bad. Like they shoved her nose in it in the book because they wanted to make sure that she was strong enough to be like a John Galt, that she wouldn't cave.
And John Galt is the moral ideal. And I mean,
I think about other cases. Are you still more? Go on.
Yeah. Just last sentence. I'm like, John Galt there is the moral ideal. Like he's what you should strive towards. You should strive towards being the kind of person who does not accept any other code of living other than the rational code of living. Now you might deviate from that under very, very, very hard circumstances, but that's not should you do it, that's would you do it. Important distinction.
Yeah, and I mean this is just a matter of your identity, right? Like if you're, because the fundamental choice is whether to think or evade, right? But then the case is that thinking and evading happens like prior to your existence, like your body, your present like body and circumstance, your automatized like state, like how your brain is set up, right? If you have automatized like theft or whatever, and then you end up being degraded such that your cognition gets reduced, and then like you end up like reverting, like breaking from principle, right? Like that's just a matter of like you were insufficiently well prepared, right? And so like it takes training, right? You have to train your body and your mind to be able to live properly, live on principle, even in like the circumstances where your cognition is impaired. And I mean, another thing, like you can see this in other fiction, like not even like the example I always go to when I think about like moral courage is like Metal Gear Solid, which I know is interesting. Like in the Metal Gear Solid game, like Solid Snake, he gets captured, right? And Revolver Ocelot is going to torture him with like electrical shocks, right? Like you have to mash the button, and it like hurts your thumb as a real person, like to do this, to like resist this electrical torture. And like if you give in, people will die, right? Like you get bad endings if you give in to the electrical torture. It's bad. Like you really shouldn't. You really shouldn't give in to the electrical torture. And then in like Metal Gear Solid 4, like Snake is now like 200 years old. He's like an old man. He's like literally dying of like accelerated aging, and then he has to crawl through this hallway with like microwave like accelerators like that are cooking him alive to go and like try to save the world, right? And like is the case here that just because it's so hard you should just give up, you just die, like or like just give up because it's too hard. You should protect your own, like you should protect what your survival, like just your bare continued physical existence, right? It's just, or are you meant to protect your principles, right? Are you meant to protect like a certain kind of good life, right? Are you living the bad life or the good life? That's the question.
Yep.
Yeah, so we do have a super chat from Casimir for $2. Thank you very much, man. He's saying incorrect. Most people would work for the food. Yeah, indeed, and that is like the I accept that is like the proper way of dealing with it. Moreover, what we were going for was like most people do have a breaking point where they would end up not living up to the ethics, but that they would do that doesn't comment on whether the ethics is proper or not.
Yes.
Greater harm versus a lesser harm. And if there's a significant difference, like the penny versus torturing your children or wife killing your mother or something like that, the law already builds in by the defense of necessity. Guess what? It's okay to violate this less important law if you're protecting people from this more important legal value.
Now,
that's built into our law, and something I think every objectivist would be happy to agree with.
Right. Now, you said you brought up it's how you got in that situation. Zulu seems to think, and it's probably based on rationalism. Let me just give you a quick thing of my take on objectivist ethics. Objectivist ethics provides us with principles that are most likely to lead to our long-term survival and flourishing. There's no guarantee of that, right?
No.
There's accident.
Survival and flourishing.
Hang on, that's really confusing. So like he's basically treating the principles as heuristics, rather than like this is a fact that necessitated by reality. Like to violate a principle is to act as if once again, a principle identifies an action that is required by the facts at hand. So it's not like most likely. It is required. It is 100%. This is a fact. It's not like a probabilistic heuristic. Like, oh, maybe this is the case. This is the case.
Yeah. And also, let me just go over that again.
Long-term survival and flourishing. There's no guarantee.
Survival and flourishing, he says. Yeah. So, and you cannot flourish. My claim is you cannot flourish as a parasite. You cannot flourish if you're cheating reality and doing aggression. You cannot flourish in that way. That you can survive in that way, but you can't flourish. He says survival and flourishing, and has a specific logical meaning. Both conditions have to be met, right? If you can no longer flourish, then you're not satisfying the condition of survival and flourishing. If you can't survive, then yeah, you're no longer surviving and flourishing. Survival and flourishing. I accept that whole hog.
Of that, right? There's accidents happen. It's like a guy can exercise and eat right and die of a heart attack.
Exactly.
But Zulu seems to think that nobody can end up in these situations.
If you get a heart attack, is it fine to steal a heart from another person? No, it's not. It's not, because then you're being a parasite.
Through no fault of their own.
And I want to address this. I want to address this point that, like, okay, sometimes circumstances conspire against people who did everything right. Okay, let's think about that. Potentially, yes, it's the case. Like, let's say you have, you put John Galt in the Soviet Union, right? And like the commissars hunt him down and kill him. Okay, and John Galt never violated his principles. Okay, that's true. But does it actually help John Galt, to live a good life, for him to, I don't know, abrogate his principles? To like actually, John Galt, he lands in the Soviet Union and he decides, actually, in order to survive, I'm going to become a radical communist. I'm going to long live the party. Actually no. Instead, he actually lands in Maoist China during the Cultural Revolution, and what he does is he joins the Red Guards and he starts killing these physicists and all these people who are like they're counter-revolutionaries. And what happens is, like, you have this counter-revolutionary. Actually, recently I started reading the Three Body Problem, and like in the very first opening chapter, the first event is like there's this physicist, right? And he's refusing to like give in to the revolutionaries. He's refusing to like actually, like say that, relativity is fake. Relativity is like bourgeois science, right? He's refusing to say that, and they kill him, right? And I'm just imagining John Galt standing right there with them and hitting this guy with his belt,
Yeah.
Long live the revolution! I serve the people!
Can you guys give me a second? I want to read something, and like this always makes me very emotional. It is spoiler alert, this is the end of We the Living. And this is, when you said John Galt in the Soviet Union, well, that was what Kira was, right? And this is her dying, in effect. So she smiled. She knew that she was dying, but it did not matter any longer. She knew something which no human words could ever tell, and she knew it now. She had been awaiting it, and she felt it, as if it had been, as if she had known and lived it. Life had been, if only she had known it as how it could be, and she felt it now as a hymn without a sound, deep under the little hole that dripped red drops onto the snow, deeper than from which the red drops came. A moment or an eternity. Did it matter? Life, undefeated, existed and could exist. She smiled her last smile, to so much that could be possible. Kira lived her life in the Soviet Union to the best of her ability, according to her principles, and she died. And she was not a survivalist. She did not succumb to the Soviets. She took the risk of trying to flee, and she was shot for it.
Mhm.
This objectivism is not a survivalist ethic here.
That's the point. Like,
it's
what
life.
is the
Even in her last moment, she knew life as it is proper to human beings, not just survival.
exactly? Yeah, like the John Galt position is not to like join the Red Guards and survive at any cost. It's to like it's to never give up, never abrogate your principles. And yeah, and that means like if you should like pursue like the correct course to attempt to continue living, right? But you have to continue living, but you can't continue living at the price of principle, right? At the price of living the good life, because at that point you're not gaining something that's worth having, right?
Yeah.
That's the point. Like,
And
so there's another thing, like again in the three body problems, like the what happens is the physicist gets killed, and his daughter, she gets like she goes and works at like a work camp. Eventually she gets picked up as like a counter-revolutionary, and what happens is like they try to make her sign a confession that her father was like an evil man or whatever, and she refuses, and eventually like she gets sent to an observatory, and she's not a heroic character in the overall course of the book, but like that's obviously like her standing on principle, like that she's not going to confess to crimes that did not happen.
Yeah, and in terms of We the Living, like that always makes me emotional. I don't know if you guys caught that in my voice, like, but it did. And it's important to remember this, that we don't want to survive at any cost. We want a certain type of life, and if that life is no longer possible, well then we're going to die with a smile on our face, just like Kira did. Like, she did not turn to communism. She did not ever abandon who she was, and neither will we.
Yeah. I think Zulu's AFK at the moment. So,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, this is just like, it's just so goofy, man. I have to say. Like, I think the only other like person I think I've seen. I think this is. I'm keep reminded. There's a specific quote from John Dewey that Zulu put in the Libertarian video, which was something like, I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was basically like, men will feel silly for like holding to principles, like in the same way that someone who like is just holding to Newton like absolutely would feel silly, right? And like that's everyone. I don't know anyone else who considers that like really like anything other than a moral inversion. Because here's the thing, like and it's the same thing in physics. Like the reason someone would hold to Newton is not because they think like Newton is like a religious commandment, right? It's because they think Newton is an accurate description, right? And the thing is, the reason why you would move on from Newton to like relativistic physics is because you would accept that relativistic physics is a more accurate description of motion, right? And that's the same thing in ethics. Like if you're holding to a principle and then someone gives you a more accurate, like truthful principle of ethics that applies to reality, then as someone who's standing on principle, you would move principles, right? But the pragmatists, they take this as an opportunity to say, actually, do not hold to principles at all. Principles are completely dispensable. They're something you can just take and drop as is convenient.
And like an important point on Newton is that general relativity doesn't disprove Newton. It just shows that there's a broader, it fits in to a broader domain, right? The domain of Newton is the normal circumstances, non-relativistic circumstances. And you discover that way later on with the law of deduction, by the way. And so Newtonian mechanics is a special case of general relativity. It's a special case of it.
Yeah.
It's almost like discovering the donut homestead problem before you discover the nap.
Yeah.
Right. It's like saying that we have this problem where we have to like let people escape, but we don't like I don't know. You don't have the original thing, but you say, okay, this is clearly a case where someone has to be allowed to escape, but they don't have the nap. It's almost like it's almost like a reverse. And I think actually that actually sounds historically accurate in a sense. Like, I mean, think about the way like common law deals with that. Like there are easements. That's kind of the origination, right? Like, so yeah, it seems historically, sensible to think about it that way.
Yeah, and this is what we're saying. Like, if principles are presented in such a case that you're able to demonstrate that our principles are somewhat missing context or incorrect, and you give a different principled philosophical argument, and we see it, we'll convert the very instant. But that's what it's going to take to convert us. We're not going to be converted by it just sounds very goofy. Like that they're philosophical people here. We're not going to buy that. Give a principled argument.
But I could get shipwrecked and end up on an island, and then some dick doesn't want to give me a ride. I'm getting on his boat. Like, and I could pay him later, but I'm getting on his boat.
Getting on his boat. Don't worry about it. I'm just going to get on his boat. I could be in a situation where I need an organ transplant. I'm taking that guy's organ. I'm taking it. I'm going to cut out his liver. I'm taking it. I'm going to take it. I don't care.
A knife fight between, imagine John Galt and Howard Rourke getting into a knife fight over a kidney transplant because they're both dying of like renal failure or something.
Yeah. Like, because again, what these guys don't understand is that if you truly have the principle, I'm getting on that guy's boat. Okay. At a certain point of his resistance, you're going to have to kill him. Right? Maybe you just first say, no, I'm getting on your boat, bro. And you start walking up and he pushes you away. Then you push him back. At a certain point of his resistance, eventually you're going to have to kill him. You're going to have to shoot him in the head, and then you can get on his boat. Right? If he's really resisting hard enough. And you've just got to... You have to bite that bullet, by the way, Michael. You have to bite that bullet. That you're fine with shooting people in the head to take their property from them because you need it. Right? Which justifies US aid.
And it's need as the standard. How many Ayn Rand books do we need to read to understand that that's not a proper standard?
And I'm perfectly moral in doing so because my life is the standard of value. And I can certainly continue to live as a rational being. Now, if I couldn't, if I was in a communist torture center or something, well, now you're saying I can't live as a rational being. And maybe then suicide is the proper course of action. But as long as I can return to normal circumstances, there's nothing wrong with doing it in that situation. So one of the things they say to me.
So yeah, just Kira, we should amend We the Living to instead Kira starts mass murdering people on her way out. Because she's just in abnormal circumstances. She just mass murders everybody on her way out. And it doesn't matter.
Again, I want to say,
she's fine.
I want to say, she's fine. Emergency circumstances. What is abnormal about this circumstance? Like that, there's a scarcity of resources for which you need to survive. But that is not reduced. That does not stop happening when you get to like a highly utopian, like highly capital intensive society. There's still scarcity. So you're still under emergency circumstances.
Yeah.
Jim, I asked
on that point.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not always responsible for situations we find.
No.
But I'm going to go one further. Even if to some degree I am responsible through, say, simple negligence, and the consequences are still life and death. Okay, let's say that I was an irresponsible person and I should have brought my...
Yeah, irresponsible. You just bumbled your way into the scenario, and apparently now you're just fine to be a parasite. Guess what? That's the third world. That's the third world right there. An entire class of people who have bumbled their way through stupidity and neglect of ethics. They've bumbled their way into this scenario where they're constantly dependent upon the West to fund their survival. And now the state just gets to steal from me to continue to fund their bumbling foolishness. No, leave them to die or be productive. That's what I say.
Imagine the steel man, John Galt gets put into the life or death situation, right? Where he can either cut the kidney out of this other person and install it into his own body, or he can die. The John Galt answer there is to steal the other person's kidney.
No.
My wallet with me. I didn't bring my wallet. Okay, but I'm preventing death. I can still prevent the death, even if I was to some degree responsible for getting myself in this situation. What's the greater imperative, Zulu? The fact that, okay, you were a little irresponsible to get yourself there. Okay, so I guess F you. You just got...
Oh, whoopsie-daisies. Imperative. That sounds kind of rationalist. Whoopsie-daisies. used a forbidden word there.
I'll let the mass murderer get away with it. That's absurd. Can't he hear himself?
No.
So Dave Smith is going to emotionally, although Dave had no principles.
No, we're going to get to him too, because I do want to address him a little at the end.
Yeah, but still,
by the way, from here on, the video gets really well. By the way, from here on, they start shitting on Dave and glazing Zulu. So we're going to get into a bunch of hug box agreement here.
There you go. Yeah.
Let's go.
It's good to finally be in the hug box. Finally. I got there in the end.
Yeah.
Because they're going to hear
Yeah.
just how absurd the consequences
Yes,
of Zulu's position.
right. Now, so I asked one of these guys, I said, look, what if your anarcho system could not produce the results that you wanted to do? What if it necessarily rendered right
This
and
is
secure? His
me, by the way, again.
Yeah.
answer to me was that it's right in theory, therefore it's right in practice. There can be no dichotomy between theory and practice.
I agree with the rejection.
But the problem is, what that means
I'm right.
is if it
I'm
doesn't
right.
work in
I'm
practice,
right.
it doesn't work in theory.
What is the
yeah.
standard of working?
Yeah. That's another thing. You got to prove to me in principle that it doesn't work in practice. The way you could do it is you could say, in my logical argument, there is something wrong, or in my premises, there's something wrong. If you do that, I convert. If you don't, then I don't.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean start with theory and then say it has to work in practice.
You can define impracticality as not living up to your theory, even though millions die. Okay? The point is that when you reject the theory, practice
Millions are not
dichotomy, it's
dying.
going to work. And so,
Yeah.
Zulu, we have to be true to our theory? No. We have to be true to theory and practice together. The theory has to work. And if I find some...
The theory has to work.
Yeah.
What does it mean to work? You're sounding like a pragmatist here.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, okay, hang on. If the standard of theory, like your system not working, is that millions of people die? Okay, well, hang on. Let's think about this. The objectivist states of America, in that ideal situation, the objectivist states of America would have potentially glassed Iran, which has millions of people there who are, innocent people.
And
therefore,
US aid
the standard
is no
objectivism doesn't
longer-
work. I'm very sorry.
And US aid no longer exists, so millions of people will starve to death.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. We have to give up objectivism. It would
Yeah.
kill people.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work, unfortunately. But add Metos for another $5. Thank you very much. Was it still just only a joke now, man? He just said he would become a brute and steal the boat. He made an actual implicit argument in that joke. So yeah, he's been disagreeing with you that it was just a joke in the chat.
Yeah.
So I suppose you guys
I would
can
say
hash
this,
that out.
like, I would say this, like, to prove that someone has, let's say, philosophical disagreement, and someone has, let's say, the psychology of doing bad things to people. That's two very different things. Like, come on, like, let's be very honest here and say that even very pragmatistic people, like, take the example of David Hume. He believed that nothing could be known, but he did still act on, in his life, he act on things he knew, right? Like, there can be dichotomies among people. There can be philosophical disagreements, and that might not be their personal character, right? You could, like, there is a separation here. I think Hume talked about this, that he has to disregard what he believes when he's doing theory, when he's living his life. Otherwise, he won't be able to live. Something along those lines, right?
I will say he did send in the clip to me. I need to respond to that clip saying, do you not understand that this makes you sound like a barbarian?
Yeah, but
so
sound like a.
yeah, so
sound
I mean,
like
I don't want to argue for anybody here. So I would say to Admetos, if you want to argue with Man, I mean, would you be down to do a debate with him?
Discord. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, schedule some sort of a debate, because I just don't want to speak for anybody here. I think he was indeed sounding a bit barbaric in that clip.
Yeah.
Application of your theory that's producing some really bad result, then it's for you to go back to the drawing board on your theory. The theory is the secondary, right? The primary is the fact of reality from which we derive the theory.
Right.
And if some fact of reality is badly inconvenient to your theory, you are embracing, in fact, the theory practice.
Badly inconvenient. It's inconvenient. That's an interesting standard there.
Dichotomy, Zulu, by insisting that theory trumps practice.
Yeah, that would actually
Being
be
selfish is very inconvenient in an altruistic society. Like, people say a lot of mean things to you.
It's very inconvenient, guys. It's just another. It's another
I can
dipshit
steal
Dave
man.
Gambit.
Let me steal man. I think the point that is being made here is that the practice of the theory, it's like I don't know how to say, like, the idea is like if putting the theory into practice leads to all these deaths, right? But your theory said it wouldn't, then clearly there's something wrong with the theory, right? I think that's the steel man you could say here, right? And but like the problem with this is saying, like, there's always a reductio for any like particular set, right? Like in the objectives, like I just said, like the Iran nuke glassing, right? That leads to millions of deaths. So like they by reductio, it doesn't work, right? And so the standard of working, you have to adopt an objective standard of working, which is like it forwards like the correct principles, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of consciousness.
That's the
ironically.
primacy. He is the one engaged in primacy of consciousness. By
Right?
saying,
It's just
like,
his consciousness.
My theory, do or die.
So, you of course know the Roy Childs argument that objectivism implies anarchism because you can't initiate force to stop people from, starting these defense agencies to compete. Now, I've frequently made the argument, and I think it's sound enough, but I don't think I've gone far enough. And let me explain to you.
Yeah.
What I've said is that, assuming it's a hypothetical, that there is a government that only protects rights.
Right.
If somebody tried to set up a competitive agency, the risk would be so high of rights violations that organization would be justified in
So high. The risk would be so high. How high?
Unproven. Unproven.
Yeah, it just asserted rationalistically. Just asserted.
Yeah. And I can give you an example.
Again, my Civil War scenario, like let's say you have two provinces in Objectivistan, right? The Objectivist States of America, right? And these two provinces, they have their own police departments and their own courts. And yeah, theoretically, the protocol is that if they have a dispute, they send it up to the district, and then the district sends it up to the Supreme Court. But that's the protocol in Ancapistan, right? That these two agencies, they have a pre-existing arrangement that they would send it to arbitration, and if they can't work it out, then they're going to go to there's like a second layer. They can keep getting appealed, and but the case is like. There's just such a high risk, right? Well, let's say in Objectivistan, there's a very high risk that the National Guard in Province B, the governor, he finds out that his daughter has been kidnapped by someone from Province A, and he's like, send in the National Guard, rescue my daughter. He's like, no, he's not following the protocol. Like, what are you on about?
Yeah. And also, when we're talking about risk here, risk has to be proven and demonstrated. You have to prove and demonstrate there is a risk, there is a threat. For example, there can be two situations. In one situation, I am a person who has lived my life as a morally upstanding person, and I see a problem in society, let's say, where certain crimes are not being fully, prosecuted by this rights-respecting government, and I start an organization to do that. There is no risk here. I have demonstrated by my action that I am not a risk here. Versus, in fact, it'll be in everyone's self-interest to allow me to do this, because I'm now competing, and the prices of protection will go down because of market competition. However, let's say if the Bashar al-Assad, like the leader of ISIS, was to start this organization, then you could make an argument that there is risk there, but there is no inherent risk there. That's rationalistic.
Yeah. It is talking about just this thing in and of itself, which, they were identifying that as rationalist earlier. It just is in itself a risk. So you're completely correct there.
Yeah.
And imagine, for instance, this is, I know the scenario is out there, but imagine the government decided that we are not going to prosecute anyone who steals under $100 in items, or maybe under $200. It's just too much work.
Totally out there scenario.
It's a crazy thing to say. It would never happen, but right. And then imagine that there's in Objectivistan, right? Oh, this is just such a problem. I need to hire someone to defend my store from these thieves. Is that what am I doing? Is this a crime? Is this a crime in Objectivistan?
Yeah. Completely crazy out there. It would never happen. It especially would not happen in California as it currently exists. Would never happen. Don't worry about it, guys.
The reductios come to life, as Zulu likes to say.
Yep.
And stopping it. I still agree with that. But let me go a little further even. I would say that the competing agencies necessarily involve rights violations. And I gave him an example. This was my example. The kid is Manchar. He's the guy that I was talking to. But nice guy.
Yeah.
So I said to myself, okay, suppose there's a government that exists to protect rights. And that's all it does. It's voluntarily funded. It just protects rights. I said, now suppose Man Sharma comes and he sets up an agency for self-defense. Okay, we'll let that go. You can set up your agency for self-defense, whatever. I said,
you can? Okay, well then we got competing rights enforcement. We've got that right already.
Now tell me this. You hire, I said, Carlos goes to you, hypothetical Carlos goes to you and hires you to be his self-defense agency. I said, now my government's still protecting me because I'm a citizen. I said, Carlos comes to you and tells you that I've robbed him. I said, now you come and apprehend me because Carlos says that I've robbed you. My government
Can you pause there? I would say I have no right to just apprehend Michael on that because it has not been proven. Carlos has just made an assertion,
Mhm.
and like it will be in my best interest to, you know, try to prove this and like see if Carlos has any proof of this. And once let's say I have proof of this, then I can go and like potentially get the property back. But like in no situation like I would not be justified in apprehending Michael. That would be kidnapping,
Yeah,
right?
it's not primacy of
You could,
consciousness. It's not
yeah,
that Carlos claimed this, therefore it is the case.
yeah.
Actually,
And like,
think this through. Work this through. So, like, let's say you discover like the claim of the theft is correct. Okay, and then so your agency, you go to retrieve the property, but then like the state agents, they're there to stop you. They're like, no, you can't do this. We're here to defend Michael Leibowitz's rights. And then what? Are we supposed to side with the
state,
the thievery?
yeah, the thievery, exactly. And that's another thing, right? It's important that one, that I have to like first see if what Carlos is saying is true or not. Two, let's say Michael has a defense agency which is guarding his rights. Then I go to them and show them proof of this, and then it will be right for them. Like once again, we're in ethics here, so we are analyzing all potential choices here. So like the correct course of action would be that now that this has been established or not established, whatever, if it has been established, then we go like everybody goes to Michael's house and takes the thing back, and everything's fine. And if it is not established, then you drop the case because there's no proof.
Yeah.
Right. Like
No right.
See, like in no situation did you have to do, did you have to go and apprehend Michael? Like you can start monitoring him to ensure that he doesn't, let's say, go away somewhere. You can start to monitor him. You can put a guy on him, like right outside his house, to like watch for him, but you don't get to apprehend him.
Yeah, and specifically, this would be done by the market, so it wouldn't necessarily be a guy literally sitting on his house because that would be expensive, right? So maybe instead you just check in on him once a week, or maybe you have a drone which looks at his house, or you have like some sensor around his property which detects if he's going to go somewhere.
Here's another thing. I found out, like, I don't know if this is Michael and James specifically, but like the point about like apprehending people, I found this thing where like a lot of statists, they find it very strange that like there's such a thing as trial in absentia. Like in their mind, in every case, you actually have to kidnap the person and drag them to court and have them stand there to defend themselves. Like it's not just like they have the right to show up and say, actually, I'm innocent. No, you actually have to force them to come there and defend themselves and sit there and listen to it. Like, why?
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. I'd like to see the justification of that. Yeah, which is not provided.
And by the way, I've been threatened with slavery multiple times because I think up to 3 times now, I have had letters through my door saying that I have to come to some jury trial. And every time I tell them, hey, if you bring me in on this jury, I'm going to nullify, no matter what. I believe in natural law. I'm going to fucking nullify. And every time they tell me, no, that's not a valid reason for exemption. But every time they don't bring me up, as it turns out. You know, maybe they just don't like me.
It turns out the lawyer's like, oh shit, I can't do that.
Yeah, I tell them every fucking time. Which, to be clear, some people will advise you to lie to jury selection people and say that you won't nullify. I think that's a very bad idea because you can get in a lot of trouble for that. You can literally get in a lot of trouble for that. I'm honest about the fact that I will not operate based on the law of the land, as it were.
And actually, I think this is just an idea. Like, imagine in the future as like the remnant grows, and on occasion you have like judges and lawyers who like as the movement grows and like the ideas, they percolate out into the culture. And you can imagine like there are judges and lawyers who are like nap absolutists, and they hear we're doing jury selection, and the system isn't perfect, but we're trying to defend our client who's been aggressed upon, or who's like the state is suing this person for something, and they hear, well, on this jury selection we have a number of people who are like saying, I'm a nap absolutist, so even if the law, like the legislation says this person is a criminal, I'm going to vote in the name of the nap. And like the judge and the lawyer is like, right, we should select this guy. And that was pretty good, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, no,
That
so
would be.
definitely, I just want to really be clear here. Do not lie in those types of documents, because you can get into a lot of trouble for that. Do not lie there.
Mm-hmm.
To come and arrest Michael. We have jurisdiction. They come and take me back. And I said to him, who's initiated force? Well, you did rob him. No. I said he claimed that.
When I came to arrest Michael, I was kidnapping.
Yeah.
I robbed him. The point is we don't yet know.
No,
we don't yet know. The only way you find out is if you implement proper procedures.
an objective code of evidence, an objective code of legal procedure.
Which is epistemology. That's epistemology.
Yeah. We don't
Those are
disagree.
essential to objective application rights.
Yeah.
And you're right. Two competing agencies like that necessitate force because initiation force. Somebody is going to be initiating force.
Yes, because we don't yet know the answer.
On the other hand, my monopoly government that doesn't violate rights that you pointed out, if someone should want a howitzer,
Floating abstraction there. It's just an objective government which doesn't violate rights. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about the implementation. Don't worry about the details. It's just this magical thing, which is a monopoly, which somehow doesn't be a monopoly. It's just, don't worry about it. Don't worry about the implementation. And I'm the rationalist, apparently.
Yeah.
I'd like to say,
I'd
like to say, so this is how I was. This is how I was. Like 15 minutes before I became an ANCAP, right? I was a libertarian, but I believed like the NAP absolutely. But I was under the impression, because I hadn't read Anatomy of the State, I was under the impression like, okay, I didn't really understand the nature of the state, right? I was believing, okay, well, couldn't we have like this organization, right, that defends people's rights and it never violates them, and it like controls this whole territory, and like that would be like our libertarian government, wouldn't it? Like that was like my theory, right? But then. Like I was talking to Zulu about this on like the APOP server. This must have been like 4 or 5 years ago, maybe. I don't know, maybe 6. I can't remember. But like I was talking to him and like
COVID completely screws up the timelines, because who knows how long anything it was ago.
1 million years ago. Zulu just pointed out to me like, well, hang on, like what if we just have like in this non like rights enforcement in this non rights violating state, right? Supposedly, like. What happens if you have like another person start a company like to defend people's rights? And I'm like, well, shit, I guess I'm an anarchist now. And like that was it. I was done.
Yeah. I want to say two things there. One is that our stories very much mirror both in the timelines and in the way it was approached. Like I used to be like pretty big on minarchism, like limited government, and like like I wasn't an objectivist, but I was certainly leaning towards that direction over there. I read Atlas
and it's as we matured.
Though I didn't, like fully grasp Atlas Shrugged back then, but I did. I read it. I generally agreed with it, and and like I was a minarchist, and like I was not just a minarchist. I became like the head moderator of the Minarchy Discord, and it was a pretty big Discord back then. And then Liquid Zulu and a bunch of the homies came up. And they like argued with me for like 6 hours, and I was like, I'm an ANCAP guy. I can't be a mod here anymore.
Yeah.
So like that's something. And another thing is that a similar story is shared by Sheldon Richman, like in actually Michael's podcast, in the sense that when he read Roy Child's letter, like he immediately like went, guess I'm an anarchist now, and like that has been his life from then on. So like this is a very universal experience. Like you can't unsee it once you see it.
Yeah, it becomes when you know it. It is so obvious. It's like, well, how did I not know this before? It's like the economic calculation problem. It's like when you know the proof of the economic calculation problem. It's like that was so obvious. How did I not realize this before? Because.
Yes.
When you do that level of abstraction and then deduction from it, it becomes so clear. It's like, how is this not obvious to me? But as it turns out, like, obviousness is not the standard of proof. Like, you really do need to go through all those steps, and then you eventually get to there. And it's hard.
Yeah, I agree.
And Ariel Suarez, $54.71 for $5 US. Thank you very much. Whoopsie-daisies, I just went into a completely wrong window here. Let me try and get that back up. Yeah, I was brought me to the jury duty. So you were brought to jury duty over a year ago. They just had me on reserve, but you were never brought to a case. Yeah, that was what happened to me every time. I was just on reserve, basically.
Yeah.
For his self-defense agency, I'm sorry, that's an aggressive threat. We are the monopoly on the use of that level of force, my friend. And your atomic bombs in your backyard and your howitzer in your private
It's way too risky.
pose an aggressive threat to everyone else. Like your example of just shooting a gun.
But I mean, still, they're asserting that these people are doing aggression. Like, your atomic bomb is a threat. It's a literal threat against people. Right? Then you're still doing the same thing as me.
Hang on, apply this. Hang on. Apply this to the anti-rape squad. So, like, the anti-rape squad is actually an aggressive threat. Like, we're offering, to pay to escort people and prevent them from getting raped. That's an aggressive threat.
Yeah, exactly. How is that a threat?
And also, like, the proper application of the risk principle would be to, like, how Kinsella deals with weapons of mass destruction, right? I don't know if it comes from Kinsella, but, like, that's where I got it from. But, it's like, well, there's this atomic bomb. If you're keeping it in, let's say, an apartment building, well, if it ever goes off, it necessarily violates everyone's rights around us. So the way you could properly own an atomic bomb...
It's a weapon of mass destruction.
Exactly. And so, like, the way you could properly own an atomic bomb would be if you demonstrate to, let's say, people around you that you have absolutely ensured that it's safely stored and you're not going to use it. Perhaps you have to, like, buy half of Nevada and store it right in the middle, or perhaps you're in outer space and you're using it for, like, fuel or something.
Yeah.
So on and so forth. So, like, it's not illicit to own an atomic bomb. It's illicit to own it in certain circumstances where it initiates aggression.
Yeah, because there is the concept of the Orion drive. But I do want to point out, like, on this pause, it does look like James is holding a copy of his book here, which I think is very funny. But there is this concept of the Orion drive, which is basically you fire a bunch of atomic bombs out behind you, and they explode to propel you forward. And, like, just generally in space, atomic bombs become a lot less dangerous because there isn't the atmosphere around you to create this big push out and this big fallout.
They don't really get a blast wave. So the only, like, physical damage comes from the casing, which diminishes by, I think it's either the square root or the cube root. But anyway, it
inverse square.
And then inverse square. And the other dangerous thing is the radiation, which is, I guess, more dangerous in the sense that there's no atmosphere to, like.
But you've already got radiation shielding because the sun is a big nuclear reaction already.
There's literally a nuke in the sky going off at all times. I can't believe it.
Exactly. Yeah. And that nuke is the source of all life on Earth. So, like, perhaps not all nukes are bad. And I like to make two other points here. Like, similarly with the howitzers. Well, storing a howitzer in, let's say, a howitzer is far more excusable. Like, probably you could, like, store it in an apartment. You would have to probably show that you are properly storing it and whatnot. But like, I don't know how it would apply to howitzer if it is like, you probably couldn't shoot it in an apartment, right? So, like, but you could apply this.
That's probably more good.
Yeah, but. Yeah, and exactly. And I would also like to point out that American founding fathers were far more radical than James is being here. Like, they allowed private ships and whatnot. They allowed howitzers and whatnot. Right?
And just like Switzerland. I know in Switzerland, I'm not sure if people have, like, privately owned howitzers, but, like, after doing mandatory military service, which, I don't condone, but, like, every man, like, keeps his rifle. I don't know if they still do it, but, like, that was the case. And, like, all over Switzerland, there are these, like, hidden defensive positions that are dotted around, and, like, these weapons that people have been trained to use in case they need to defend Switzerland from assault. And I mean, like, I think implicitly they're effectively entrusted to the guy who's, like, just there. right? Like the guy who was trained and like it has it in like near his home, right? Like it's like what's going on?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And that is the whole concept behind a well-regulated militia. Let's look into that term. A well-regulated militia. Because you have to regulate this militia with having, you know, the right to bear arms. That's how you... Because America was under threat by a British militia, and so they had to regulate this militia. That was necessary for a free state. And so the entire idea behind the American defense system by the founding fathers, was that you would have these defensive locations, these people who are able to bear arms, and you know, this is why it's impossible to invade Appalachia. Like, good fucking luck, bitch. You have to have that in order to regulate the militia. Yeah, to keep it regular, to keep it actually serving its function.
Yeah. And you know, like, that's the thing. Like, I don't know how to apply it to howitzers, but like, we can apply it to nukes. Probably like similarly, like applying it to, you know, the inductive, in an inductive way, you could probably like ensure that you're owning a howitzer in a way which is non-aggressive. Perhaps there can be something along those lines. But
and by the way, the only people who have ever used a nuke against anybody aggressively is the state.
Yeah. Yes. So let's try to prohibit them first.
Yeah.
First of all, and another thing, like the right to bear arms is not negated by there being like really, really advanced arms. That's the whole ban AR-15s argument. Like, no. Like, the advancement of arms is not an argument against the right to bear arms. Once again, the US wasn't supposed to have a standing military. It was supposed to be militias.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be private defense, for God's sakes. Right?
Drunk driving. Those people really ought to be, because they are threatening physical force. Now, Zulu understood that those were the initiation of force. Now, it's a question of knowing whether it's an initiation of force. And for that, I need one standard. I need one evidence code, one procedure code, one procedure, by a system under which we decide these things. Private security agencies only work and only have themselves are subject to the principles of free market, because there is a government of last resort who will decide on whether that private security agency is itself violated.
Now, Jim, if I could demonstrate that when you're talking about two individuals, a government and one defense agency.
But hold on. How does the government of last resort decide whether they are implementing this properly? Like, is that not based upon epistemology? Like, that's just epistemology there. Like, how do they make this reality? Right? How does that happen?
And I mean, I also want to say, first of all, I think I don't know if this has actually happened or if I imagined it, but I feel like I remember there was a video on Zulu's channel about like how drunk driving laws are evil. I think he might have taken it down, but like how real G's will remember that drunk driving.
It was my first politics video.
Of course, the most important thing came first. We have to legalize drunk driving, and I mean, on the other case. Like, what is he saying here? Like, what is the government of last resort actually doing here? Like, it is just, you know, it's the Leviathan. It's saying these are the rules. But what happens when like the Leviathan, you know, decides to change the rules? Like, again, like the last resort. So I think one thing, I don't know if remember if it's in this video, but like I think Jim complains that we have this potential for infinite appeals, right? Like, so let's say Luke, Man, and I go to court, and I decide I didn't like the result, so I try to appeal it to a different court, right? And I don't like that one, and I appeal to another one, and so on until, like, you know, I run out of money, or I have infinite money in this scenario, right? Like, so I just keep doing it. Like, he complains that this potential for infinite appeal, you know, I don't remember exactly what he says, but like, there's some kind of problem with it for him, and that there needs to be some kind of last resort. So like, if you can say this is what the case is, but like, I don't actually see the problem, like, with the potential for infinite appeal, because it's also potentially possible that you know, the infinite incorrect rulings, right? Like, the court rules incorrectly, so I appeal it, and then it goes again, and I appeal it again and again and again and again. Like, with the Supreme Court example, it's entirely possible that we get to the last resort, and then they rule incorrectly, and now what? I just need to kill myself what we're doing.
Yeah.
Also, like, it's important to point out here that I didn't think about what you just said here. I'll think about that more. The way I came to this is that, well, in a court, it has been demonstrated that you're just plain wrong, and like, if that has been demonstrated, right? Like, there's no ambiguity here. You're wrong. Then we're operating in a market here. In that market, there's going to be such a thing as reputation. There's going to be such a thing as time constraints. There's going to be such a thing as opportunity cost. So if you're bringing a ridiculous case, you're going to be thrown out, right? Like, there's the infinite appeal. You could appeal forever. Doesn't mean the courts accept it. And also, like, what you point out is also, I think, legitimate. I'll have to think on it more. But also the case of, there being, if we are in setting of a YouTube video able to think about this problem, well, the people who are working in the field, they would also be able to think about this problem, and they might have, let's say, some industry standards and guidelines, heuristics on top of jurisprudence.
Yeah, the technical term in like modern like legal systems is like vexatious litigants, which is basically the idea of like someone who is litigious but who doesn't have a real complaint. And they apply this to like sovereign citizens who like they come up with like these magical theories of law regarding like maritime law or whatever. Like, I'm a freeman on the land, right? So the government isn't allowed to do this to me, right?
I'm a traveler.
So like traveler. Yeah, I'm a traveler. Yeah, so you're not allowed to apply the law to me, right? Or like, and as much as I think it's funny that they're fucking with the government, I think their theory of law is positive and magical, right? Like, it's like, because I said these magic words, you can't touch me, right? It just doesn't reflect what's happening, and so these people are referred to as vexatious litigants, right? Because they will like try to sue the government on some principle that like the government doesn't recognize. And like, it's not even in like any like written anywhere. It's not valid, right? So it's just wasting people's time, and so they just don't deal with it. They just don't care.
Yep.
Could lead to
Everyone here?
irreconcilable conflict. Now they of course postulate, no, they would go to arbitration and work it out. But you don't know that's going to happen. I mean, I could say anything.
Yeah, I don't know that they're going to go to arbitration. I don't know that.
Okay.
I don't care about it either. Like, I'm being a fucking jurist. I'm being a jurist here. I don't care if they go to arbitration and work it out. I don't give a shit about that as a jurist. Yeah, I know that conflicts can happen. I know that for a fact. Okay? I know that is the case. Okay, so what? Therefore, what?
And the other thing is, like, they're about to say, like, you don't know that they're going to go to arbitration. Okay, but you can flip that point around on anyone. Like, and let's say objectivist stand. Like, let's say there's these two people, and you're like, they have this problem. They're gonna like, and they're just like they got to go to court about it. Like, why? Why don't they just like kill each other? Why don't John Galt and Howard Rourke, like one of them drops the wallet, and like the other one's like, hey, that's my wallet, and then immediately they're like, oh, we should go to court. No, let's pull out our knives and kill each other in this alleyway. That sounds right to me.
Yeah, they just go to war immediately. Immediately, they go to the war of the wallets.
And like billions die in the war of the wallets. Exactly. So, like, we're not predicting human behavior here. We're not being determinists here. We're playing out legal principles which can then be used in an inductive manner in a common law sort of system on the basis of these principles, and build a voluntary system on top of that. And you could have objective law in the form of industry standards. You could have heuristics. You could have, there are solutions to these problems which are NAP compliant, which are non-aggressive. That's the big anarchist push. That's the big anarchist motivation. That there are a lot of we are not ending the conversation. We're starting it. There are a lot of practical problems, as James would say, but all of those could be handled in a peaceful and non-violent, non-monopolistic manner. That's the point.
But the point is, if that's the case with just two, imagine if they were all over the place. And I gave my examples before. Intellectual property, age of consent. There's a host of things. But the bottom line is, it leads to a situation where individual rights are necessarily insecure. And now the point again isn't that Zulu's wrong in his whole logical chain to be an anarchist. Whatever. The point is that anarchy is not consistent with objectivism. It's not consistent with the objectivist epistemology, the objectivist ethics, the objectivist theory of rights. None of it. Now, of course, if you postulate this axiom of non-aggression, it's a religious commandment that you must follow in all cases. Well, then of course you say, oh, look, I want to go get myself an atomic bomb. I haven't initiated force against anybody. You have no right to stop me. Well, of course, because you're taking it as a religious principle, a deontological ethic, not as an ethic designed to help us.
Yeah, again, like, it depends on the context. What are you using that nuke for? Are you actually...
I want to address this.
Are you
address this accusation of like religiousness, right? So every time we go about like we should stick to the principle, we get accused of being religious. Like Dave Smith, the religious man, will accuse us of being too religious about the non-aggression principle, right? And here we have Michael Liebowitz and Jim here, Mr. Valliant, right, accusing us of being religious. But here's the thing, like, what is the essential character of like the being religious? It's not that you're being absolute about principles, it's that you're being mystical, right? So like, but like what is admirable about religious people is that they are, because they believe this is true, like they believe something is very true, and then they hold on to that absolutely because it is true, right? In them, like that's moral courage, right? They believe that because this is true, I have to hold to it. And obviously we think they're holding to the wrong thing, but we're not criticizing them for being absolutists. We're criticizing them for being, incorrect.
Yeah.
Yes. We admire the integrity of any integrity in itself is very admirable, as I pointed out in the case of Andrei Taganov. It's that when you have integrity towards the wrong principles, it's bad for you. It destroys you. But if we have integrity, if we have this conviction towards the right principles, then it's good for us. You know?
Survive and thrive on this planet.
What is the better protection for freedom? What is the better protection against the coercive use of force? One organization with the heavy artillery and the atomic bombs, or a variety of competing organizations that can
over the same jurisdiction? See, that's where it's important.
Over the same jurisdiction.
Yeah,
exactly.
The answer is multiple. That's the better protection. Because it's better to have competing firms, because that's more efficient. That's more efficient, guys. We accept this everywhere else.
I want to interrogate this notion of like, one or multiple like organizations. And like the problem is like organizations is a very faulty abstraction, because in reality, like in if we take this properly with Ancapistan, right, like every object has an owner, right? So like if you have a company, it's not a company. It's an organization to the extent that there's an owner who owns a bunch of things and he employs a bunch of people. Like that is like, you could objectively identify an organization there. But when you have a state and you have like, multiple National Guard units and you have all these different like, army units and like the police force and all these people, and like they have a chain of command, yes. And like, in theory, maybe they all answer the president, right? But like there's all of these local loyalties and like all these people who are like, actually, I think I would rather follow, Colonel Aguilar, in a coup, rather than the president, because the president is overstepping his authority, right? And now suddenly, what have we gone into civil war and objectivistan? I think so. Like having one authority that owns all of the weapons, that's insufficient, because the fact is that actually these authorities are made up of multiple actors, right? And
also
because you've rejected the NAP and you sort of created this government, and like who actually owns government property in Objectivistan? No one knows, right? Like, and so that means like it's unclear. You have this collective property right. You have this potential for war. Here we go. We've got this opening. Where are we going?
Also, it's important that if you have let's say only one institution on which you're reliant to protect your rights, and if that institution gets corrupted, you're screwed. Versus, let's say, if you have 10 and one of them gets corrupted, well, then the other 9 can deal with that, can't they? And that's one point that we can point out. And another point is that I would like to elucidate that the economic calculation problem applies here. Why? Why does it apply here? Because once we have the service, like the thing that is being done here is that rights enforcement is being provided as a service, right? And how much rights enforcement should be provided? Should everybody be just given a gun? Should everybody be monitored by a tank? Or should there be a police force? How many guards do you need in the police force? What should be their armament levels? When you don't have price factors, when you don't have price mechanisms, this will be a necessarily, and this is where I'm using necessarily correctly because I'm relying on a proof of the economic calculation problem, right? This is necessarily going to be less efficient. And that's important. That has to be taken into account. I think Zulu can elucidate that a little bit as well. He has made this argument.
Yeah, no, it's exactly correct, because they just have to arbitrarily. I know they previously in this podcast endorsed arbitrariness as an objectivist principle, but that is completely counter to objectivism, in fact. Just arbitrarily, you have to have some level of protection. But you have to have some level. Protection can be oversupplied, just as every good can be oversupplied. So how do you decide the amount of that good to supply? And then, moreover, how do you decide how to provide that good? If you've even decided this is a knowledge problem, how much of the good to provide? How do you decide how to provide that good? Because there are innumerable ways to do protection. Is it a rifle or is it a pistol? Right? There are innumerable ways to do it. And they don't have any answers to this. No answers to this.
Yeah, and they cannot have answers to this. And once again, contradictions do not exist. If what we are saying here is that this is just observationally true, like rights enforcement is indeed an economic service that is being provided. There are people being employed. There are things being allocated. These are economic means. These are scarce means being allocated here and there. It's an economic service being provided. And if that is the case, then the ECP stands. And if your theory is contradicting the ECP, either the ECP is false or your theory is false. Think on that.
Yeah.
No, what in reality, now, as you point out, criminal, I can fully assure Zulu that in nearly every case of murder and robbery that I ever dealt with, those people were never going to submit to the same. It goes back to my point about consensus agreement. Let's say only 1% of your population, and criminals comprise a very small percent of the U.S. population right now. Let's imagine that there's a society that agrees with his whole principle of law. 99% of them agree. There's still, if only 1% of them are happy to engage in armed robberies and murders and rapes. Well, guess what? They are precisely the ones who are not going to sit down and agree to your arbitration. They're precisely the ones who are rejecting your.
Yeah, and you don't care about them. There's trial in absentia, right? If they're just bad, if they're just bad for the society, exile them, kill them.
Yeah, actually, I need to say something here. So they said earlier there needs to be some way to resolve disagreements between like rational people, like people who both believe they're correct in this case. They're like, actually, they think that I own this property, no, I own this property. And they both think they're right, but they're misinterpreting the evidence in some way, and they see some way. That's what arbitration is for. But in the case where you have some violent criminal who isn't even caring about justifying his actions, he doesn't think he's being legally correct. At that point, you just kill them. You get a warrant to stop them. You don't need to drag them into court and be like, now, mister, you have to defend your actions. And he's like, actually, I don't believe in the law. And he breaks out the handcuffs, starts shooting everyone. Like, oh, now the trial is ruined. We have to hold him in trial again. Like, no, you can just shoot him.
Yeah, just kill him. Or remove him. Physical removal. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Your arbitration. The very idea. And it's worse than that, because our violent criminals over there, they get organized. And even if that 1 or 2% of the population gets organized, you end up with the mafia. You end up with Don Corleone.
Well, that's what the mafia is. It's a police department for wise guys.
We call it the protection racket.
Well, what they say is,
I do like Don Corleone mention when Man Sharma does have the Godfather poster as his profile picture. So you must love gang warfare. This is what you're presenting to us.
Of course I do. Of course not, And what's being said here in the sense that they're going to elucidate this in a little bit, that the reason the mafia came about, the reason Don Corleone came about, and we know this from economics, the reason mafias come about, cartels come about, is due to some government intervention into the economy. And also, it's the result of some aggression. And also, in the movie Godfather, the reason the mafia came about because the government was an abdication of justice. So there was this demand for justice, which Don Corleone was supplying.
Mm-hmm. So, people came to him. People came to Don Corleone. They were like, I had this injustice done to me. Please fix it, Don. right?
Mhm.
People were coming to him for these injustices, which the state was not
and
reconciling.
Mhm. Yeah, and you could identify using proper concepts and epistemology. You could identify which group which is claiming to be a rights enforcement agency is actually a rights enforcement agency, and which group is a criminal organization. And what do you do when the criminals get organized? You go and get them. The good rights enforcement agencies go and get the criminal gang. Once again, like as just pointed out, these people are a small percentage of the population. The fact that the state is not able to deal with them is a indictment of the state, because it's a monopoly, because it's necessarily inefficient, necessarily used in the right context,
Yeah.
because we proved to the ECP.
And so and Metos did give $5 Australian for the message he DM'd me on Discord for it. Would a thief rather rob a house with people armed to the teeth, or a house filled with a bunch of defenseless hippies? Multiple
Yeah.
is obviously better, because people and other firms are actually then able to defend themselves from aggression. Why does the state want to take your guns? Even states now, as aggressive as they are, haven't used nukes on each other since the US did on Japan when no one else had nukes. Mutual destruction. The choice to nuke to the state would be a lot easier if they have no threat of being nuked back. Yeah, so I think that's true.
Yeah. It's like it was the quote, right? Like, God made man and colt made them equal. In the sense, like, when you have guns, right? Like, it makes it for a necessarily polite society, and it is also demonstrated by, there was that CDC study that happened in, like, I think Florida, and in which they say that the vast majority of the uses of guns are necessarily defensive uses of guns. So the existence of guns among the public, it makes the public safer. It makes criminals less safe. So
you want to be hitting someone up, mugging someone at a gun show, because then you're just going to get killed.
Yeah, and there was that story as well, right? I think it was in some red state, maybe Indiana. Like, someone tried to do a mass shooting, and like a bunch of people like pulled out their pistols and shot him when he like fired the first shot and just injured someone.
Yeah.
And like, compare that to a gun-free zone. So like, I think that makes the Second Amendment point beautifully.
The very first scene of The Godfather, I've been American. I came to it with whatever that line is.
Yeah.
I'm proud to be an American.
Yeah.
And he then proceeds how the cops totally let down justice for his daughter.
And so he goes to the Don.
He goes to the Don. Now, that may give you an idea, and they give you, kill these guys. No, your daughter's still alive, so we're going to do proportionate justice. Thank goodness for the honor code of Don Corleone, but we shouldn't be dependent on the honor code of Don
Thank
Corleone.
goodness for it.
Again,
Yeah.
it's the same principle between this and the government. We shouldn't be reliant upon the honor code of the government. It's the same principle.
Yeah. If only we could get to actually reward people like Don Corleone and punish people like the government in some sort of a market. If only that was possible. If only there was competition and the best could rise to the top, and we could identify the worst and the best could go get the worst.
Yeah.
You'll remember later in The Godfather, the other mafia bosses do not share Don Corleone's honor code. We shouldn't be selling drugs to kids.
I don't think Michael did either.
And Michael did either.
Right,
Exactly.
but I
The
digress.
point, though, is that you're reliant on the personal morality of the
Not
different
this
mafias.
Michael, the
Well, that's
movie
the
Michael.
thing. That's the other thing, is that you will end up, if competition is as effective as they argue, right?
Yep.
Then you're going to have an organization that's going to defend criminals. That's what already happens, right?
Precisely correct.
But you don't have the
No.
overwhelming.
What is a criminal? What is a criminal? Like,
And here's
Yeah.
his point, like,
Yeah.
reliant on the personal morality of, like, these different gangsters, right? Well, aren't we always reliant on the personal morality of other people just not to attack us in general? Like in any case, when you're interacting with some other person, like, you're expecting, or like, if you go to work, right? I'm reliant on the personal morality of my coworkers not to suddenly, jump up and start stabbing me to death, right? Like, right? Aren't I? Right? So like this objection that, like, any system is reliant on the personal morality of its constituents. Like this is not a principled objection to anarchism. This is an objection to human existence.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And another thing that I would like to say here is that, like, when you have a market, like, what is the market in? The market is in not quote unquote force. The market is in the defensive use of force. So the people, who are offending, like who are going around doing all of these property violations in a market because of efficiency, they're going to be wiped out faster. And the reason it's not happening right now in the state is because the state is necessarily inefficient because it's monopolistic. Now, why do people accept the state? That's where we go into, like, ethics and epistemology.
I'm sorry,
and
hang on. Before we go on, I'm seeing this guy in chat, Cast343. He's saying that in objectivism, proof is direct physical sense data. Everything else comes after. That's sensualism, nominalism. First of all, and second of all, Leonard Peikoff explicitly says what proof is. Proof is logical. Proof is logical. There's a lecture series on logic. Okay, you can't. He's just lying. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Shut up.
Yeah, and also, like, just continuing my point there, in the sense that the way you get to an anarchist society, and this is why I think I think most people here would agree that the epistemology and the ethics are primary, right? Like, of course, law is a subset of ethics, but the epistemology, the metaphysics, and like the broad philosophy is very, very much primary. Like, when we have a rational society, an anarchist society flows from that. And so you have, a broadly rational society in which there is a competition for rights enforcement and rights protection. And so because competition is efficient, those who violate rights are going to be eviscerated. And the reason that's not happening right now is because the state is monopolistic and the state is inefficient necessarily used in the correct context, because of the proof of the ECP, and because by the state as it is, because people are irrational right now. There's a bad philosophy environment that we're in, and we're trying to change that so that all of these great things that we want, we want a peaceful, prosperous society in which we can be like the richest and the happiest as we possibly can, in which we can, like, live life as man, like man qua man. Like, we're trying to spread the message to have that happen. So that's what I'm want to say to that.
Yeah.
Rules.
Right. But that's the thing. There has to be a final arbiter. They say no. Okay, then I'm just going to keep appealing. Right? I want to go here. I want to go there. I want to go there. I want to go there.
Force is.
Yeah, just keep appealing, and then eventually I'm just going to shoot you. I'm just going to shoot you in the head, and nobody will care, because you've gone through every court in the land. And I was like, yeah, no, we all have, considered the case in front of us, and we've all gone, yeah, no, you're right, Liquid Zulu. And so then I'm just going to shoot you in the head. I mean, I will just shoot you. I will just shoot you in the head, and then nobody will care.
Like, once it's well established, like, what the point of court isn't that they, like, once you get the verdict from the court, you're now allowed to kill this person. No, that's not the point of court, right?
Yeah.
The point of court is basically to, like, publicly establish the facts of this case, such that now everyone knows that this punishment is justified, right? So they can go. It's basically like it's orderliness, right? But, like, that does not give you the justification to, like, not punish them. You had that power the moment the crime was committed against you, right? You had the power to punish this person, but, like, it's not prudent, right? It's prudential for you to now, like, announce to everyone else, like, hey, I'm not a criminal. I am punishing this criminal when I do this, right? And that's the point of court, right? Yeah. It's like when you go to court, you demonstrate, you use the evidence to demonstrate this man is a criminal. I have the right to punish him, and then you can do it, right? And so, like, what happens when someone keeps appealing and, like, the same result keeps coming up, right? Like, the point is, like, the punishment stands. The punishment just stands, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And just to, like, say one thing here, which would be, like, let's take the Zulu case, like, shooting in the head would be, like, correct for murder, right? So, like, let's take for murder. And if it has been proven that you were a murderer, and, like, the evidence is undeniable, no court is going to take up after a while, because, once again, we're in a market. These people care about their reputation. These people care about, showing that they're the best of the best in this market, so that people come to them. And there probably will be industry standards upon and heuristics upon, when do you stop appealing? Like,
And
nobody
not to
has
mention, there's a
infinite
cost.
time.
There's a cost to like this. Like, someone's gonna have to like pay to have someone hear their case. Like, please, sir, please, I'm gonna murder. Please appeal my case. He looks at the case history. It's like this is like the 18th appeal, and he looks at the previous hearing, and it's like literally there's like this surveillance footage from like a drone of this man like gunning someone down in the street, and like there's a facial recognition. And there's like 16 credible witnesses. It's like, actually, no.
Yeah.
Monopolizing outcomes.
Yes.
This is why force is not simply another commodity that can be sold on the free market. Free market principles do not apply to force and its proper application. There can be no market in force. Force itself is to monopolize outcomes, whether justly, efficiently, using the scarce resources properly or not. Force will create injustice. Force will create inefficiency. By its nature, there can be no market in force. There must be a final arbiter. Because guess what? At the end of the day, the use of force, let's say when I began with a complex contract dispute, someone may have a rational view, a perfectly honest and sincere rational view that the judge got it wrong. But are we going to let him go now to Don Corleone or someone who doesn't share Don Corleone's sense of honor to get revenge?
That's not right. It's like, what does it mean to have like an honest, rational view that the judge got it wrong? It means that like you're correct. Like if you're honest and rational, and like you're reasoning correctly that the judge got it wrong, then that is the case. Like the judge must have made a mistake, right? In which case, well, aren't you justified? Like let's say like your daughter, the Godfather case, like literally like your daughter has been assaulted, right? And then the courts are like, we acquit this man, and you have the evidence, you have like the real case. Don't you have the right to punish the criminal? Like is it the objectivist case that actually the criminal gets away? Like even just because the system like failed to identify the criminal correctly.
And let's say the system explicitly failed, like the evidence is there and the evidence is undeniable. And in the Godfather case, basically what happened was, and it's implicit, not explicit, is that these guys which did this they were kind of connected, and the court identified that they did the wrong thing. The court gave the judgment in favor of the person who was harmed, and then they suspended the sentence. That means they walked free the very day, right? And like in that case, I would say it's completely justified to seek your justice elsewhere, because the court has lost its legitimacy. It has no legitimacy. It has completely abandoned the ideal of justice.
Yeah, you're allowed to be a vigilante.
Yeah, this wasn't this like. Doesn't this point even go back to Locke? We don't even have to go at radical ANCAPs. Like, if even Locke said something like this, like if the government is abdicating its responsibility, then you have a right to revolt. What's that?
Going lifetime right to vigilantism. So under his system, so when Ayn Rand says anarchism necessarily implies gang warfare, ultimately, and a retrogression of civilization, it is the establishment of a rule of law, a uniform due process. And in some ways, Zulu, let me suggest to you that even if that system of due process and rule of law, if some of their laws get it wrong sometimes, I'd rather live in that monopoly situation than in a world of gang warfare where it's, the Corleone family versus the Tattaglia family. Okay?
It wasn't Tattaglia, it was Bazzini all along, Jim.
It was Bazzini.
I really don't care whatever Valliant would prefer to live in. I don't care about that.
Yeah, let me flip this around on Valliant. Okay, let's say we have the monopoly case, the monopoly law, and they get it wrong, and like now there's no alternative. So what happens is the government is just going around freeing murderers, and if anyone tries to like kill these murderers, like take revenge, like prevent them from going out committing more mass murders, now the government agents are like, no, you can't stop him. You can't stop this man. He's innocent, and he's just out in the background. He's gunning people down. Like hundreds of people are being murdered every day, and these guys are like, no, he's actually perfectly justified. The government is here, defending this man's rights. He's actually been acquitted 17 times of these murders. He's being let out onto the streets. He's now he's stabbing people on trains. Like, isn't that exactly what the situation we have right now, where we have like criminals being released? Like, this is the anarcho-tyranny. Like the judges, they release the criminal onto the street, and no one can stop them, right? Because why? Because the means of law enforcement have been taken and monopolized, and now we're having this problem where like the crime is increasing and they're not being punished, right? And it gets even worse. Like, imagine you have your disagreement between different judges, and now you have the basis for civil war, right? And so the point I'm making here is like you can descend any society into civil war by asserting a failure of agreement. Right? That is not sufficient to demonstrate that the society will necessarily descend into civil war.
Yeah, that's important. You have to prove the necessity, which has not been done. And we have given plenty of counter arguments of how you could work this thing out.
And we'll say, Hugh Chat Harold has given $5 US, so thank you very much.
Yeah. When will the hug box start?
Maybe soon. Hopefully soon.
Yeah. I'm getting tired.
Tatalia's a pimp.
Yeah, he couldn't have
Commonly between Barzini and Tatalia, or
Right. Now,
Barzini and Corleone. Right.
the last part of the Zulu stuff, and then I want to discuss a little Dave Smith, is his claim that objectivism is an open system. Now, by open, he says what he means is the consistent application of the primacy of existence, and you apply that, and if all your conclusions are correct, you're still in objectivism. And of course, he's the one that has all the right deductions and everything else, but he doesn't seem to understand that rational people
I
can
would
be
say
mistaken.
stop.
So
Hang
other
on.
people can
Hang on. Stop. I would say it's not that all your conclusions are correct. If you are applying the primacy of existence, like if that is the method you are explicitly attempting to apply, but you make a mistake, right? Like Ayn Rand, we're not going to say Ayn Rand is not an objectivist, right? That's not the claim. Ayn Rand was attempting to apply the primacy of existence, but she made mistakes. She made an error, and in her error, like the theory she generates from there is not objectivist, right? Like the theory of politics that she makes, even though she claims she believes she's doing like an objectivist theory, but that is an error, right? That's what we're saying.
Yeah.
So that's just that.
And there is an Ayn Rand quote to this effect, which is like, you should rather take 10. You should rather take one honest error than 10 truths accepted on faith. Because when you have that honest error, you still retain the means and the method to get to the truth. And so we're not demanding omniscience here. We're demanding the method, the essential method that Ayn Rand discovered, which is that existence as primacy over consciousness. And when you apply that to various various things you observe, various observations, you get various inductions in which you can then deduce from, and you get a philosophy which is consistent with that. And that's what we're claiming as to be objectivism. Just to correct that.
Come along and say, no, my interpretation of objectivism is the right one, and you end up with no objectivism. Saying objectivism is a closed system, it doesn't imply that Ayn Rand is right or that objectivism is right. If there's errors in objectivism that she made, then there's errors in objectivism, and it doesn't imply that she found all truths. It just says that any new truths that are founded, even those that are consistent with objectivism, are not part of objectivism.
That is precisely correct. If Ayn Rand made a mistake, no, Ayn Rand, philosophy is a very distinct subject. And so it's not everything Ayn Rand said. Objectivism is consists of only those philosophical principles. They have to be principles. They have to be principles of philosophy. They have to be principles of philosophy she recognized as philosophy.
They have to be principles of philosophy. Yeah, again.
Not, for example, her taste in turquoise blue.
So they have to be principles of philosophy. So, again, if we grant that that politics isn't a part of philosophy, then it doesn't matter what the fuck Ayn Rand said on it.
It's not, for example, her taste in turquoise blue, with throw pillows. That's not objectivism, as Leonard makes very clear. Objectivism is a set of philosophical principles. Ayn Rand's philosophical principles. If you have any disagreement with those, you're not an objectivist. Full stop. So we're defining the thing. So it's like he's saying, well, there's this chair over there, but it's really not a chair. And No,
not she thought.
I think Luke,
that what she
Matt
thought
is
is
the host
not
now, so
relevant.
Yeah.
Right. He disagrees with something.
Okay.
So what has he just said here? He's just said like, I'm pointing at something that's not a chair, but I'm calling it a chair. Okay, so like, I made this comment on the video, which is essentially like, if you call defining objectivism to be Ayn Rand's philosophical beliefs is just the same as defining chairs to be things that Ayn Rand sat upon, right? It fails to identify the essential feature of objectivist philosophy. Like I made this point like hours ago, right? If Ayn Rand changed her mind to believe in Platonist aesthetics 15 seconds before her death, is that now objectivism, right? Is it? Because is she applying the objectivist method in aesthetics? No.
Yeah.
Yep.
What you say is, I am not an objectivist. I agree with certain points and this is what would be the correct approach. There are certain things Ayn Rand said that I agree with. I would respectfully say to him, you're taking them out of context. You don't even understand those. But the point is, he would say, I think it is morally wrong to initiate force.
I do understand those things. Like, again, I think these people get taking me out of context. I don't think they understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
mean, he doesn't understand what Ayn Rand means by principle, frankly. But say the parts of objectivism that you think you agree with, and then say, look, but I'm not an objectivist. Well, right off the bat, I'm an anarchist. He doesn't even have to get our points about rationalism and intrinsicism to see how fundamentally he's not an objectivist. But just on the face of it,
we gave reasons against it, and
Yeah.
and perhaps Zulu, if you could briefly just say why you think politics is not a legitimate branch of government.
Sure. So let me just take Leonard Peikoff's definition of politics. Again, he claimed to have a understanding of politics within OPAR. Let me find this real quick.
Everyone there, right? I'm not able to see the screen on the stream.
Yeah, no, sorry, I'm just trying to find it.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is in his book OPAR, Objectivism of Philosophy of Ayn Rand. Section 10, Government. Politics, like ethics, is a normative branch of philosophy. Politics defines the principles of a proper social system, including the proper functions of government. So, the reason why I disregard politics is on the front that it includes the proper functions of government. That's a frozen abstraction right off the bat. So I reject that.
Yep.
Just imagine if there's like a field of philosophy which is like price controlology, and it's all about identifying the proper principles behind implementing price controls, like when it should be done, how often, at what levels, like. And rightfully, I think Michael and James would recognize that this is just not a valid field of philosophy because it assumes price controls are valid in the first place.
Yeah, and if you look at like what philosophy is supposed to be, it's the broadest possible abstractions. Well, the definition that was just given, it assumes that there must be a government because it's assuming the proper role of government. So it's not the broadest possible abstraction, it's a narrower abstraction, right?
Yeah.
So right there. Yeah, let's continue. I think the hub box is about to start.
I will say I do have one super chat to read and then I have to go take a piss.
Okay.
It's from Drellel 1381 for $10. Thank you very much. I don't understand why these two nominalists are arguing over what objective philosophy is. I don't think these guys are nominalists. I don't think that's the case. So I'll just make that clear.
Yeah. And just come back as soon as possible. We'll talk something about till then, and then we'll get into the hug box part of it, where we shit on Dave together. Yippee! Yep.
I mean, I'll be very interested in speaking with Mr. Valliant or Michael, or both of them. I mean, I think it's probably better for Zulu. He's more established. But I feel like the I don't know, like I have to wonder if if we could just establish the proper understanding, if they would then have a different view on things. Because like I think a lot of the case here is that they just misunderstand what's happening, and I think there is also the question of like whether they actually do believe in principles the way like Binswanger describes it. Do they actually think that these are facts that are like actions required by the facts at hand, right? Do they actually believe in that, or are they do they have like this unspoken pragmatism that that fits into their actions, like where principles are matters of convenience? These are things that you just do as long as it gets you what you want, right? And what you want is arbitrary.
Yeah. And by the way, like just to the credit of everyone here, in the sense that these are high level, hard philosophical problems to deal with. So and I would once again say, don't try to disparage someone's moral character. They're not necessarily dishonest or anything else. We have a philosophical disagreement, and I do believe that if we keep elucidating and we are precise in our method, and we are precise and we are methodological, and we continue to be true to reality, I think we will win over all rational people. And so don't worry about too much. Just do Isaiah's job. Don't worry about.
Yeah. Let me see if there's anything I didn't cover in my bullet points here. Jurisprudence, bureaucracy, civil war scenario, principles, rejection of individualism, biting bullets, non-initiation of force. I don't know if I went deep into this, but James and Mike, they say the non-initiation of force principle is downstream conclusion of Rand's ethical system. Okay, but and we're claiming that the NAP is a downstream conclusion of Rothbard, of Rand's ethical system, actually, in fact, right? And here's the thing. My question, right? If it's a conclusion of Rand's ethical system, right, the non-initiation of force principle, and principles are absolute, right? Like there's a Leonard Peikoff lecture why we should act on principle, right? And in that he says principles are absolute, they're inviolable, right? Is Leonard Peikoff a religious man, right? No, he's just correctly identifying what is a principle. It is a action that is required by the facts at hand. It is something that is what it means to be a principle, right? It's inviolable. It is a fact. This is what is necessary, right? Of the case, right? Okay, so and then if you accept the non-initiation of force principle, right? Then this also is sufficient for the candy bar Martian bullet bite, right? You shouldn't steal the penny to save the world, right? That's but here they seem to be refusing that. They're saying there's some kind of escape, and so I'm not sure. I think they need to consider that.
Yeah.
And just on one more principle, that oftentimes the retort that I hear is that principles are contextual. Yes, I agree, but by that, the context of the principle is the surrounding relevant knowledge of that principle on which the principle is based. So once again, I say that if you want to show us why in certain situations the non-initiation of force or the NAP principle does not apply, then you're going to have to show that there's some principled difference here, right? And that needs to be said, pointing out to ridiculousness or whatever other standard. It doesn't matter. It's not a philosophical argument. And another thing that I like to point out, with just observationally, is that me and Zulu are slurring our words because of sleep, and Nicola is completely fine. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean he's in the day.
Oh, he's in the day. I didn't sleep the entire night, brother. It's what, 9 in the morning right now?
Yeah,
we're almost done. There's 10 minutes of video left, so we should be done in another 16
hours.
hours.
Let's get it done. Let's get it done, boys.
Let's get it done, and it's gonna be Hugbox now, so it should be easy.
You an inductive argument for why we need a government. On the other hand, if you disagree with any of those principles, you are ipso facto not an objectivist. Objectivism isn't any old thing someone happens. I'm an objectivist except I believe in God. Or I'm an objectivist. I'm an objective.
I want to make one last point. One last point on this one. In any of those exceptions, you would say, if this person is claiming, I reached this position by applying the primacy of existence, you could say there would be an incorrect statement, that you couldn't reach God by the primacy of existence. But that person would be right in claiming that I am attempting to put forward a theory of objectivism, right? That would be a correct statement. But you would say that would be false. The same way we say that the objectivist, the Randian politics is incorrect under objectivism because it fails to apply the primacy of existence properly, right? That's the same thing.
Yeah. And on that, I would also say that first of all, we agree with a lot of those principles, right? One. Number two, the reason a lot of those things that Mr. Valliant said are false, let's say the belief in God or the saying that concepts are not for unit economy, is that that contradicts the standard that we are setting forward. That the essence of objectivism is the consistent application of the primacy of existence. Well, those things are primacy of consciousness, or they are just in honest error of the primacy of existence, right? Like our definition catches that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, and it goes all the way down to her aesthetic and political principles.
So, okay, so I'm going to summarize, and if I get the summary wrong, which I'm sure I won't, you just tell me. Liquid Zulu epistemologically is not an objectivist. He is a rationalist, and to be fair, with some maybe objectivist.
Ayn Rand anarchist.
Let that stand. That's hilarious.
Okay, I'll take that, but I'm still an objective.
Right, let's keep going, because I think in most of these things we've basically addressed this point, so we can just like
saying that politics is not a branch of philosophy, not an objectivist.
Not an objectivist, right?
Being an anarchist, not an objectivist. And objectivism is not an open system.
Correct. In all of those ways, he is not an objectivist.
And nor are his followers.
I want to talk about the open system real quick.
Mm-hmm.
So let me just look at my DMs here real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Because when did Rand claim that being a closed objectivist was proper? When did she do that? I don't think she ever did do that. I think this is all ex post, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just scrolling through my DMs with this guy right now.
Yeah. I would like to just throw something out there, which I believe, I do think it would be true, is that if Ayn Rand was alive right now and like she was growing up right now, again, was roughly the same age as us, like she would have been in our kind of Discord servers. Like,
yeah, so
let's be real here.
So Brandon wrote this. He said, in the future, when objectivism has become an intellectual and cultural movement on a wider scale, when a variety of authors have written books dealing with some aspect of the objectivist philosophy, it could be appropriate for those in agreement to describe themselves as objectivists. However, at present, when the name is so intimately associated with Rand and me, it is not at present a person who is in agreement with our philosophy should describe himself. Not as an objectivist, but as a student or supporter of objectivism. Today I regret that second sentence as inappropriate and stultifying. But note the implication of the first sentence, which I assure you had Rand's full knowledge and approval. Everything in her publication was edited by her. We were clearly projecting a future when objectivism would cover far more than the writings of Rand. If later Rand pulled back from that vision, it was for reasons more emotional than philosophical, and one can feel compassion for her suffering, but still she was right the first time and wrong the second. So I do not think that Ayn Rand endorsed closed objectivism.
Well, guess what? We're in the future now. We're in that future where there are more writers. So here we are.
Yep. All right, let's continue.
And he rejects, as you pointed out, a whole bunch of them and is methodologically inconsistent with the whole of it. He is certainly not an objectivist.
Yay.
Into the huddle.
So, okay, now to Dave Smith. So, a couple weeks ago,
glazing, good. Let's get some glazing going.
Yeah, let's get some glazing going. And by the way, I think we will all endorse this, that Dave should debate Michael simply moral ground. Like he did drop him. He did insult him. He did say very bad things about him. So like, it's only proper that if you are willing to like name drop someone on a podcast, you give them the chance to respond. You don't like act all high and mighty about it, right?
and Dave has been doing that to Michael now. Like he has indeed, dissed Michael. So you should let Michael respond.
Yeah. Like, be an honest person, get on a podcast.
We've had Zyle Zulu. Now we need Mile Michael.
Yeah.
Mile Michael. Yeah, that's kind of new.
He didn't.
He can't.
Well, he can't because he doesn't even know what it is.
He thinks Zulu's an objectivist and
No such thing as a Kantian objectivist. None of us disagree. None of us disagrees with that.
Yeah.
During his debate with Zulu, Dave says that objectivist thinks that you can just start with axioms and induce and deduce a theory of everything in one logical chain, he says.
Again, as someone thoroughly unfamiliar with Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology, thoroughly unfamiliar with the work of Leonard Peikoff or Harry Binswanger. So it is not just not objectivism. He's describing anti-objectivism as objectivism. So what he's identifying as objectivism is something objectivism strongly opposes, refutes, argues against, and he's calling it this deontological objectivism. No, Kant was the worst philosopher in history as far as Ayn Rand was concerned.
Yeah, he's the villain of her story.
The villain of the story. So when you find yourself saying things like, we can deduce all of objectivism, and Ayn Rand says, no, all knowledge begins from the evidence of the senses, or it's a form of deontological approach to principles. No, that's the opposite. I mean, talk about being thoroughly ignorant. So what they do is they end up refuting straw men.
Right.
And Dave Smith is a classic at that. Now, he's not a terribly rigorous.
By the way, this is another thing that if we're applying the standard rigorously and consistently, Michael is not an objectivist. He has certain principled philosophical disagreements with Rand. Granted, compared to us, they are minor, but still, if there are disagreements, then he is not an objectivist.
Yeah.
Principles, not everything she said.
Yeah.
Once again, like from our standard, he is, because I do believe he's through the best of his ability trying to apply the primacy of existence. But like, if you're talking about like Ayn Rand said so objectivism, then yeah, Michael is not.
Objectivist and not vote for Barry Goldwater? Absolutely.
Yeah. She didn't even insist that her friends be objectivist. She was friends with von Mises. She was friends with Henry Hazlitt.
She was friends with Isabel Patterson. She was friends with the.
Can we pause real quick?
All kinds of people.
We do have a super chat from Drayal1381 for $5. Thank you very much. To be clear, their arguments turn into nominalists ones when arguing over objectivism. Yeah, they are being somewhat nominalist in their understanding of objectivism when it comes against us.
Yep.
Michael Malice laugh about this. Okay, well then you're two dopes laughing at something that never happened and that you don't understand. He claims that Ayn Rand said that the reason Barry Goldwater lost in 1964 was because he
almost dropped the F-bomb, and it's quite funny that he didn't.
I looked it up just because, okay, well, I don't know, maybe she was drunk. Who the hell knows? But, you know what I mean? But I knew she didn't say it, but I always like to double check.
But,
right?
Yeah.
No. So, but again, he's wrong about what objectivism is. He ascribes things to Ayn Rand.
Can we bullshit for a second?
He ascribes views to her.
Mm-hmm.
So on the point of ascribing things to Ayn Rand that she never said, this is not something that Dave Smith ever said, but I want to say, like, it's really common that that people ascribe things to Ayn Rand that she never said. For instance, I encountered someone who claimed that Ayn Rand once said, "The world disappears when I close my eyes," or like when I die. Which is a complete insane thing and so like I think there's a lot of propaganda, misinformation about Ayn Rand out there to try to make her seem like a worse person, because like the whole point of like the world disappears when I close my eyes idea like, that is supposed to demonstrate how like self-centered she is, I mean, in an evil way. Like she's like she doesn't consider the rest of the world at all, right? And like and it's also just like the complete primacy of consciousness there. Like, you know, the world disappears when I die. What does that mean? I create the world, and it's right. That a lot of people have invented fake propaganda about Ayn Rand.
I do hear like Barry Binswanger. Like, I'm so sleep deprived. I do remember Harry Binswanger, like actually explaining that what she was talking about there was paraphrasing a Greek philosopher who said that, and she said that, of course, like she said that emotionally that's how she views death. That to her, her world, her life ends when she dies, so she's not afraid of death. That's what she was saying. Right, like, and of course, if you take it out of context and you don't understand that was a quotation of a Greek philosopher, then you would think such thing, So let me continue.
Rachmaninoff, if you don't smoke cigarettes, if you don't like my turquoise throw pillows, you can't be an objectivist. Ayn Rand was not like that. I would urge people to read Charles and Marianne Suarez's Facets of Ayn Rand, where you could have.
And by the way, I'll just like to say this, that most probably I have not looked into all of it. Like there's James makes a lot of claims that Rothbard did a lot of bad things, and I don't know. Like, I've not looked in all of it, but the fact that he did not cite Ayn Rand in the Ethics of Liberty, I think that is one L in his corner. So, like, we love Rothbard, but he did do her wrong.
And look into what I did in my video on the topic. Look into what I did in my video, Anarcho-Capitalism Responding to the Critics. Like, I'm not engaged in this method. Like, I am saying, like, okay, well, yeah, it doesn't actually matter to me that Ayn Rand didn't cite him here and Rothbard didn't cite her here. Like, I just don't care. I just don't give a shit. Like, it doesn't matter. It does not matter for the theory.
Yeah. It is a statement about Rothbard the person, not a statement about anarcho-capitalism, the theory. So it's important. Like, the man and the theory stand independent of each other.
Aesthetics, application, you name it. Take Leonard Peikoff's course or read the book like you did, Understanding Objectivism, where you'll get Ayn Rand's actual view on this. I myself had the great privilege of reading Ayn Rand's private notes when I was working on my first book. And the whole rationalism, empiricism, all of these principles we've talked about are there in Rand's notes. Leonard Peikoff and Marianne Suarez did not make that up. Ayn Rand actually understood these distinctions. She understood the rationalist empiricist syndrome.
Yep.
I also didn't make it up.
But Mozart is read as a really funny play, though.
Maybe wrong, but yeah. Rothbard had a humor about him. Though, like, if he's lying, as James says, then that is wrong. Zulu, you had something to say there?
I was just saying, I also didn't make it up. Like, I got my principles from Peikoff, fundamentally.
Yeah. And, I agree. So let's continue.
It's crazy.
So Dave doesn't know what objectivism is, ascribes things to Ayn Rand that she never said, and does so with the same cocksuredness that he's criticizing others for, when he's just dead wrong. And I'm going to go this far, Jim, in this. Zulu, despite his errors, and I like him.
Michael.
I think that Dave won the debate in the sense of the way it would come off. On the other hand, he is, and I will say, Zulu, I'm sorry, you're not an objectivist, nor did you articulate objectivism at all in that debate or in your debate with Michael Liebowitz. You're not an objectivist. You're not working within the system of objectivism or finding its consistent application at all. On the other hand, you are in many ways a better person and for all his rationalism, as you say, at least he recognizes the importance of consistency, honesty. In fact, he's trying to use. In fact, the way he started that debate with Dave Smith, he started out so.
While Valliant.
Vile Valley. That's not the right way to say that. I think you should say Gile James. Vile Valley sounds like an insult.
Yeah. Sorry for that. Gile James.
And Liquid Zulu ain't no objectivist, and on a number of fronts.
All right, Jim. I think we've covered it. So I'm going to now wrap up. Zulu
is better than Dave. We do agree at the end of the day.
We found a point of agreement.
Yeah.
Well, at the Ayn Rand Center UK, I'm there doing podcasts all the time. And, well, geez, on places like...
Isn't that run by some wealthy guy named Razi Ginsburg?
Some ludicrously wealthy human being, you know. No. The struggling and hardworking Razi Ginsburg of London.
And such a sweet guy.
He is a sweet guy. So, at the other places... Rational Egoist right here. Occasionally, for some reason, you occasionally trot me out. And on the Capitalist Corner, which you do every day. Sometimes I'm there, you know, especially when Mark can't show, because, you know, he's also a billionaire actor.
Yeah, yes, he is. Been hanging out with Razi in the Philippines or Bahamas.
Exactly. Yeah. So, sipping their overpriced cocktails in Tahiti, right? Yeah.
Laughing at us proletarians.
All the way, right?
Okay. What do we think?
Jim, thank you so much for being here again. You are a great friend and a wonderful thinker. I love you, brother.
First of all, I think there's a few problems here.
You know,
the first problem is there's a misunderstanding of Zulu.
I like you, Zulu. You've said nice things about me. If you want to continue this conversation with me, I'm happy.
The video is still continuing.
Dave Smith, even though I think he came off a whole lot better in that debate than you did.
You there?
Awesome. Thanks, Jim.
Sorry.
For now, this is the Rational League who is signing out.
The video is still continuing for me.
Until next time.
No, it's done.
No, we have a Discord moment.
Oh, we have a Discord moment.
Yeah, it was continuing throughout all that. It's finished now.
How much is left? Just finish up.
All right. I think there's a few problems, like the misunderstanding of Zulu's position, and then there's also I think there's also the problem with, like, I think Jim and Mike actually might reject objectivist principles, like even like the orthodox position in terms of, like, you know, would we consider Harry Binswanger an orthodox objectivist in terms of stating that an action, a principle identifies an action required by the facts at hand? Because I think, Harry Binswanger says it. Leonard Peikoff says it in the lecture, you know, why one ought act on principle, right? Like these are absolute, they're inviolable, right? They're not heuristics. They're not something you can just take and leave at your convenience. They are necessarily contextual, right? Because, like, in the context of, you know, action, right, you should do this, right? Given the context, they are inviolable, right? And the NAP is contextual. It's contextual on conflicts, on the domain of all conflicts, right? And so, like, I think that's an important thing to be concerned about. On the point about open objectivism, I think we've stated our position that, like, it's a frozen abstraction to just say it's Ayn Rand's philosophical beliefs. The same way it's wrong to say, like, you know, chairs are things that Ayn Rand sat upon, right? It's just not. You fail to identify the essential feature, and you're just like, you know, you're taking this set, like, you're making an arbitrary set of beliefs rather than, like, identifying the essential set right here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so, anything as closing statements, Zulu?
I mean, I think I've gone over everything. I think that these people, I mean, I do like them, but I don't think they actually addressed my philosophy at all. I don't think they did that. I don't think they demonstrated that I was in contrast to objectivism at all. Like, they didn't actually go through all of the steps needed to do that.
Mm-hmm. I agree. And I think my ending thoughts would also be something similar. Like, I think we have said basically everything that needs to be said here. Maybe they'll make a stream on which we'll make a stream and we'll be sitting here for 28 hours. But,
Maybe it'd be better if we just had like a live conversation at some point.
yeah, I think like Zulu should just have a live conversation after this. But yeah, we've said everything and we've done everything, and we finally did it. Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Yeah, I'll be interested in talking on Michael Leibowitz's podcast, if nothing else, just because, like, you know, I'm working on my science fiction project, which like it's I think, you know, I'm the next Ayn Rand, everyone. I'm gonna be writing books and putting out media that defends these interesting principles in philosophy, and I would love to go on Michael's podcast and maybe talk about that.
But anyway, I have to sleep right this second because I'm very tired. So thank you very much, everybody, for coming on. Thank you to Man Sharma and Nikola Pavkovich. Thank you very much for coming on. Thank you very much to everybody who donated. But I have to go to sleep right now. So the stream is ending this second.